Super Devouring System Chapter 5132 to Chapter 5150. That's true, Hong Jiang's words made Hong Tao make the final decision. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. In that case, there's no need to hesitate, there's no time to lose. This kid's means are extraordinary. I'm afraid there will be changes if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and immediately, activate the Great Universal Furnace Array. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Hong Tao's voice fell, the survivors of the Heavenly Way immediately moved. More than 20 people rushed forward and rushed to the star circle formed by more than 100 abandoned stars in front of him. Previously, Hong Jiang had already led the 4 survivors of the Heavenly Way to hurriedly set up the array. They buried a large number of array flags in the nearly 100 stars, forming an invisible Great Universal Furnace Array. There were more than 20 main array cores in this array, and they were the 20 or so stars among the 100 or so stars. Now, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others were rushing toward these 20 or so main array cores. The other dozens of stars were the secondary array cores. When the array was activated, the nearly 100 stars would instantly condense into one. With the powerful cultivation base of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way, relying on these nearly 100 stars, they would absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the void and transform it into an invisible great furnace force. They would then launch an all-out attack on the Hongke Cavern star in the center of the star circle. The power of this grand formation was extremely terrifying. Even the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage grand perfection realm would be trapped inside. If the core of the Hongke Cavern star, as well as the vast and majestic red lotus hellfire in the parallel void were included, even Yi Xian, who was one of the best in the peak heavenly way of the Heavenly Way, would be completely suppressed and trapped. He would not be able to hold on for long, and would soon be seriously injured and dying. At that time, Hong Tao and the others would be able to activate the power of the Great Universal Furnace Array and teleport him out of the Hongke Cavern star like a dead dog. They would be able to control his life and death with just a thought. Boom! Rumble. Very quickly, Hong Tao and the others all entered the main formation core stars. Without any hesitation, they communicated with each other with their divine senses and immediately activated the Cosmos Furnace Grand Array formation. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. At that moment, the 100 or so stars all shook together. Immediately afterwards, a deep rumble rang out from all the stars. The formation flags buried in the planet's core were activated by Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others at that moment. More than 20 people in the Tao of Heaven worked together, and the might of the entire formation's domain was instantly pushed to its limits. Rumble, hum. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The originally low and weak buzzing sound of nearly 100 buzzing sounds converged into one, and it was incomparably blazing. Among the nearly 100 stars in the entire star circle, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center, all the other stars blossomed with boundless radiance. Nearly 100 stars were already dead. But now, they were shining with dazzling light like stars in their prime, illuminating the entire Chaos-Lac star field, which was hundreds of billions of miles away. What did she give birth to? Over there. Hiss. It's actually the star circle where Patriarch Honk's Cave Mansion's sacred ground is located. Such blazing starlight is clearly being activated by Heavenly Tao realm experts. And there's more than one of them. They even formed some kind of mysterious formation, the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. This is definitely the rhythm of the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. What exactly happened? It actually made Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other Heavenly Tao elders join forces to activate our Chaos-Lac galaxy's strongest star-killing array. In the next moment, nearly 100 stars blossomed with boundless starlight, illuminating the entire Chaos-Lac galaxy. In the abandoned stars in the Chaos-Lac galaxy, countless survivors trembled violently. When they looked over, their expressions changed drastically. Like a tidal wave, cries of shock and astonishment surged out like a tidal wave. The humming continued, and the more shocking it got, the louder it became. It was as though the entire void was resonating with it, vibrating along with it. The nearly 100 stars in the star circle changed at that moment. These stars were originally arranged in a disorderly manner in the void. Anyone who saw them would not have any special thoughts. But now, under the control of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 heavenly Dao realm experts, they used the array flags buried deep in the cores of the 100-plus stars to form an invisible connection with each other, forming a single entity. The power of the domain was also being activated, rumble. Boom, at a speed visible to the naked eye, among the nearly 100 stars, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center of the star circle, all the other stars moved rapidly in the void. Everything happened too fast. In just half an instant stick's time, the nearly 100 stars completed a new arrangement in the void. From their current arrangement, the nearly 100 stars clearly formed a huge furnace. This furnace had the void as its background, and the nearly 100 stars as its nodes. They all bloomed with blazing starlight and were connected by the power of the domain. The overall diameter of the furnace was as long as 360 billion miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the universal furnace. Swoosh! Swoosh, 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 in the dark void in the distance, in the abandoned stars of the Chaos-Lac galaxy, a large number of survivors rushed out of the stars. Their faces were full of shock as they looked over from afar, all of them trembling violently. Swoosh, as they sucked in a cold breath, a tide of astonished exclamations came again, covering the sky and earth. Yes, yes. At this time, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others who were guarding the more than 20 main nodes of the void furnace did not pay attention to all of this at all. They were completely distracted by the universal furnace array, so they had no time to care about other things at this time. Now, under their full strength, although the universal furnace array had been fully formed and fully activated, the power of the domain surged to the extreme. At this time, the Chaos-Lac cavern star, which was still at the center of the star circle, suddenly looked like it was inside the furnace, was completely sealed, but their purpose was not only to seal the star and trap the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. What came next was the real highlight of the show. They would join forces to activate the second layer of the universal furnace array's power change. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter. The manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Dao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain mountain on a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array slaughter is fully activated." The universal furnace array was unknown to the outside world. It was the number one killing array in the Chaos-Lac star field. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter, and the manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Dao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Only by gathering massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the endless void as kinetic energy, and then using the manifested void cauldron array formation to convert it, could the heavenly Dao realm experts trapped within the cauldron be able to form a suppressive killing intent. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand, his voice was instantly transmitted, revealing an endless chill. "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array slaughter is fully activated." Hum, boom. Rumble. At this moment, as Hong Tao, Hong Qi, and more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Dao joined hands and pushed their cultivation bases to the maximum, the terrifying array field of the heaven and earth great furnace in the void that had a diameter of 300 billion kilometers was also fully activated. A heart-palpitating buzzing sound was heard. This time, the vast void within a radius of 1 trillion miles really trembled along with the universal furnace array's vibration, as though it was resonating with it. Nothing, a terrifying suction force was emitted from the heaven and earth great furnace. It sucked in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1 trillion miles of the void and turned it into a formless killing force. It crushed towards the Hongke cavern star in the void at the center of the great furnace. Whoosh, with a sound, Yi Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and flew away. In an instant, he was above the Chaos-Lac star in the middle of the star circle. Just now, he saw with his own eyes a red tide of flames that looked like an ocean suddenly appear on the left side of the planet. It disappeared in a flash. Every wave in the sea of flames was a terrifying karmic fire that was about 3 meters wide. They were in the shape of red lotuses, beautiful and terrifying. Yes. Xian himself could not accurately judge the power of the red lotus fire. He did not have absolute confidence in it. Therefore, now that he was close to the star, he immediately took out the Xianxia's treasure cauldron. It was only 10 feet in size and hung 1,000 feet above his head. It poured out a 9-colored mist that turned into a curtain to protect his whole body, just in case. After everything was done, he lowered his body and reached the surface of the star in the blink of an eye. Looking around, the surface of this chaos-lax star was no different from an ordinary abandoned star. What entered his eyes was only a desolation with undulating mountains, but there was no vegetation. The void was terrifyingly quiet. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to catch an extremely mysterious rhythm that existed invisibly, but he could not touch it at all. The atmosphere made his heart palpitate. The Chaos-Lax Star's cave was located in the deepest part of the star's core, and the passage to the parallel void where the endless red lotus fire turned into an ocean was also in the core. Therefore, there was no need to stay on the surface of the star for too long. Xian glanced around. Very soon, his figure flashed, and he entered the ground, heading straight for the core in the deepest part of the star's underground. Soon, he arrived. There was indeed a space that had been opened up in the core. It had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this vast space, some scattered red lotus fire wandered. Although they were delicate and beautiful, the aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Even Xian did not dare to get close to them because he was not very confident. He shuttled through the scattered red lotus karmic fire. At the end of his line of sight, there was a floating palace. It was not very luxurious, and it was not very big either. It was only about 1,000 feet wide, and there was only one lonely main hall. The doors to the main palace were even open, but when one peered through the 2 open doors, all one could see was endless darkness, like a black hole, as if there was nothing inside. But, if one extended their divine sense and entered the main hall, they would be able to capture a world formed by a sea of red flames. Obviously, the main hall was the entrance to the parallel void. This place was connected to the parallel void shrouded by the endless red lotus fire. Whoosh! With a flash of light in his eyes, Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop 1,000 feet in front of the main hall with a faint sound of breaking air. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. The main hall in front of him was not eye-catching. It was dark inside the main hall, and there was nothing. However, if he entered through the door, it would be like entering the passage to the parallel void. He would be facing a majestic sea of flames formed by the red lotus fire. Although he had the Xianxia 9-colored flame and the Xianxia treasured cauldron, he was still very afraid of the red lotus fire. At this time, he was indeed a little hesitant. This kind of top-heavenly strange fire was too strange. It could ignite the accumulated bad karma of a living creature, turning it into an invisible fire that burned the body and soul. There was no way to defend against it, nor could it be extinguished. It could not be removed because this fire came from the body and existed in the dark. Although he was afraid, he was already here. There was naturally no reason to stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xian's figure instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the main hall, directly entering the parallel void. Whoosh! In an instant, the whistling sound of flames sounded in his ears. It was frightening. Xian's heart was in his throat at this moment. He did not know if the 9-colored fog released by the Xianxia treasured cauldron hanging above his head could block the red lotus fire. Strong, as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Before he entered the hall, he had compressed the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's treasured cauldron to a radius of only 10 feet. Although there were violent waves at this moment, it did not collapse just like that. Like this, today, Xian was already in an endless sea of red flames. The Xianxia treasured cauldron hung above his head. His body was protected by the 9-colored fog released by the cauldron, forming a light shield with a radius of 100 feet. He was unharmed. The Xianxia 9-colored flame is really extraordinary. At this moment, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Xian let out a long breath and murmured softly. A look of joy appeared on his face. What he did not know was that it was at this moment that the great universal furnace array was fully activated by Hong Tao and the others. It was just that he had already left the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star and entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. He could not hear the various movements in the Hongke Star field at all, that is, in the next moment, as Xianxia's figure wandered within the boundless red lotus karmic fire, a fiery red jade slip entered his eyes, causing his eyes to instantly light up as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! Could it be the Hongke manuscript? After arriving at the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star, Xian immediately entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. Therefore, from that moment on, he was completely unaware of the various movements in the Hongke Star field. The movements were too loud, and he could not hear them at all in the parallel void. After confirming that the red lotus fire could not penetrate the dense light screen formed by the nine-colored fog of the Shenong cauldron and threaten him, Xian's heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Soon, with the cauldron on his head, he wandered in the boundless red lotus fire. His purpose of coming here was to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that Hongke might have left behind. However, this parallel void was already covered by the endless red lotus fire. In order to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he had to wander around. That is. After a while, a fiery red jade slip fell into his eyes in the red sea of flames in the distance to his right. It was bobbing up and down. Xian did not expect to have a result so quickly. After a moment of shock, his eyes lit up and he gasped, "Hiss! Could it be Hongke's manuscript?" This was simply too surprising. He originally thought that after entering this place, he would have to search for at least a period of time before he could find anything. In fact, it was very likely that he would not find anything in the end. This was because he did not have any accurate information that could prove that Hongke had indeed left the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir in this parallel void. However, the pleasant surprise came so quickly. After a few minutes, a blood-red jade slip appeared in the sea of flames in front of him to his right. "Oh my God, I'm afraid that this is not the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir's manuscript. It must be related to Hong Quebec. At the very least, it can be considered as a clue to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir's manuscript." Show. As he moved, a ray of light shot out from the endless sea of flames in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shenong treasure cauldron under Xian's permission and landed in his hand. He could not wait any longer. He immediately extended his divine sense into the jade slip and began to investigate. It really is Hongke's manuscript. In just an instant, Xian's eyes were burning, but soon, they flashed and he frowned as he fell into deep thought. The jade slip in his hand was indeed left by Hong Quebec. It did contain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but it was only half of it. It was incomplete. Until, as for the other half, Hongke had clearly stated in the jade slip that he had taken it out of the parallel void and handed it over to the upper echelons of Hongke Star Field for safekeeping. He also said that he hoped that the fated person who obtained this half of the manuscript would be able to live in harmony with Hongke Star Field. After obtaining the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine some of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for the upper echelons of the heavenly great Tao elixir. In addition, Hongke had clearly stated in the jade slip that in order to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, one had to refine the red lotus karmic fire mother flame in this parallel void. Mother flame. After refining the flame for one's own use, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of red lotus karmic fire. However, this mother flame was not so easy to find and refine. Hongke could not help in this matter, and could only rely on the methods and luck of the fated person. It seems that those old fellows in Hongke Star Field are up to no good. After putting away the jade slip in his hand, Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. As he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth instantly curled up into a cold sneer. Yes. Hong Tao had not mentioned that the other half of Hongke's manuscript was in their hands. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. However, Xian did not take this matter to heart. Wasn't it just half of the manuscript? Since it was confirmed that it was in Hong Tao's hands, then it was easy to deal with. Back. If the old man honestly handed it over, then it would be fine. Otherwise, if he continued to play dumb, at most, he would just snatch it away. This matter was not urgent. Hongke Star Field was a big place, and the monk could run, but the temple could not. The other half of the manuscript would be obtained sooner or later. Now my top priority right now is to find that strand of Red Lotus origin flame. Since Hongke said that the Red Lotus karmic fire is required to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he must not have said it without thinking. Not to mention, the Red Lotus karmic fire is a top-grade heavenly flame that is rarely seen. Now that I have encountered it, if I have the chance to refine it, it would be a great opportunity. Swish, after making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. He wandered through the boundless sea of karmic flames in search of the Red Lotus origin flame. Also, it was at this moment that something strange happened. Who, in the distance, the originally calm sea of karmic flames suddenly began to churn violently. Red lotuses of karmic flames that were around 3 meters in radius suddenly roared and wreaked havoc along with the endless waves of flames. The reason for this was obviously because the 20 or so survivors of the Heavenly Tao in Hongke Star Field had activated the Cosmos Furnace Formation and activated the second level of killing power of the formation. Yi Xian was currently trapped in the Hongke Cave Star by the Cosmos Furnace Formation, but because he did not rush out, he did not know about this matter. However, with the activation of the second level of killing power of the Cosmos Furnace Formation, even if he did not rush out, he would still be affected by the power of the formation, including the endless sea of karmic flames in the parallel void. Now that the flame energy had been activated, it instantly began to wreak havoc. Buzz. By the time Yi Xian reacted to what had happened, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Following that, as this majestic and endless sea of karmic fire raged, the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored dense mist poured out by the Shenong's treasure cauldron above his head shook even more violently, and it was still slowly shrinking inward. The diameter of the dense light screen was originally 10 feet, but now it was shrinking inward. This was clearly the riot of the endless Red Lotus karmic flames in the sea of karmic flames. This dense light screen was about to be unable to hold on any longer. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. His eyes shone with a blazing light, revealing an endless chill. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could vaguely guess that it must have something to do with Hong Tao and the others. He might have fallen into a trap that they had set up long ago. Casting aside these thoughts, Yi Xian immediately rushed forward again and wandered in the endless sea of karmic flames. He had to find the mother flame as soon as possible and refine it. In this way, he would not be afraid of the endless karmic flames in the parallel void. 2 hours passed very quickly. There was still no trace of the Red Lotus mother flame, but the dense light screen that protected his body had shrunk to 10 feet. Now, its diameter was only about 90 feet. There was not much time left. Yi Xian's eyes shone with a dark light as an idea flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea instantly surfaced. Perhaps, the crisis in front of me is actually a great opportunity. If I can use the Red Lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, wouldn't the crisis be resolved instantly? As he muttered softly, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would try to refine the void-shattering shuttle again. In just 2 hours, the dense light screen that protected his body had been suppressed to a diameter of 90 feet under the raging of the endless karmic flames in the surroundings. It had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. While, however, there was still no trace of the so-called Red Lotus mother flame. In the end, if this layer of dense light screen shrunk to its limit under the suppression, Yi Xian himself would be in a life-and-death crisis. Facing this kind of pressure, an idea flashed through his mind. In an instant, he had a bold idea. In his opinion, the crisis in front of him was actually a great opportunity. If he could use the Red Lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, the crisis would naturally be resolved instantly. It sounded a little mysterious, but it was not completely impossible. After all, the fusion system that was attached to the devouring system in his body only needed to provide the treasure itself and some additional consumables when fusing treasures. The Red Lotus karmic flames in this parallel void might not be unable to be seen as a special kind of consumables for fusing. Moreover, once this was feasible, fusing the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor would definitely consume a huge amount of Red Lotus karmic flames. At that time, even if Yi Xian could not find the Red Lotus mother flame in a short period of time, he would not have to worry about the dense light screen that protected his body collapsing. After all, the Red Lotus karmic flames in this sea of flames were largely consumed, so its power would naturally be weakened. For example, in this way, he would have more time to find the Red Lotus mother flame. As for the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor that had been fused with the Red Lotus karmic flames for the 8th time, its power would definitely soar to a surprising extent. After all, this was not an ordinary heavenly flame. Now, Xian's small private battleship, the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor, had already been fused and condensed 7 times. Currently, they were starry sky treasures. Counting the time, the last 7th fusion was actually something that happened a long time ago. While the reason why he had not fused these 2 treasures for the 8th time for such a long time was mainly because he lacked a suitable material for the fusion. After reaching the level of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, the next target would be the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and other natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. It could be said that the fusion object chosen during the 8th fusion was extremely important. After mixing in, it would be able to cause a qualitative change to the 2 battle treasures. Previously, even though Xian had countless treasures and all sorts of rare resources, he hadn't been able to find a suitable fusion object for a while now. In addition, the further the fusion went, the higher the chances of an accident that would cause the fusion to fail. Although the fusion system of the Devouring system had not failed until now, it did not mean that such a situation would not occur. There was a clear explanation in the fusion system's description. There was a certain chance of failure in the fusion of treasures. Although it was not high, it still existed. The 3 treasures in Xian's hands had been successfully fused several times, and each time, a rare treasure was fused. Xian basically didn't have any of these treasures in his hands anymore. If he were to casually start a new round of refinement and fail, causing the battle treasure to collapse, Xian probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. It was precisely because the subsequent refinement had yet to begin. As Xian's cultivation increased explosively time and time again, the 3 basic battle treasures that he carried with him weren't powerful enough, so Xian hadn't used them for a long time. A long time ago, the withered demon blood blade of the 3 personal treasures had been fused again. The results were very pleasing. Not only had it successfully advanced to the ancient desolate treasures level, but its power had also increased greatly. Even now, it was enough for him to use. Now that he had encountered a sea of Red Lotus hellfire, although it was a little risky, in his opinion, it was worth it to take the risk to fuse the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible glass armor for the 8th time. After making the decision, Xian quickly took out the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible nirvana armor from the immortal world. Then, he contacted the Devouring system in his body and fully activated the supplementary fusion system. Next, after receiving the command, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused, indestructible nirvana armor, Red Lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused, void-shattering shuttle, Red Lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Yes, I can use them. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Xian's heart jumped. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, he fused them twice at the same time. Very quickly. Soon, with a thought from him, the undying nirvana armor and void-shattering shuttle were both handed over to the Devouring system. As for the Red Lotus karmic fire, it was right beside him, and the surroundings were boundless and boundless. Yes, the system was in his body. Therefore, for the fusion to start, he had to guide the Red Lotus hellfire into his body. Otherwise, if the fusion materials were not in place, the 8th fusion of these 2 treasures would obviously become empty words. It was impossible to start. However, guiding the Red Lotus hellfire into his body was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If it were someone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. That is. Even though Xian had already confirmed that the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's cauldron could block the mysterious power of the hellfire, it was still extremely dangerous to let the Red Lotus Hellfire enter his body with the nine-colored fog. If something went wrong and it leaked, it would affect his body. Then, everything would really be destroyed, but now, there was no way out. The crisis in front of him was right there, and there was no other way to solve it. Whoosh, with a flash of cold light, Xian immediately thought and activated the Farmer God's Cauldron. It opened up a sealed passage in the fog that enveloped him, leading directly to his body. This passage was completely formed by the nine-colored fog released by the Farmer God's Cauldron. In an instant, it guided the Red Lotus Hellfire into Xian's body. It was like a passage, but the Red Lotus Hellfire in the passage did not come into contact with Xian's body. The moment it arrived, it was immediately guided away by the Devouring system. The next moment, he keenly felt that the pressure of the sea of flames pressing down on the light screen had suddenly lightened. After all, the originally raging sea of flames now had a passage to vent its flame energy. This result made Xian heave a sigh of relief once again. Everything was still daunting but not dangerous. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Very quickly, soon, as the Red Lotus Hellfire, as the refining material, continuously flowed through the dense passage formed by the nine-colored fog, the familiar system notification sounded in Xian's mind once again. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It has finally begun. Xian let out a long sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. As the Red Lotus karmic fire, which was used as a smelting material, continuously flowed through the dense pipe formed by the nine-colored fog. A familiar system prompt quickly sounded out in Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It had finally begun. At this moment, Xian subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. From the beginning to the end, although his combat weapon, armor, and battleship had fused many times, there had never been a situation of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 7 times in a row, and the void-shattering shuttle had even succeeded 8 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Same as the further the fusion went, the more serious the loss to Xian would be if the fusion failed. Being worried about his gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at this moment. Yes, with the precedent of the successful fusion of the withered demon blood blade, although Xian was still a little worried, he was more hopeful. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of oblivion, allowing time to pass without any surprise or joy. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar Devouring system notification sounded in his mind. The fusion of the combat armor and battleship had finally been completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Nirvana Fire Armor. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. The fusion was a success. The 2 combat treasures had both leveled up. Previously, they were Starry Sky treasures, but now, they had become primordial treasures. The degree of increase in power was obviously worth looking forward to. The void-shattering shuttle had completed its 9th refinement, and now its name had changed. From now on, it would be called the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Just from the addition of the 2 words Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. Presumably, once it was used, it would be able to penetrate the void and freely roam, and at the same time, launch an attack using the Red Lotus karmic fire. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle would be even more powerful in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles. It would be perfect if they could directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial chaos void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way. However, Xian also knew that such expectations might be a little too high. It was almost unrealistic. Being able to directly break through the slightly weaker Source Hive star's invisible barrier would already be pretty good. A rival in terms of speed, there was naturally no need to mention it. After all, their grades had been improved from the Starry Sky grade to the Primordial grade. As for the original indestructible Nirvana armor, after this round of refinement, although it had only been refined 8 times, which was 1 time less than the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, its grade had also increased to the level of a desolate ancient treasure. Similarly, after completing the 8th refinement, due to the addition of the Red Lotus Hellfire, as a refinement material, the indestructible Nirvana armor, which had been upgraded to the Primordial grade, had once again undergone a magnificent transformation. In the future, it should be called the Hellfire Nirvana armor. Just from the fact that the name of the armor had been changed to the 2 words Hellfire, one could roughly guess its power. Presumably, after using the armor, there would be endless, Red Lotus Hellfire, appearing around the body, which could be used to defend and also to defend against enemies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's expression immediately changed. The Red Lotus void-breaching shuttle was fine. Although it was one of the 3 basic treasures of Xian, it was after all a small private warship used for transportation. Even if there were endless red lotuses surrounding the body of the warship, it was still fine. However, the Hellfire Nirvana armor was different. This was an armor. Once it was used, it would directly enhance the body. The situation was naturally different from a small private warship used for transportation. When the indestructible Nirvana armor was first refined, a female armor of the purplish warbler was added. After the refinement was completed, its form was extremely feminine. After that, although this armor went through refinement again and again, due to the influence of the most basic refinement, until the 7th refinement was completed, the armor became the indestructible Nirvana armor. Its grade had also been upgraded from the Quasi-Starry Sky grade to the Starry Sky grade. The overall feeling of the armor still gave people a feminine sense of déjà vu. This matter had always made Xian feel miserable and unhappy. Most of the time, he tried his best to avoid using the indestructible Nirvana armor in battle. The armor on a man's body was actually so feminine. How could he endure it? No, in the past, because his cultivation had increased explosively time and time again over the years, the power of the Starry Sky treasure Undying Nirvana armor was insufficient. It had been a long time since he had used it, so Xian had already forgotten about it before the refinement this time. Now that the refinement was completed, he suddenly remembered that this was the reason why his heart skipped a beat and his expression changed abruptly. Before the refinement, the indestructible Nirvana armor was already very feminine. Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire was added as a material to complete the 8th refinement, wouldn't this situation become even more serious? After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus looked extremely beautiful. If he activated his battle armor, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would appear from time to time in the shape of red lotuses. They would appear and disappear continuously. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Xian shudder. With apprehension, he did not hesitate anymore. He did not care about the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle that had also completed the refinement. Instead, with a thought, he directly used the Nirvana armor. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound broke through the air. A red and purple light shot out from between Xian's eyebrows. It expanded without any wind and turned into an armor in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, the general shape of the indestructible Nirvana armor was still there. However, looking at it now, the aura of the entire armor was much thicker and more solid than the indestructible Nirvana armor back then. It gave off an ancient and profound feeling that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. All of this was not what Xian was concerned about. This was because after the grade of the armor was upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, this was what it should be. What he was truly concerned about, the only thing he was concerned about, was whether the current Nirvana armor had a feminine form and whether there would be red lotuses blooming and disappearing after the armor was used. Before he waved his hand and used the armor, he still had some expectations in his heart. Perhaps it could be said that he was just lucky. However, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl, screech. Screech, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl, too enchanting, too beautiful, too *king. I don't have the face to meet anyone. Since, I'm a man, the dignified master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that shakes the entire right bank and dominates the left bank, yet the armor on my body is so enchanting and beautiful. This is simply my brain. As these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, an indescribable anger instantly rose in his heart. He subconsciously vented his anger on Hong Tao and the others for this matter. If it wasn't for that group of old fellows suddenly playing tricks and causing the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void to suddenly erupt and fall into danger, how could he have made such a risky choice when he had no other choice? Now, on the other hand, even though the fusion of the two battle treasures was a success, and their grades were raised to the level of primordial treasures. However, after the fusion this time, the Nirvana armor's beauty could be considered to be irreversible. From now onwards, it would continue to walk down this path until the end. Damnable old fellow, this matter isn't over. As soon as he thought of this, Xian instantly gnashed his teeth. He must go back and properly settle this score with Hong Tao. It's simply too sullen and unbearable. No, now was not the time to be tangled up in this matter. After all, although the crisis in front of him had been resolved, he had yet to complete what he had to do. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Red Lotus karmic fire on Xian's body turned into a purplish-red ray of light. In a flash, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the Shenong treasured cauldron was still above his head. The 9-colored fog that poured out from the cauldron formed a dense light screen that enveloped his body and blocked the invasion of the Red Lotus karmic fire outside the light screen. First, when he started the fusion, the diameter of the dense light screen that protected his body had already been forced to a diameter of 90 feet. However, from that moment onwards, the Red Lotus karmic fire that surged violently outside the dense light screen found a vent and was drawn into Xian's body to continue to be consumed. Therefore, from that time onwards, the light screen no longer shrank inwards. Right now, it was still 90 feet in diameter. Calculating the time, this fusion had actually taken a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, the Red Lotus karmic fire outside the dense light screen had been in a frenzied state. However, its influence on the dense light screen that protected Xian's body was far less than before. He had actually used up too much of the Red Lotus karmic fire to refine the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor again. According to Xian's estimation, about half of the Red Lotus karmic fire in the entire parallel void had been used up. Although there was a wisp of the Red Lotus mother flame dormant in this sea of Red Lotus karmic fire and could continuously produce new Red Lotus karmic fire, the consumption in these 7 days was too great. A large amount of Red Lotus mother flame was continuously devoured by the system. Even the Red Lotus mother flame could not replenish it in a short period of time. In other words, Xian still had enough time to find the Red Lotus mother flame. He just had to complete it before the sea of Red Lotus mother flame in the parallel void recovered to its original size. Before that, the power of the sea of Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void did not pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Xian's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, wandering in the parallel void once again. In the entire parallel void, half of the endless Red Lotus karmic fire that was originally like an ocean had been continuously used up when refining the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor. Although it was still majestic and endless, it was much more sparse than before. Xian began to search, and his progress far exceeded before. After searching for 2 days, when he was wandering around the parallel void for the 4th time, a dark red color suddenly flashed in front of him to the right, attracting Xian's attention. The Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void was all bright red. Moreover, the shape of each Red Lotus karmic fire was about 10 feet long, and they looked like a blooming red lotus. But, the dark red color that flashed by just now was not only dark in color, but also gave off a restrained and thick feeling. Its shape was not a red lotus that was about 10 feet long, but a flame that was only the size of a thumb. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This flame that was only the size of a thumb was most likely the red lotus origin flame that he was looking for. With this thought in mind, Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately chased after it. Very soon, he saw the figure of the dark red flame again. It was extremely agile, as if it had a life of its own. It was swimming through the endless, red lotus karmic fire, like a fish swimming in water. Seeing this scene, Xian finally came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find it previously. It turned out that this red lotus origin flame had been swimming. When he ran, it also ran. It had been circling in the parallel void, like a cat playing hide and seek. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian immediately felt annoyed. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain and locked onto the aura of the dark red flame. Whoosh, a dense light formed by the 9-colored fog swept out from the mouth of the cauldron like a waterfall. In an instant, it shot out and enveloped the red lotus origin flame that was trying to escape. Then, with a contraction and a pull, it disappeared into the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron in the blink of an eye. It worked. Xian's eyes burst with light. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and directly entered the space inside the cauldron from the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only the Shinong Cauldron that had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. It was still suspended in this parallel void in the red lotus karmic fire, motionless. Cauldron inner space. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. A light fell from the sky and directly entered the interior of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. It was Xian. Soon, he came to the bottom of the central region volcano and saw the red lotus origin flame that was only the size of a thumb. At this moment, this red lotus origin flame was in the center of the 9-colored flame pool. There was a majestic 9-colored flame pool in the 9-colored flame pool. But this red lotus origin flame was only the size of a thumb. Now that it was suppressed by the 9-colored flame pool, it had nowhere to escape. Seeing this scene, Xian was relieved. Just based on this point alone, he was roughly certain that this strand of red lotus mother flame would definitely be refined by him. With the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain, it should be very easy for him to do so. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the void beside the 9-colored flame pool. His divine sense was immersed in the flame pool. With his eyes closed, he began to refine it with all his strength. Time slowly passed. Xian, whose mind was immersed in this matter, had already forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Xian's current cultivation and strength, it took him a full 2 days to completely refine it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain. The red lotus origin flame was obviously extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Xian's current cultivation and strength, completely refining it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain was not something that could be done overnight. His mind was immersed in this matter, and he had long forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. After 2 days, everything was finally completed. In the next moment, a huge wave suddenly rose up in the 9-colored flame pool. All of the huge waves were formed by the Shinong 9-colored flames in the flame pool. With a roar, they converged into a 9-colored river and rushed towards the crater of the central domain volcano. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored river had already rushed out of the crater of the volcano. Without stopping, it rushed into the sky of the cauldron space, from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist, to the parallel space outside. On the surface of the 9-colored river, a dark red flame the size of a thumb could be clearly seen. It was the red lotus flame mother. Now, this strand of flame mother had already been refined by Yixian, and it clearly revealed the aura of Yixian's divine sense. No. Although Yixian's figure was still sitting cross-legged beside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, in fact, his divine sense had already entered this dark red lotus flame mother. It was like a king had descended, standing proudly at the peak of the nine-colored river and rushing out of the cauldron's mouth. This, for the past 2 days, the sea of karmic fire in the parallel space had been roaring and churning. But now, as the nine-colored river rushed out of the cauldron's mouth, or more accurately, as the strand of flame mother standing proudly at the front of the nine-colored river suddenly appeared, the sea of karmic fire that was roaring and surging suddenly calmed down. This was the result of Yixian's mind control. He had already refined the red lotus origin flame, and his divine sense was transmitted through the red lotus origin flame, commanding the entire sea of karmic fire. This was what it should be, whoosh. Huff, after a moment of silence, the entire boundless sea of karmic fire roared again. However, this time it did not surge wildly and randomly. Instead, it turned into a beautiful red river that soared into the sky and rushed towards the nine-colored river that had just rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Hanging on the red river, there were countless red lotuses blooming. Each lotus was only about 3 meters in size, but there were so many of them that they gathered to form a river. In the next moment, Yixian's thoughts moved, and the nine-colored river shrank back into the cauldron's mouth. It was originally meant to be used as a guide. Now that all the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space had gathered into a river, it was naturally time to return. Huff. Huff, huff, huff. In the space inside the cauldron, the sound of shocking waves of flame suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, 2 majestic and endless rivers of flames were falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had fallen into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region one after another. One after cutting it, Yixian opened his eyes. What he saw instantly made his eyes shine with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. In the 9-colored flame pool, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% was a red ocean, and every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 3 meters in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Yixian, it had a profound connection with him that was connected to his flesh and blood. Everything was finally done. The red lotus mother flame, including all the remaining red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, had all been collected and refined by Yixian. According to his estimation, this majestic and endless red lotus karmic fire could be completely integrated into the 9-colored flame sea. At this time, the Xianxia 9-colored flame would also welcome another shocking transformation. From the current 9-colored flame, it would evolve into a 10-colored flame. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. But Yixian did not intend to start on this matter now, because the red lotus karmic fire was already extraordinary, and it would definitely take a long time to integrate it with the other heavenly flames. Moreover, after many integrations, the Xianxia heavenly flames had now evolved into a 9-colored flame. The subsequent transformations would definitely be more difficult. Time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, if there was an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yixian finally decided to take some time to integrate it. For now, he would put it aside for the time being. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind. He stood up, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the bottom of the volcano and arrived at a hillside at the edge of the volcano in the central region. Big brother, was that the red lotus karmic fire? Just as he rushed out of the central region's volcano, he saw the goat horn immortal head-on. This old fellow's face was filled with astonishment, and even the way he addressed Yixian had changed from fellow Taoist to big boss. On the one hand, he had changed his mind and decided to follow Yixian in the future. On the other hand, it was because he suddenly saw the majestic river formed by the red lotus karmic fire being sucked into the Xianxia cauldron. He was too shocked and was completely convinced by Yixian. Yixian did not hide anything. He immediately nodded and said a few words casually. After the old fellow got the confirmation, the shock on his face became even stronger. When Yixian turned around and rushed toward the sky, he immediately retreated to a mountain range in the distance, far away from the central region volcano. Open, what a joke. The Red Lotus karmic fire was no joke. Once it came into contact with it, it would instantly worsen the accumulation of one's life and transform it into an invisible karmic fire that would burn one's body and soul. He did not have the ability to resist it. Looking at this situation, the old fellow probably would not dare to go near the central region volcano with the karmic fire river in it in the future. Whoosh! Break, there was a sound in the air. Yixian rushed out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shenlong cauldron was instantly sucked into his body. Looking around, this parallel void was empty. All the Red Lotus karmic fire had been sucked into the treasured cauldron space. Naturally, there was no need to take out the treasured cauldron and release a dense light screen to protect himself. In fact, even if the sea of karmic fire was still there, Yixian did not need to do this. The Red Lotus Flame Mother had been completely refined by him, so the Red Lotus karmic fire naturally had no effect on him. Now, even if Yixian was in the sea of karmic fire, he would be unharmed and even like a fish in water. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since I entered this parallel void. Although the sea of karmic fire has disappeared, there is clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He turned to look at the exit and sneered, "It seems that Hong Tao and the others have not stopped. I want to see what they have been doing for the past 10 days, whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of this parallel void. More than 10 days had passed since Yixian entered this parallel void. Right now, although the sea of karmic fire had disappeared, there was clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void that was affecting it imperceptibly. Very obviously, Hong Tao and the other old fellows had not stopped. Even now, they were still doing something outside. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind, killing intent instantly surged in his heart. With a thought, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot out. He immediately rushed out of this parallel void and arrived at the core of Hong Kei's cavern star outside the passageway. Everything in the core was the same as it was 10 days ago. However, the moment Yixian's figure appeared, his expression immediately darkened. He was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage in the heavenly Tao realm. His divine senses were sharp, and his divine sense was terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, he felt the invisible suppressive force in the void. Although the void was not chaotic like when more than 10 heavenly Tao experts worked together to exert pressure, in fact, this invisible suppressive force surpassed that level of chaos in the void. In other words, even though Yixian had returned from the parallel void, he was currently within the core of the Hongkei cave star. He was unable to leave at all. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body could not be activated. Moreover, even though he hadn't tried it yet, Yixian could basically guess that even if he were to rush out of the core of the Hongkei cavern star, he would still be trapped in the void outside. This kind of invisible suppression was too powerful. It was extremely likely that a large number of heavenly Tao realm experts had joined forces and had even borrowed the power of some kind of mysterious array to achieve such an effect. 1. With this in mind, he immediately sent out his divine sense. A look of realization quickly appeared on his face. Around the Hongkei cave abode star he was in, nearly 100 other stars in the star ring had shifted positions. They formed a void furnace formation, and more than 20 stars had the auras of heavenly Tao realm experts emanating from them. Just like that, even the remaining planets had array flags set up as well. These old fogies were truly extravagant. They had mobilized more than 20 heavenly Tao realm experts and nearly 100 stars to form a powerful cauldron array. They were able to absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy to form a void suppression. At that moment, Yixian's killing intent was extremely cold. He wished he could immediately kill all these old fogies to vent his anger. But in fact, this was something he could not do at the moment. At the very least, it was impossible before he rushed out of the void furnace. The most important thing now was to rush out of here. Once he was outside the void furnace formation, everything would be fine. No, yes, the suppressive force of this cavern formation was too powerful. There was even a second power variation. This was clearly a killing force. Yi Xian was still fine inside the cavern star's core, but once he rushed out, the pressure he had to endure would be even heavier. Even with his peak heavenly Dao realm cultivation at the great circle of the 9th stage, he would probably be able to force his way out quickly. After all, his figure had yet to appear. The suppressive and killing force of the entire cavern formation was spread out evenly within the large cavern formed by nearly 100 stars. But, once his figure appeared, the 20 or so heavenly Dao remnants sitting in the eye of the formation would definitely activate the power of the cavern formation's field at the first moment, locking onto Yi Xian's aura and tracking and suppressing him. In that case, he would definitely be exhausted from running for his life. He would not even be able to protect himself. How would he have the strength to break through the suppression of the cavern formation and rush out of the void covered by the formation's field? Perhaps, in the face of such a predicament, the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle would be a good choice. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and his eyes instantly burst out with light. He thought of the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had just completed its 9th refinement. For example, compared to the previous Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, the power of today's Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle was obviously no longer the same. This point, just from the addition of the word Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. There was no need to say much about its speed. After all, its grade had been upgraded from the previous starry sky level to the current desolate level. Except in addition to this, other powers were also worth looking forward to. If there were no accidents, once it was used, it could penetrate the void and roam freely, and it could also launch an attack formed by the Red Lotus Hellfire. And, moreover, due to the special nature of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles, must be even more powerful. Yi Xian had even thought that if he could use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field, of course, this idea was almost unrealistic. Whether it could directly break through the weaker invisible barrier of the Source Nest star was still unknown. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, using the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to just rush out of the suppression of the cavern formation should not be a problem. What was perfect was that the current void-shattering shuttle, after this fusion, had been newly integrated with the elements of the Red Lotus Hellfire. If Yi Xian entered the void-shattering shuttle and urged it to rush out of the cavern formation, at that time, a large amount of Red Lotus Hellfire would appear on the surface of the shuttle as a cover. Everything would be unknown, and the more than 20 remnants of the Heavenly Way sitting in the eye of the formation would most likely think that this was the Red Lotus Hellfire rushing out of the cavern. If he hurriedly dodged, he would be afraid that it would be too late. It was absolutely impossible for him to guide the power of the Great Furnace Formation's domain to intercept and attack the void-shattering shuttle. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would be able to easily charge out of the void furnace formation. Thinking of doing it, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh, with a very weak sound of breaking through the air, a black and red light quietly flashed, and under the wind, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was 1,000 feet long. Now the void-shattering shuttle had reached the level of a desolate era supreme treasure. Not only was the internal space extremely huge, like a star, even the size of the shuttle had long been controlled. With a thought, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out of the void-shattering shuttle's 1,000 feet long body. Each flower was only a few feet in size, in the shape of a red lotus, and looked incomparably beautiful, but invisibly emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There were more than 1,000 of these red lotuses, covering the entire body of the void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a large canopy of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Very quickly, the 300-meter-long void-shattering shuttle shrank to only a few dozen meters. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the interior of the ship. He activated the power of his domain with all his might and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. If he wanted to rush out of this void furnace formation in one go. With a thought from Yi Xian, the red lotus karmic fire gushed out from the void-shattering shuttle. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they enveloped the entire void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a huge cloud of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. After completing all this, he shrunk the void-shattering shuttle from 1,000 feet long to only a few dozen feet long. Then, his figure flickered and entered the interior of the shuttle. He fully activated the power of the domain and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. Whoosh, the void-shattering shuttle was too fast. Along with the roaring sound of flames, the void-shattering shuttle, which was enveloped by thousands of red lotus karmic fire, rushed out of Hong Kei's cavern star in the blink of an eye. Without any pause, it shot out of the void furnace formation. At this moment, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 heavenly Dao's old monsters of the Chaos Starfield were still sitting in the 20 or so planets that served as the core of the formation. They were fully activating the power of the Universal Furnace Formation's domain to suppress the cavern world in the center of the furnace. When the formation was activated, Hong Tao had already activated the power of the domain of the Cosmos Furnace Formation to enter the parallel void. He saw Yixian, who was holding up a light screen to protect himself. He immediately withdrew his divine sense. According to his calculations, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, should be able to hold on for about half a month. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to collect the spoils of war. According to the time, they still had to wait for a few more days, but whether it was Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, or the other survivors of the heavenly Dao, none of them had expected that at this very moment, the red lotus karmic fire, which was about 100 feet long, would rush out from the interior of Hong Kei's cavern star. In the blink of an eye, it was heading towards the edge of the Qianquan furnace formation. There happened to be a main array core star in that direction, and the remnant of the heavenly Dao who was guarding this main array core star happened to be Hong Jiang. Damn it, what happened? Why would the red lotus karmic fire rush out? Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically when he saw the red lotus karmic fire rush out of Hong Kei's cavern star. His body swayed and he rushed out of the star's main formation. When he arrived in the void above the star, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? The red lotus karmic fire was aimed directly at the main array core star that he was guarding, so he had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, once he came into contact with it, he would instantly ignite the sins of his life, turning into an invisible karmic fire that burnt his body and soul. It was impossible to extinguish. Even if he was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Eh? Yixian immediately saw through the clues as soon as Jiangchen charged out of the main array core within the planet. Hong Jiang was Hong Fei's elder brother. The two brothers looked 80% similar, so Yixian could naturally recognize him. At this moment, he instantly understood everything. So it turned out that the 7th level Heaven's Dao that he had killed in the boundless darkness in front of the right section of the left bank was actually from the Chaos Lax Star region. Moreover, it seemed to be related by blood to this peak Heaven's Dao of the Chaos Lax Star region. In this way, everything that had happened before could be explained. This group of old guys had planned this all along. They deliberately did this, so it was understandable that he was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Phew, as these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind, his killing intent was immediately aroused. He could ignore the other survivors of the heavenly Dao in the Chaos Starfield, but he definitely could not let this guy go, because the enmity between them could not be resolved. He immediately activated the void-shattering shuttle, and in a flash, it shot toward Hong Jiang in the left side of the void in front of him. Damn it, what's going on? Hong Jiang had just rushed out of the main formation core star in order to avoid the red lotus karmic fire that was heading straight for the star. However, at this moment, the red lotus karmic fire that was rushing toward the star suddenly changed its direction and shot toward him, catching him off guard and instantly changing his expression. Phew. Before Hong Jiang could react, Yixian had already activated the attack field of the void-shattering shuttle. In an instant, the red lotus karmic fire that enveloped the void-shattering shuttle roared and turned into a sea of red flames, surrounding Hong Jiang in the blink of an eye. The old man was just about to retreat when he realized that the red lotus karmic fire was blocking his path. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he immediately froze in midair. His face was pale, and his soul was shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian also stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle and activated the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Not only did he conceal his body, but he also completely restrained his aura. Even Han Jiang, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, could not sense him at all. Go. The moment he stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian was already in his violent ape form, and he also took out the big-headed black stick. However, Hong Jiang and the others were completely unaware of all this. Roar, Kacha, silently sneaking behind Hong Jiang, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, directly smashing toward Hong Jiang's head. At the same time, he also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a thunderbolt exploded above Hong Jiang's head. Startled, amidst the crisp sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of Hong Jiang's head. In an instant, Hong Jiang was struck dizzy. Before he could recover, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black stick landed squarely on Hong Jiang's head. The old guy had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. The whistling sound of the wind sounded in an instant. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first time, and a majestic invisible qi whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist. However, he did not send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This was because the vitality of the remnant powerhouses was not as rich as that of the fierce beasts. Even the remnants of the natural law were the same, and they could not be refined into the natural law blood essence. But he could not waste it either. He could give it to the high-level members of the fierce beast army under the magic hall to devour. There would definitely be a lot of benefits. Whoosh, as Hong Jiang's body exploded, there was also a faint sound of breaking through the air. A light shot out and was caught by Yi Xian. It was a Qianquan bag, and its grade was quite extraordinary. It was the storage magic treasure of the old monster Hong Jiang. This was the result of Yi Xian deliberately holding back. After all, the remnant powerhouses were different from the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qianquan bags. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly spread into the bag. After a sweep, his face immediately showed a look of joy. As expected of the peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. This old guy was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qianquan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qianquan bags. Because of this, Yi Xian deliberately took away Hong Jiang's Qianquan bag when he killed him. After extending his divine sense into it, with just a sweep, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. This old guy was indeed a peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. He was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qianquan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Originally, he just wanted to kill the old guy to prevent future trouble, but he didn't expect to obtain so many cultivation resources. All of them were top-grade items, especially those several kinds of natural law original liquid, which completely caught Yi Xian off guard. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The Chaos Lac star field had half of the Chaos Lac manuscript. The higher-ups of the heavenly way in the star field must want to have the opportunity to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao liquid in the future, so it was natural for them to collect some natural law original liquid. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart moved. He turned around and looked at the other stars. There were still more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao present, so they definitely had some heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. If they missed such an opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. Moreover, he had to get the other half of the Chaos Lac manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. In addition, this group of old guys had plotted against him previously. Now that he had made a move to punish them and kill them instead, it was natural. At this time, the corner of the void where he was still enveloped by the majestic sea of karmic fire from the void-shattering shuttle. The people outside didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't dare to extend their divine sense, afraid that they would touch the karmic fire and bring disaster to themselves. It was a good opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With this thought, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He still used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body and restrain his aura, but he left the sea of karmic fire behind. He also left the void-shattering shuttle in it, and rushed to the other main formation core star nearby. Soon, he arrived at the 6th star. The person overseeing this star was a 3rd-stage heavenly way. Yi Xian went behind him and directly hit him with his staff. Bang! Whoosh, a loud sound came from the sky, and the 3rd-stage survivor's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his storage magic treasure also shot over and landed in Yi Xian's hand. There were indeed a lot of top-notch cultivation resources inside, but they couldn't be compared to Hong Zhang's, and there was only one type of heavenly way origin liquid. After waving his hand and putting away the storage magic treasure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, "Roar, Walala!" At the same time this attack was completed, his body was also exposed and revealed in the void, so there was no need to hide anymore. Looking up, with the first roar, there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately afterwards, in 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. 3 When the great Blood Sea Avatar appeared, the cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm's 9th stage. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, to appear here. He was clearly trapped in the parallel void where the passageway deep in Hong Kei's cave abode was connected, but now, he suddenly appeared. Instantly, the surrounding void fell into a dead silence. Including Hong Tao, the other 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian with their mouths slightly agape. Their minds rumbled as they didn't understand what had happened. As for Yi Xian, he did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. The 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power's final form, the Devil Ape true body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged out from the 3 devil bodies. It was as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew! Phew! At the same time, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. With a faint sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. The Shinno medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black cudgel was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential ferocious aura. Walala! Black with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a vast sea of 9 colored flames. This sea of 9 colored flames instantly condensed to its limits, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. After a few spirals, it wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from its chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Swish! The skeleton avatar still did not use the fallen skybow this time, but with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns, and its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was used, the withered demon blade and the demonic blade instantly let out an earth-shattering roar. The invisible ferocious and violent intent was simply shocking to the ears. On the spot, Hong Tao and the other 20 or so remnants of the heavenly Tao in the distant void all trembled violently. As their expressions changed drastically, they finally came back to their senses. They immediately gasped and cried out in shock. Oh my god. Oh my god, the master of the magic hall, Xian. Damn it, what the hell happened? Isn't he trapped in that parallel void? How did he suddenly come to the outside world? And it's so quiet. Hiss. It's over, it's really over this time. The Red Lotus Hellfire just now must be related to him. The second Elder Hongjiang is still trapped in the Hellfire Sea. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. It's really unpredictable. Without waiting for the exclamations from the surrounding void to end, the three-headed, six-armed Xian had already waved his hand suddenly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ching in an instant, with the sound of the flame wave, the Hellfire Sea in the void not far away shrank instantly and all retreated into the void-shattering shuttle. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The void-shattering shuttle, which was still only 90 feet in size, and the surface of the shuttle was still covered with more than 1,000 Red Lotus Hellfire. In an instant, it turned into a red light and shot to Yixian's feet. Here at that time, although Yixian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had shrunk his body and was only about 3 meters tall. When the void-shattering shuttle arrived at his feet, it was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring, suppressing Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a moment of deathly silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the air. Damn it, he actually refined the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Run. Following a flash of red light, the 90-foot-long void-shattering shuttle instantly arrived beneath Yixian's feet. It was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring. This scene was so unexpected that it stunned Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the void. Damn it, he has really refined the Red Lotus Hellfire. Screech. The roar sounded, waking up all the remnants of the heavenly Tao who had fallen into a daze again. Immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly again. As they sucked in cold breaths, they exclaimed with endless shock. In an instant, they roared again like a tide. It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. All the previous calculations have gone down the drain. The consequences are even more unimaginable. Hiss. He's too savage. As soon as he appeared, he killed a heavenly Tao elite with a single strike. This guy is already enraged. This time, we're really in trouble. Heavens, where's Elder Hongjiang? That sea of hellfire shrank and shot over to the feet of the magic hall master, but Elder Hongjiang's figure is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Damn it. We've been tricked. When the Red Lotus karmic flames charged out from Hong Kei's abode star earlier, the hall master of the Devil Hall was definitely hiding within it. Elder Hongjiang was killed by him silently in a moment of carelessness, too savage. In just a short moment, he killed 2 heavenly Tao elites. The losses are too heavy. It's simply unbearable. Fellow Taoists, retreat immediately and avoid the danger. The Great Furnace Formation has been broken, and this violent ape will soon show its ferocious power. We can't fight against it. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as these shocked cries sounded, more than 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao, including Hong Tao, rushed out of the main formation core star. The Great Furnace Formation instantly collapsed, and these 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao were like stray dogs. They turned around and fled in all directions. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? In the face of all this, Yixian immediately sneered. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, and with a thought, he instantly activated the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle under his feet. Whoosh, the sound of flames rang out, and his figure stood on the space-shattering shuttle covered in a large amount of Red Lotus hellfire. Like a demon god descending to the world, he shot forward. His speed was too fast, and even Yixian could not reach it with his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind a remnant of the heavenly Tao who had turned around and fled. Roar, crack. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. As it raised its head and roared, the big-headed black staff suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar, smashing towards the head of this remnant of the heavenly Tao. The fog avatar cooperated and directly activated the spiritual source core suspended in the sea of consciousness in its head. The spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a lightning bolt exploded above the old man's head. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of his head. All of this happened too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. No one expected Yi Xian's speed to be so terrifying that even a heavenly Dao realm expert was caught off guard. The blood-colored lightning struck down, and in an instant, this remnant of the heavenly Dao was in a daze. Before he could recover, the big-headed black staff had already smashed down, bang. There was no suspense as the big-headed black staff landed squarely on his head. The old man's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it into his body. Similarly, this remnant storage Dharma treasure was not destroyed. It had been deliberately left behind by Yi Xian. Now, it had transformed into a beam of light and shot over. After it landed in his hand, Yi Xian did not investigate it because there was no need. He directly stored it in his undying world. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian charged out of the primordial fire cave abode star to the moment he killed the third remnant of the heavenly Dao from the primordial fire star domain, it had only taken a little more than 10 seconds. When every heavenly Dao realm expert had to cultivate for countless years to reach their present height. The amount of tribulations they had to go through during this period was uncountable. Yet now, in a short period of over 10 breaths of time, 3 such supreme existences had perished. All of this was simply like a dream. However, when it entered into the eyes of Hong Tao and the other experts of the Heaven Dao in Chaos Lac Stellar region, the shock and horror they felt was utterly impossible to be described with words. If they were not careful, their countless years of bitter cultivation and all the tribulations they had gone through would vanish in an instant. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the hearts of these old fellows trembled. At this moment, the fear in their hearts was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. An intense sense of life and death crisis that they had never felt before caused all of them to be terrified. They were just short of trembling, there was hesitation, but there was no reason for them to stay. The remaining 21 remnant of the heavenly Dao from the primordial fire star domain pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme. They gritted their teeth and fled in all directions. Although, this kind of appearance like a stray dog really made people blush, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Even the great elder Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was running for his life. What else was there for them to be concerned about? If you still want to escape, this lord will catch up with you one by one and kill all of you. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As soon as he finished his words, he immediately activated the void-breaking shuttle under his feet again. Whoosh, the sound of waves roaring sounded again. His figure stood on the void-breaking shuttle covered with a large amount of red lotus hellfire. His speed was simply too fast. In less than half a breath's time, he, who was like a demon god descending to the world, shot forward. In an instant, he was behind another remnant of the heavenly Dao, less than 1,000,000 miles away. Roar. Rumble. The next moment, the violent ape raised his head and roared. The devil ape real body, which had shrunk in size and was only a few feet tall, suddenly expanded. It directly turned into a terrifying figure that was millions of miles long. The 1,000,000 miles between it and the remnant of the heavenly Dao in front of it disappeared instantly. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. As his body expanded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. As his body grew larger, the big-headed black stick, which was now like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, was swung high up and smashed down, bang. Compared with the big-headed black cudgel at this moment, the figure of this remnant of the natural law was like a star compared with a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. When the cudgel hit him, an explosive sound was heard in an instant. His running figure instantly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Then, Yi Xian waved his hand. Together with the storage magic treasure that fell out of his body when his figure exploded, it was swept up together and directly kept in the undying world in his body. In just a breath's time, another remnant of the heavenly Dao was killed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was simply too fast. It was simply outrageous and made people feel despair. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Dao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense. revealing a pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was too fast. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao were no match for it. Now, just a breath's time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. Thinking of this, Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a strong pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." As the voice of this divine sense sounded out, Hong Tao's figure that was originally moving forward abruptly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with fear as he turned around to look at Yixian. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Since he had expressed his stance, the other remnant of the heavenly Tao naturally knew what to do. Although they were hesitant, they were not too conflicted. One after another, they all stopped and stood in the void in the distance. With uncertainty, they looked at Yixian. Including Hong Tao, there were a total of 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings. Their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9. Now, they were all standing in the void. Although they were in different directions, the expressions on their faces all revealed fear and anxiety. Just now, although they had lost 4 remnant of the heavenly Tao, they were the ones who attacked Yixian first. Although there was a reason for this, it was Hong Zhang's karma and had nothing to do with them. For example, today, Hong Jiang had already fallen. If they used the matter of Hong Fei being killed by Yixian as an excuse, it would seem even more feeble. Even more moreover, now that Yixian had subdued and refined the Red Lotus Hellfire, this meant that he had obtained half of the incomplete manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Kei had left in the parallel void. In other words, Yixian already had the ability to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. They naturally desired the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Moreover, before Hong Kei left, he had indeed made arrangements to take care of the remnant of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not want to become enemies with Yixian. Previously, they had offended him, but now, they only hoped to bury the hatchet. Otherwise, Hong Kei's painstaking efforts to take care of them before he left would go to waste, and they would basically have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The reason why Hong Tao suddenly begged for mercy and took the initiative to say that he was willing to cut himself off as an apology was actually not entirely because he was afraid of Yixian. This was just one of the reasons. Most of all, the main reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to mend his relationship with Yixian. This was something that the other 19 remnant of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of. Although they were very afraid of Yixian, they wanted to obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir more. Therefore, after hearing Hong Tao's words, they all gritted their teeth and stopped moving. They looked at Yixian anxiously with hope in their hearts. "What? You finally figured it out?" Yixian was well aware that they had half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript in their hands. At the same time, he could roughly guess what these old fellows were planning to do at this moment. Therefore, Yixian was not worried at all. When they all stopped moving and turned to look at him, he immediately shrunk his body. Even the void-shattering shuttle under his feet, which was covered by thousands of red lotuses of karmic fire, was kept into his body with a wave of his hand. However, he still maintained his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was only about 3 feet tall. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies shone with a fierce light, and he looked at all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were standing hundreds of billions of miles away. Then, he put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "I have roughly guessed the reason for what happened just now. Although it may not have been your intention, it is a fact that you participated in the encirclement to kill me." It cannot be denied, although his tone was tough, at least Yixian had stopped his previous pursuit. This meant that there was something to talk about. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 old monsters of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield exchanged glances across the distant void. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they all moved to within 5 billion miles of Hong Quebec. Then, after that, Hong Kei, who was in charge of Hong Kei Starfield, squeezed out an awkward smile and cupped his fists at Yixian. "Fellow Daoist Yi, you must have realized it." "That's right. Hong Fei, who was killed by you back then, was a remnant of the heavenly Tao from Hong Ke Starfield. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the second elder, Hong Jiang. Although it was not a misunderstanding that we attacked fellow Daoist Yi, we had no choice. After all, Hong Jiang was the second elder of Hong Ke Starfield, and his cultivation was the same as mine. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage, so, sigh. At this point, Hong Ke paused for a moment and sighed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Now that Hong Jiang is dead, he reaped what he sowed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I said that I was willing to give fellow Daoist Yi an explanation and cut myself off as an apology. I hope that fellow Daoist Yi can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? It's not impossible for us to let bygones be bygones, but that depends on your sincerity. A bright light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. All 20 of you participated in today's matter. Therefore, if we want to let bygones be bygones, everyone has to show their sincerity. If anyone wants to go back on their word, I will keep an eye on them. Just now, I killed 4 old monsters of the heavenly Tao. There were peak heavenly Tao cultivators at the peak of the 9th stage, and there were also existences at the early, middle, and late stages of the 9th stage. Therefore, I have a rough idea of what treasures and resources you have. Let's not talk about the other battle weapons and magic treasures. I'm not interested in them, but all kinds of top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially the heavenly Tao origin liquid, absolutely cannot be lacking. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Just the early-stage heavenly Tao cultivator that I just killed had 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his storage magic treasure. Don't try to be careless about this matter. Hearing this, Hong Tao and the other 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao from Hong Ke Starfield who were standing in the void all frowned. What Xian said was indeed the truth. Every one of them had some heavenly Tao origin liquid, more or less. It was fine if they had other top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the heavenly Tao origin liquid was too precious. They were a little reluctant to part with it. This was the main ingredient to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid in the future. However, although they were unwilling, the other half of Hong Ke's incomplete manuscript had already fallen into Yixian's hands. Even the red lotus karmic fire, which was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid, had been taken away by Yixian. If they did not resolve their old grudges with Yixian and mend their relationship, no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had, they would not be able to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old monsters of the heavenly Tao exchanged glances again. Soon, they silently reached a consensus. Then, Hong Tao, the Starfield manager, gritted his teeth and looked at Yixian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, this old man and the others will accept it." At this moment, Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yixian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, we will accept it." Although the heavenly Tao origin liquid was precious and was the main ingredient for refining the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir, if they did not resolve their old grudges with Yixian and repair their relationship, they would not be able to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of heavenly Tao old monsters exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Now that Hong Tao had expressed his stance, it was enough to show their sincerity. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The 20 heavenly Tao old monsters, led by Hong Tao, gritted their teeth and waved their hands. Rays of light shot out and gathered at Yixian. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to Yixian and stopped abruptly in front of him. These were 20 storage Dharma treasures. Of course, they were not all of these old men's belongings. They only took out a portion of the top-grade cultivation resources and the heavenly Tao origin liquid, put them away with other storage Dharma treasures, and sent them out. The storage Dharma treasures in front of him were of all shapes and sizes, but the number was correct. There were 20 of them in total. In other words, including Hong Tao, the 20 heavenly Tao old monsters in the void all gritted their teeth and sacrificed their blood. There was no other way. For the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir, they could only bear the pain and give up their treasures. Moreover, Xian had just said that he would not let go of anyone who did not express their stance. This was not a joke, and no one dared to be the first one to stand out. Otherwise, not only would Xian not let him go, but the other heavenly dowled monsters would also not let him go. Naturally, Xian could not ask for more. Although Xian could snatch at himself even if these people did not take the initiative to cut themselves off as an apology, it would take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, he was not very interested in killing the masters of the remnant people. When he thought of killing a heavenly dowled monster but not being able to refine the majestic qi and blood in his body into a heavenly Dao blood essence, Xian felt excited. Not to mention, the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript that he needed was still in Hong Tao's hands. Hong Tao was a peak heavenly Dao at the pinnacle of the 9th level, so he was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Although Hong Jiang was also a peak old monster of this level, the reason why Xian was able to kill him so easily was because he was caught off guard. But now that Hong Tao was on guard, it was basically impossible for Xian to forcefully snatch the remaining half of the manuscript from him. So, not to mention that he didn't have the intention to annihilate all of these old fellows, even if he did, he could only go with the flow and fight with them for the sake of that half of the Hong Ke manuscript and the current situation. At the very least, he had to get his hands on the remaining half of the manuscript first. At this time, as the light shot over, it stopped abruptly in front of him and turned into 20 different storage magic treasures. Xian's divine sense also extended in at the first moment and began to investigate. These old fellows were quite sincere. After all, compared to Xian, they obviously hoped that the two sides could resolve their old grudges. Therefore, if the things that they took out as an apology were not enough, it would be too insincere. These 20 different storage magic treasures all contained many top-grade cultivation resources. There were all kinds of them, and some of them were not even in Xian's hands. It could be considered a great harvest. But what really made him happy was the Heavenly Dao Origin Treasure Liquid. 2 The 10 Heavenly Dao old monsters of the Hong Ke Starfield did indeed have the Heavenly Dao Origin Treasure Liquid in their hands, more or less. For example, today, as an apology gift, the 20 Heavenly Dao old monsters waved their hands and handed over 20 storage magic treasures. Other than various top-grade cultivation resources, there were also Heavenly Dao Origin treasures. The least was one type, while the most was probably from Hong Tao's hands. The fact that they actually gave 4 types of Heavenly Dao Origin treasures surprised Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, not bad, it seems that all of you are quite sincere. With a wave of his hand, the 20 storage magic treasures floating in front of Xian were all kept in the undying world within his body. At this time, the expression on his face had eased up a lot, and he even revealed a smile. He turned to look at everyone in the surroundings and changed the topic. Only then did he say, however, in order to completely write off the old grudges from before, this king still needs one last thing, that is the half of the manuscript that Senior Hong Ke left in your Hong Ke Starfield, the remaining half of the manuscript. One hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Including Hong Tao, the 20 Heavenly Dao old monsters standing in the void all had a change in expression. Their bodies trembled slightly as they sucked in cold breaths. Then, they all cried out involuntarily, "What? He actually wants us to hand over the remaining half of the manuscript? This is definitely impossible. Even if he wants to refine the Heavenly Dao 9 Great Dao Elixir, it has to be our Hong Ke Starfield that cooperates with him. This remaining half of the manuscript was left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. If we hand it over, what right do we have to obtain the Heavenly Dao 9 Great Dao Elixir? Too greedy, too impolite. We just gave out so many top-grade cultivation resources, including the Heavenly Dao Origin treasures. We haven't even warmed up yet, and he actually immediately made a new request. This magic hall master, Xian, is clearly insatiable. We've been tricked. He's blackmailing us, and his requests are getting more and more excessive. If we hand over the remaining half of the manuscript, this old man dares to guarantee that he will definitely make other requests. This person is not trustworthy, and we can't coexist with him. It's not too late to repent now. Grand Elder, there's no need to hesitate. Give the order and summon all the other fellow Taoists. At most, we'll fight to the death with him. The last 2 sentences were said by a bearded Heavenly Dao survivor. This person looked to be in his 40s, and was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was average, only at the third level of the heavenly Tao realm. However, his tone was not small, and it seemed that he had a bad temper. He actually urged Hong Tao to summon all the other heavenly Tao survivors back to the Hong K starfield. He wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three demon bodies as they focused their gazes on this third-level heavenly Tao survivor. Small, this lowly early-stage heavenly Tao actually dared to say such words in front of him. It was simply too disrespectful. Coincidentally, he needed someone to show his might. Since he wanted to be the one to take the lead, then he would do as he wished. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately circulated all the energy in his body and directly teleported close to Yi Xian's figure before striking out. Whoosh, kacha. Rumble. There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air, and at the same time, there was a cracking sound that shook one's soul. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh, at the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the three demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. Whoosh, kacha. Rumble, there was a weak sound of something tearing through the air and a cracking sound that shook one's soul. The next moment, the Black Fog Avatar used the spiritual lightning art. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh, at the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the three demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. TSK, it was all done in a hurry. No one expected that Yi Xian would actually attack after accepting the apology. Perhaps it was because of this that this old man dared to say those words just now. But now, he had reaped what he had sown. Before he could react, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black cudgel hit his body that was enveloped by the blood-colored lightning bolt. The old man had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Whoosh, the sound of the howling wind sounded in an instant. The Black Fog Avatar waved his hand at the first moment, and a majestic invisible force whistled out, absorbing the blood mist that had spread out into his body. Along with it, the storage magic treasure of this early-stage old monster also shot out. Yi Xian's divine sense probed inside, and the corners of his mouth instantly outlined a satisfied smile. Old monster, there were actually two types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in this guy's storage magic treasure. Previously, he had only handed over one type of heavenly Tao origin liquid. As expected, he still had some reservations, but now, all of them had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Division. In addition, Yi Xian had deliberately left half of his remnant soul behind this time. It was only at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, searching his soul was nothing more than a piece of cake. After obtaining this remnant soul, Yi Xian immediately began to search his soul. Previously, when he killed Hong Jiang and the other three, because he had acted too hastily, he had not been able to leave behind any remnant soul. Now, Yi Xian was using the opportunity of making an example of him to search his soul. His goal was to determine if the other half of the Hong K manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands. After all, Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Hong K star region. An important resource like the Hong K manuscript should be in his hands. However, after all, a guess was just a guess. Before it was confirmed, Yi Xian was still a little worried. None whether the other half of the Hong K manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands or someone else's, as long as he could confirm its whereabouts. Then, if the remaining 19 old fellows refused to submit and voluntarily handed over the manuscript, Yi Xian could at least lock onto the target and forcefully seize it. As the soul search began, he obtained the results he wanted in an instant. At this moment, the eyes of the three demon bodies shone with a burning light. Yi Xian exclaimed softly from Bao Yuan's mouth, "What? There's actually another portion of the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir?" This was simply too unexpected. The results of the soul search had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he confirmed that the other half of the Hongke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands, he had even obtained more important information. Hong Tao actually possessed a portion of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir of the Great Tao. This heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was only a small bottle. It was not enough to allow a heavenly Tao at the peak of the perfected 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. That would require at least 30 to 40 bottles. This, to Yi Xian, a completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was obviously more significant. After obtaining the manuscript of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir, he could study this completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir. Everything he needed could be used as a reference. This completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was left behind by Hong Ke before he left. It had been preserved in the Chaos K star domain for millions of years now. Hong had left behind this portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir as a sample in the Chaos K star domain. In the future, when a fated person entered the parallel void of his cave abode star and obtained the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire and have a reference when preparing to refine the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir. Damn it, fellow Daoistji, what are you trying to do? The previous matter has already been resolved. Why are you still attacking us? Could it be that you want to go back on your words? Going back on his words and being capricious, this person is too arrogant. If this continues, how can we cooperate? Idiot, damn you. Not only did you give away your life in vain, you even leaked more important information. This is simply infuriating. Previously, Yi Xian's attack was too shocking, and it was a thunderous method. In just half a breath, everything was over. Although there were 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao present, they were all caught off guard. Even Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the heavenly Tao, was unable to rescue them. By the time they reacted, everything had already been settled. Not only had that early stage old monster died, but his storage magic treasure had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the half-remnant soul that Yi Xian deliberately left behind had been searched by him, revealing even more important information. Such a result instantly caused an uproar. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and exclaimed in shock. The person in charge of the Chaos K star domain, Hong Ke, was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed the early stage old monster who had just been killed. He was simply unable to accomplish anything and was good at ruining things. What a joke. This palace is unhindered on the right bank, and even on the left bank, I can look down on all directions. How can I disdain something like going back on my words? After the soul search ended, the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao and the surrounding void cried out in alarm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted. Everything is just because you were too impatient. Just now, you took the initiative to say that you were willing to cut off your rights as an apology. Although this palace also had the same intention, I did not make a specific request. However, each of you immediately gave out a storage magic treasure. Admittedly, the cultivation resources in the 20 storage magic treasures can be considered sincere, but it does not mean that this palace has already approved. This palace then made a request for the other half of the Chaos K manuscript, and you immediately turned hostile. The guy who was killed just now even clamored in public that he would fight to the death with this palace. The reason why this palace killed him was just to remind everyone not to forget that today's matter. It was you who took the initiative to apologize to this palace, and not this palace who asked for peace. Now that this person has been killed, this palace will now make a request. If you agree, this palace will resolve the old grudges today and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if worse comes to worst, we can just fight again. What is this palace afraid of? At this point, Yi Xian's voice paused, and he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. Then, after that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. After that, he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. After that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. This time, Hong Tao and the others fell into silence and didn't go into an uproar. After all, Yi Xian had already mentioned the other half of the incomplete manuscript. As for the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, Ancestor Hong Ke had left behind a bottle in the Chaos Starfield as a sample. Since Yi Xian intended to refine the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, it was natural for him to ask for a sample of the elixir. They had already thought of this when this information was leaked through the Soul Search, so they weren't surprised at all. Moreover, what Yi Xian said just now was indeed reasonable. Although he stopped after Hong Tao expressed his willingness to apologize and didn't attack again, he didn't raise any conditions. Hong Tao and the others each gave out a storage magic treasure and thought that this matter was over. It was just their own wishful thinking at that time. After that, when Yi Xian proposed his conditions, the early-stage survivor of the Third Order of the Heavenly Tao flew into a rage because of his bad temper. He was indeed too impulsive to shout that he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed him out of warning, so they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. All in all, Yi Xian didn't go back on his words. He didn't formally propose any conditions at all. He just had the intention to reconcile, so how could he go back on his words? But now, after causing a small disturbance, Yi Xian's final request was already an unyielding stance. If they didn't agree, then the great battle that had just rested for a short while would begin again in an instant. Furthermore, Yi Xian's final request was made. Moreover, if they were to attack again this time, Yi Xian would be enraged and his methods would be even more ruthless. Even if they turned around and fled, the other survivors in the Great Flood Starfield wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be angered. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. The master of the magic hall would definitely do something like this in anger. At that time, the entire Chaos K star domain would be turned into a dead zone because of this. It was absolutely possible that no one would be left alive. And this kind of consequence, they definitely couldn't bear it. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 19 Heavenly Tao's old monsters fell into deep thought. Their expressions were conflicted and hesitant. But in the end, they exchanged glances with each other across the distant void, and they had no choice but to come to a consensus. Fellow Taoist Yi, since you've already refined the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void, you must have obtained the other half of the manuscript left behind by Ancestor Hong Ke in the parallel void. After a sigh, Hong Tao cupped his fists towards Yi Xian and then continued, previously, this old man did indeed hide the fact that the Chaos K star domain had the other half of the manuscript. However, fellow Taoist, you should understand, after all, the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir is no small matter. If the outside world knew that the Chaos K star domain had the other half of the manuscript and a sample of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, I'm afraid there would be all kinds of trouble. The reason why Ancestor Hong Ke left this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir in the Chaos K star domain was to ensure that the Chaos K star domain would be able to obtain a share of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir after it was refined by a fated person. This could be considered as the ancestors' painstaking effort to benefit the future generations. In that case, it's not that this old man absolutely cannot give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir to fellow Taoist Yi, but there must be additional conditions. Otherwise, since we can't obtain the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, this old man can just destroy the other half of the manuscript. I'm sure fellow Taoist Yi wouldn't want to see such an outcome, right? Are you threatening me? Yi Xian frowned. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies instantly shone with a cold light as they locked onto Hong Tao. A dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed spread out from their bodies and rapidly spread. This old man isn't threatening you, this old man is merely stating the stakes. Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to intend to submit, Hong Tao raised his hand and stroked his beard. He smiled and said, why don't fellow Taoist Yi listen to the additional conditions this old man mentioned before making a decision? This matter is actually not that complicated. This old man will give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir to fellow Taoist Yi, but fellow Taoist Yi must promise to help us refine the Heavenly Tao elixir into the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir. In addition, according to the rules set by Ancestor Hong Ke, if someone else provides the Heavenly Tao elixir for fellow Taoist Yi to refine the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, fellow Daoist Ji has the right to receive half of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir as a reward. As for this half of the reward, fellow Daoist Ji obviously can't take it all for himself. My Chaos K-star domain should share it equally with fellow Daoist Ji. This request isn't too much, right? After all, this is what happened to ancestor Hong K back then. There's a precedent. After pondering for a moment, Xian immediately asked, how many heavenly Dao elixirs do you have? We can refine 3 cauldrons in total. Hong Tao nodded and continued, in other words, we can gather 27 types of heavenly Dao elixirs and refine 3 cauldrons. That's enough. Alright, Xian immediately expressed his stance. This king swears on his Dao heart that if I get the half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir from you, I will help your Chaos K-star domain refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir after I fully comprehend the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. In the future, if other experts provide the heavenly Dao elixir and ask this king to refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir on their behalf, this king will receive half of the reward, and half of it will belong to your Chaos K-star domain. As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Tao and the other 19 heavenly Dao-old monsters standing in the surrounding void immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes shone brightly, and their faces were filled with joy. They did not expect Xian to be so easy to talk to. It was one thing for him to help them refine the 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, but the key was that Xian would receive half of the reward. Although they had requested for 50% of the reward, they still had a bottom line. At the very least, they could accept 30% of the reward. However, there was no need to consider or be conflicted about all of this. This master of the magic hall was quite magnanimous. Without saying a word, he decided on a 50-50 distribution plan. To them, it was simply an unexpected gain. Moreover, Xian had already sworn a Dao heart oath. At this level, he definitely would not joke about a Dao heart oath. Otherwise, if his Dao heart was damaged in the future, it would definitely be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Moreover, Hong Tao had already found out through some kind of channel that Patriarch Hong K, who had left 1,000,000 years ago, would return soon. 1,000,000 years had passed, and since Patriarch Hong K was returning now, his cultivation must have already broken through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm. With such a great Dao expert returning, they were not worried that Xian would go back on his word. Whoosh! The sound of the air rang out, and a ray of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xian and abruptly stopped in the void. It was a storage magic treasure. If there was no accident, it should contain the half of Hong K's manuscript that Xian needed, as well as the bottle of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir as a sample. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xian immediately extended his divine sense into it. After a brief investigation, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly relaxed. Chu Feng stored it. There was indeed a jade slip in this magic treasure. It was exactly the same as the fiery red jade slip he had obtained in the parallel void connected to Hong K's cave mansion star. Even the aura was the same. It was obviously the other half of the manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. And, in addition, there was also a small emerald bottle in the storage magic treasure. The bottle was filled with a golden red liquid. It was quite thick and emitted an extremely pure energy aura. The power of the Heaven Dao realm must be the so-called 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. After withdrawing his divine sense, Xian flipped his hand and stored the storage magic treasure into his body. Walala. At this moment, the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms collapsed in the void, turning into a sea of blood. In an instant, it condensed into a faint blood light. With a flash, the human form of Xian stepped out of it. Fellow Taoists, I will definitely fulfill my promise. But now, I need to return and comprehend the treasured liquid manuscript left behind by Senior Hong Quebec. Once I've comprehended everything, I will naturally return and refine the 3 cauldrons of Grand Dao treasured liquid for all of you. While speaking, Xian cupped his fist and bowed to Hong Tao and the others in the surrounding void. In that case, I will take my leave first. Everyone. See you again in the future. Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, Xian waved his hand and directly tore a crack in the void in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. After he left, Hong Tao and the others in the void immediately moved and gathered together. They looked at each other and frowned. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Everything that happened today had caught them off guard. Although everything had come to an end, they were still unable to calm down. Forget it, in the entire Chaos Lac Star field, 5 heavenly Dao monsters had died. This was definitely a huge loss, but compared to the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, it was nothing. The 5 heavenly Dao monsters had already died, so there was no point in dwelling on this matter. To the 19 of them, the most important thing was the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that could help them break through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm in the future. The 9 heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. He shouldn't be playing any tricks, right? After a short moment of silence, more than 10 heavenly Dao monsters in the Chaos Lac Star field looked at each other with uneasiness on their faces, and continued to speak. That's right, although an oath cannot be broken, he can definitely drag on the time. If he drags on for too long, we can't sit still and look for him. At that time, he can find an excuse and have no choice but to give in and take the initiative to reduce the 50% quota. This shouldn't happen, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily just now. Moreover, although the master of the magic hall is cruel and ruthless, his temperament has always been straightforward. He shouldn't be playing such tricks. Wen Yun said. Everyone nodded, and the expressions on their faces relaxed. The hearts in their throats finally settled down. It wasn't that they were too conflicted, but that the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was too important to them. They couldn't afford to lose it, so they couldn't help but be worried. Alright, this matter has come to an end. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, needs time to comprehend the manuscript left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. We don't need to be too conflicted. After that, Hong Tao said, not to mention that this old man obtained guidance from the life token of the ancestor of the Great Fire Hall 10 years ago, and I started to deduce. If nothing unexpected happens, then ancestor Hong K will definitely return within 100 years. He left to search for a place to enter into closed-door cultivation and charge into the primordial chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao for 1,000,000 years. Since he's returned now, then he has definitely broken through smoothly. In other words, a primordial chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao realm will appear in my ancient K starfield soon. It's fine if the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, is honest, and we only have to sit back and take 50% of the profits when he refines the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in the future. If he tries to play tricks. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on Hong Tao's face, and he grunted coldly before continuing. Humph. Humph. At that time, even if we agree, ancestor Hong K won't let the matter rest. After all, how could the Red Lotus karmic fire and the secret technique to refine the ancestor's treasure elixir that he left behind be obtained by just anyone? Everyone instantly came to an understanding when they heard this, and their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor while pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Only now did they understand the true purpose of ancestor Hong K's arrangements. So it turned out that he left the 2 manuscripts and the Red Lotus karmic fire in the ancient K starfield for the sake of finding a successor to help refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in the ancient K starfield. Of course, the successor was just a nice name. If it was really put to the truth, then it was nothing more than free labor. Moreover, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, had already made a Dao oath that he couldn't go back on his word. So long as he helped someone refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, then he had to hand over half of the profits to the ancient K-Star. On the other hand, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, required a large amount of 9 heavenly Dao elixir himself, and the heavenly Dao elixir he collected was definitely not enough. After all, he still had the enormous magic hall and countless subordinates under his command. So therefore, even if the ancient K-Starfield continued to receive half of the profits for free, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, he had also benefited from it. In the end, the ancient K starfield was simply the biggest winner. They didn't need to do anything and would be able to receive half of the profits from the master of the magic hall, Xianxia. Moreover, it was long-term. It was simply a win-win situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old fellows was immediately overjoyed. They no longer hesitated and returned to their respective immortals' caves. All they had to do now was wait. Once the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, fully comprehended the 9 heavenly Dao elixir refinement manuscripts left behind by ancestor Hong K, they would be able to obtain an endless supply of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this, including the schemes of these old fellows. After leaving the ancient K starfield, he didn't return to the right bank. Instead, he once again headed to the dark void in front of the left bank. Rip. Crack. With the sound of a silk cloth, a spatial rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. That was the abandoned planet where he had entered seclusion when he was attempting to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here once again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the manuscripts left behind by Hong K. Rip. Crack, with the sound of a cloth, a void rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. After leaving the Chaos K stellar domain, he did not return to the right bank. Instead, he came to the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the left bank. Right, the abandoned planet in front of him was where he had entered seclusion when attempting to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the 9 treasures elixir manuscript left behind by Hong K. Yi Xian was already well aware of Hong Tao's schemes. He wasn't so easy to fool. It was impossible to fool him into working as a free labor force for the Chaos Starfield in order to obtain the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir of the Great Dao. Although the Yi Xian alliance had sworn a Dao oath, Hong Tao and company were still unable to succeed in this matter. However, after thoroughly studying the manuscript left behind by Hong K, Yi Xian would definitely fulfill his promise to refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir for them. He had obtained the manuscript from the Chaos K stellar domain, as well as a bottle of the 9 treasures elixir as a sample. It was only right for him to refine 3 cauldrons for them. However, apart from the 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir, the Chaos K stellar domain's heavenly Dao patriarchs could forget about obtaining half a bottle of 9 treasures elixir from Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only promised that if he helped them refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would split half of the reward equally with the Chaos K stellar domain. However, he had no intention of helping others refine it. Apart from the 3 cauldrons he had promised Hong Tao and company, even if Yi Xian wanted to refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would only refine 1 cauldron for himself to test its effects. After 1 cauldron, it was impossible for him to refine more. This was because from his point of view, it was not worth it. Refining a cauldron of the 9 treasures elixir required 9 different heavenly Dao origins liquids. The total number of 9 treasures elixir after it was refined was 81 bottles. Although, it was said that a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage would only need about 40 bottles of 9 treasures elixir to reach the primordial chaos Dao realm after entering seclusion. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, the 9 treasures elixir, Hong K, who had created the 9 treasures elixir, had left for millions of years, but they still had not come out of seclusion. The first type required millions of years to break through, while the other type only required a few years. The advantages and disadvantages of each type were already clear at a glance. It could even be said that Hong K's 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir couldn't compare to the level 31 Grand Mist pellet that Yi Xian was preparing. They were on completely different levels. The reason why he wanted the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir was because he felt that other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, there was a high possibility that other elements would be added into the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir. And these elements might be the idea behind the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was only using it as a reference. Once he was inspired by it and deduced the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill, this so-called 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir would instantly become trash to him. How would Yi Xian be interested in refining it? This was something he was certain of in his heart, yet Hong Tao and the others were completely unaware of it. It could only be said that no matter how much that group of old fellows planned, they still missed something in the end, and they were bound to rejoice in vain. Whoosh, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a shake of his shoulders, Yi Xian's entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the core of this abandoned planet. After retracting his aura, he immediately sat down cross-legged. 1. With a wave of his hand, all the storage magic treasures that he had obtained in the Chaos K star field shot out and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. He quickly categorized all the items in the storage magic treasures and stored all the top-grade precious materials, elixirs, and cultivation resources into the undying world within his body. Division. In addition, there were close to 20 different types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir and more than 30 portions. This was because some of the Heavenly Great Tao elixir were the same and were considered duplicates. As such, in addition to the few types that he already had, Xian had a total of 27 types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir and more than 40 portions in total. Refining a cauldron of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir required 9 different types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. In other words, if Xian wanted to refine it, the amount of Heavenly Great Tao elixir he had was enough to refine 3 cauldrons of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. At most, he would refine 1 cauldron. The rest of the Heavenly Great Tao elixir would be kept and used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. After counting the spoils of war, he immediately took out the bottle of 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir and injected his divine sense into it. While comprehending the 2 fiery red jade slips, he also compared them with the sample of 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir in his hand. Unknowingly, his mind was immersed in it and gradually forgot about himself. Half a month later, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of enlightenment. He muttered softly, "So that's how it is." It seems that the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir is only SOSO. Xian had already completely comprehended the secret method to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid that K had left behind, as well as its train of thought. To be honest, although it was amazing, it was more than just a little bit inferior to his level 31 Grand Mist treasure pill. It could be said that it was completely incomparable. It also strengthened Xian's determination not to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Although the Heavenly Great Tao elixir in his hands had reached 27 types and 40 portions, it was still not enough to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. How could he waste it on the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir that he didn't recognize? First, previously, he had even thought of refining a cauldron to test the effect, but now, he didn't even have this thought. Because according to his deduction, if he added the Heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir into the perfect formula of the 31 supreme primordial pellets, he would need a total of 81 types of Heavenly Tao elixir, 1 portion of each type, although he already had more than 40 portions in his hands, because some were similar, there were only 27 types. It was still far from enough. It's fine if I don't refine it. At least I can save 9 portions of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Although there are duplicates, I can find an opportunity to exchange with others in the future. After thinking for a while, Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Fortunately, I just happen to have a bottle. I can take advantage of this opportunity to break through again. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. After pondering for a while, Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he made a decision in an instant. Although I haven't refined it yet, I have a bottle in my hand. Furthermore, I can take advantage of this opportunity to conveniently break through my cultivation. Xiao. After making a decision, he immediately waved his hand and took out the Shinong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended within the core. Its aura was completely concealed. Then, Xian stepped into it and sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After he was ready, Xian waved his hand again. Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including a bottle of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. However, he didn't take out the Desolate Sovereign or the Heavenly Great Tao blood essence. Heavens, the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir could help a peak Heavenly Great Tao elixir when breaking through to the Heavenly Great Tao realm. Moreover, it was quite obvious. Now that he was breaking through to the second stage of the Heavenly Great Tao realm, consuming 1 bottle was enough. There was no need for the Heavenly Great Tao blood essence to help him. Although he had 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences in his hands, they were to be used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. According to Xian's estimation, the level 31 primordial pill would most likely be different from the level 30 primordial pill from before. He might not be able to refine one primordial pill out of 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences. Extremely, it might be the same as the heavenly great Tao elixir that was about to be added, which would also require 81 heavenly great Tao elixir. After the refinement with 81 heavenly great Tao blood essences and 81 heavenly great Tao elixir, as well as the 5 elements elixir, it was very likely that there would only be one level 31 primordial pill. Therefore, he had to conserve as much of the heavenly great Tao blood essence as possible. After taking out all the resources, Xian did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately activated the Shenong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 The nascent soul fist ball melted the moment it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river that slowly flowed through Xian's body. As expected, the clanking of chains could be heard in an overwhelming manner. This time, the shackles that appeared in Xian's body were the same as before. There was only one shackle. After entering the desolate supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for 2 shackles to appear at the same time, much less the current heavenly Tao realm. Taking a deep breath, Xian focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the energy river that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, perhaps it was because he had consumed a bottle of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but when all the cultivation resources that Xian had swallowed melted and turned into a warm current that rapidly flowed through his meridians and limbs, he felt an intense piercing pain that he had never felt before. It was almost unbearable. After all, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was a supreme elixir that peak heavenly Tao experts at the 9th stage of perfection would consume when they were in seclusion to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. As for Xian, although he was at the 9th stage of perfection in the devil ape transformation, his true strength was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Now, when he was in seclusion to break through, he had already withdrawn from the 9th stage of the devil ape transformation. He had not even activated the devil ape transformation's bloodline ability. As such, it was only natural for a 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm to endure the intense medicinal effects of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. However, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. During this process, he even had to carefully experience the medicinal effects of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir to verify his understanding of the refinement method of this elixir. After an unknown period of time, when the energy river in his meridians was completely refined, Xian only needed to launch a single attack before the thick shackles in his body broke. At the same time, the anticipated system notification sounded in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current stage, 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current stage, 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. After calming his excited heart, he stood up and directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. His strength instantly soared to the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao. Immediately after, he directly used this ability to the 9th stage. A hint of expectation rose in his heart, but the result disappointed him once again. He shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile. It was also useless. After this breakthrough, he was still suppressed by the primordial Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the primordial Tao realm because of this, but remained at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although he was disappointed, he was already mentally prepared for this, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer worried about it. In the previous half a month, he had completely comprehended the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir left behind by Hong Quebec. For example, after personally swallowing a sample of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir and personally experiencing its medicinal effects, Xian now had a complete understanding of Hong K's 9 heavenly great Tao elixir and no longer had any doubts. Continue. Next, he would deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pellet. he would use the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir as a brand new element, just like the 5 elements medicinal catalyst used to refine the level 30 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. With this breakthrough, Xianxia's cultivation strength broke through from the first stage of the Heavenly Tao to the second stage of the Heavenly Tao. Although he was suppressed by the primordial Tao and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir to the 9th stage, he was still only at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even if they were all at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in strength. After this breakthrough, Xianxia's combat strength increased by another level, and so did his divine sense. First, previously, he had already started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill. Then, he handed it over to the devouring system in his body and allowed it to use all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Now that Xianxia's divine sense had increased by another level after his breakthrough, and with the addition of the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, he decided to make use of this opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill in one go. After all, he was now at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. After his cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage, he would need to consume a grade 31 primordial pill to enter seclusion and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Then after this breakthrough, Xianxia's cultivation strength had reached the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. In this way, if he calculated carefully, he was only 7 small stages away from consuming a level 31 primordial pellet. To others, these 7 small stages might require a long time to break through, but he was different. He couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, Xian decided to make use of this opportunity to completely deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill while adding the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir into the primordial pill formula. After making the decision, Xian immediately closed his eyes again. Previously, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was already in the process of being deduced. After Xian started, he handed this matter over to the devouring system in his body and let the system pour in all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Calculated had been some time since this matter. At this time, he contacted the devouring system in his body and found that the deduction process of the primordial pill formula was already 1/6 complete. Very quickly, Xian concentrated and threw away all other thoughts. There were no more distracting thoughts as all his mind was focused on this matter. The terrifying divine sense of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao was activated to the extreme. Cooperating with the devouring system in his body, he started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill with all his might. This time, in addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that had been added earlier, Xian also added the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that he had just thoroughly comprehended. It was injected into the pill formula as a brand new element. Very quickly, as the deduction began, Xian's mind was quickly immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything and even the existence of time was completely forgotten. After an unknown period of time, he who'd always had his eyes closed suddenly woke up, and a wisp of a burning bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even his breathing was slightly hurried, and he revealed a wisp of excitement that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. It was done, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally deduced. Xian's intuition was not wrong. The primordial pill was different from the Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. In addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that was added when refining the grade 30 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, there was indeed a need to add new elements. And the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that he had unintentionally started to pay attention to could indeed be used as a brand new element to integrate into the primordial pill. And he had already completed this point. Now, after adding the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally successfully deduced by him. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was the most powerful realm in this mysterious primordial chaos void after all. Hence, a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill was definitely not to be underestimated. The refinement conditions could be said to be extremely harsh. Even the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill from before was far from comparable, although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst had been added into the grade 10 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. the main pill ingredient was only the blood essence of a desolate supremacy. The number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixir that was refined was also related to the amount of blood essence of a desolate supremacy. If, indeed, the less blood essence of a desolate supremacy was used, the fewer grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined. Conversely, the number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined would also increase. The grade 31 primordial pill was different. In this aspect, the conditions were so harsh that Yi Xian was speechless. Refining a cauldron of grade 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly great Tao blood essences and an equivalent amount of 81 heavenly great Tao elixirs. In addition, there was also the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst. After investing so many top-notch resources to start refining, even if it was successful, there would only be one grade 31 primordial pill refined. It was simply outrageous. In order to refine a grade 31 primordial pill, the number of top-notch resources required was so high that it made one despair. Even the current Yi Xian had not collected all of them. It could even be said that he was lacking by a lot. Actually, other than the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst that he already had, he only had 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences. Until, as for the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, it was even less. It was said that there were more than 40 sets, but in reality, there were only 27 types. Compared to the 81 types that he needed, it was more than half. Looks like there's still a long way to go. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. As he muttered softly, there was a trace of helplessness that could not be dispersed. Whether it's the heavenly great Tao blood essence or the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, I still have to continue collecting them. The slaughter is far from over. Yes, the slaughter was indeed far from over. After all, he only had a gap in the heavenly great Tao blood essence, and there were more than 20 of them. If he included the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, then there would be even more. This was only assuming that he succeeded in refining the first batch. If the first batch failed, then the fun would be even bigger. Not only would he have to collect the heavenly great Tao blood essence and the heavenly great Tao origin liquid again, even the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was the same. Really, if that was the case, Yi Xian would probably be driven crazy by this matter. It was not completely impossible. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he instantly felt a strong sense of urgency. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish, with a wave of his hand, the Shenong cauldron transformed into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world sensed it, and there was an unexpected change in the void. Boom. Rumble, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shenong cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, the sound of rumbling thunder suddenly came without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be frightening to the ears. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's divine sense subconsciously extended out from the core of the star. He immediately saw that in the void outside the star, there was clearly not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Faintly, there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force that was rapidly condensing in the dark void above the star. Its power was so powerful and majestic that even Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th order great perfection heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. The primordial pill tribulation? As expected, it still came. As a dark light flashed in his eyes, Yi Xian's heart flashed with understanding, and he immediately muttered softly. Back then, when he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, there had been a heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Now that the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill had been deduced, this primordial void had sensed it, so it was natural for the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Boom. Rumble, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shenong cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, rumbling thunder suddenly sounded without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking. Everything happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was completely caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of understanding appeared on his face as he understood what had happened. Just as he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill, the primordial void had sensed it, and the primordial pill tribulation had immediately descended. He was completely unafraid of this, but he had other considerations. Frown, after pondering for a moment, a faint light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Shinnon cauldron that he had just stored into his body was brought out again. However, it was only about 10 feet in radius, and it hung above his head. As for Xian himself, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he once again sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star and sat down again. Buzz, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the Shinnon cauldron that was only about 10 feet in size above his head instantly poured out a 9-colored mist-like mist, enveloping Xian's body, leaving only a trace of qi leaking out. Attracting the faint reaction of the primordial void's operating laws, he did this to maintain the primordial pill tribulation that was gathering outside the star, so that the pill tribulation would always exist. However, because it sensed that Xian's qi was not complete, it was faintly discernible, so it only gathered and did not descend. The true power of the pill tribulation did not really strike down. After all this, Xian closed his eyes and meditated like an old monk. He completely ignored the primordial pill tribulation that continued to exist in the dark void outside the star, as if he was waiting for something. Rumble, rumble. In the dark void outside the abandoned star, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder was still there, and it did not stop for a moment. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be hair-raising. This, however, the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, countless ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Dao experts in the remnant star region in the distance all sensed it one after another. Hiss! Hiss! This time, the rumbling of the primordial pill tribulation resounded incessantly. In the surroundings of the star field where Xian was in seclusion, 66 sounds of silk being torn could be heard one after another. Void cracks appeared in the void, both near and far. From each crack, a figure stepped out. They were either remnants of the Desolation era or ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Obviously, they were all from different forbidden lands of the ferocious beasts and remnants of the Desolation era. However, there was one thing in common. These remnant world experts and astral beasts that came were all heavenly Dao realm existences without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. The reason why they kept coming here was all because of the primordial pill tribulation that had locked onto the abandoned star where Xian was in seclusion. This area was not too far away from the left and right banks of the Milky Way. The dark void in front of the left and right banks could be said to be endless, but this place was not considered to be deep in it. And the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinary. Although it was not as terrifying as the real primordial lightning tribulation, it was far from what an ordinary heavenly Dao lightning tribulation could compare to. It was a power that was between the two, so it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Time slowly passed. Xian sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star. His body was enveloped by the 9-colored mist from the Shinnon treasure cauldron that hung above his head, isolating his aura. Only a trace of it leaked out. Therefore, the invisible primordial pill tribulation that shrouded the dark void above the abandoned star continued to condense. Although the rumbling sounds were shocking, they did not condense. This state unknowingly lasted for 3 days. For 3 days, the commotion here was enough to attract the attention of all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. In these 3 days, the number of heavenly beasts and heavenly Dao remnant citizens that came after hearing the news numbered in the thousands. However, this was clearly not the total number of heavenly Dao realm existences in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. Many heavenly Dao experts did not come at all, but even so, the lineup of thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Dao remnant citizens was absolutely terrifying. Even Xian had never seen it before. In fact, it had not appeared in the right and left banks for many years. Only just this point alone was enough to shock the entire 2 sides of the Milky Way. It could be said to be a grand occasion. It was just that the news had yet to spread, so the heavenly Dao experts outside the right and left banks were completely unaware of it. Among the thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Dao remnant citizens, there was no sign of Longjing or primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the other one of the 33 heavenly Tao experts who had participated in the encirclement of Yixian, the Ghost Realm Forbidden Grounds Nightmare 3, was nowhere to be seen. However, among the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnant citizens in the Chaos K starfield, there were a few people who had come. Among them was the person in charge of the Chaos K starfield, Hong Tao. Only in the right and left banks, the three-legged golden crow was famous for its ferocity. It was ranked 10th among all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. However, it was probably in seclusion to recuperate from its injuries and did not appear here. Although Hong Tao's personal strength ranking was not as good as his to enter the top 10 of the heavenly Tao remnant rankings, the Chaos K starfield that he led was ranked 10th among all the remnant star regions on the left bank. Just this point alone was enough to show how high Hong K's status and value was. Not to mention, Hong K's ancestor, who created the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid a million years ago, was from the Chaos K star region. This unknowingly made Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos K star region, even more valuable. Here at this moment, Hong Tao was billions of miles away in the void to the left of the abandoned planet where Yixian was in seclusion. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were fixed on the abandoned planet where Yixian was in seclusion. His eyes flickered from time to time, as if he had fallen into deep thought. The heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly law from the left bank and the right bank were all gathered in the surrounding void. There was naturally no need to doubt the eyesight of an existence of this level. They had long seen the level of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star. But, this was also the source of their uncertainty, because this matter should not have appeared at all. Everything was exuding a strange aura that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Ever since they had gathered here one after another, these thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens had not said a word. But now, as 3 days had passed, the figures that had arrived gradually thinned out. All kinds of private discussions slowly appeared in the void. If one listened carefully, one could vaguely hear them, and all of them were filled with uncertainty. What on earth is happening here? For the past 3 days, the sky has been constantly rumbling with shocking thunder, but there is not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. Instead, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation just happens to be like this. What exactly happened here? For the past 3 days, there has been an endless rumbling of thunder in the void, but there is no tribulation cloud at all. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. On the contrary, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation happens to be like this. Could it be that there is actually an existence in seclusion on this inconspicuous abandoned star? Moreover, he has successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, and the primordial lightning tribulation is about to descend? Perhaps that is the case. After all, after ancestor Hong K refined the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid a million years ago, many heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly Tao provided him with the heavenly Tao origin liquid and asked him to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. It's said that during that period of time, many peak-grade ferocious beasts and peak-grade survivors at the peak of the 9th stage obtained the 9 heavens great path's precious elixir needed to break through. From then on, they left and found a place to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the primordial great path after the heavenly path. Perhaps this inconspicuous abandoned planet happens to have an existence from back then. If that is the case, the situation on both sides of the Milky Way will change drastically. Now, whether it is the right bank or the left bank, there is not a single true primordial Tao realm expert. Once an existence of this level appears, the significance and far-reaching impact are simply unimaginable and immeasurable. I just don't know where this existence came from. Is he a ferocious beast or a survivor? In my opinion, this matter shouldn't be so simple. Although this old man has never seen the primordial lightning tribulation before, according to the old man's knowledge, its might shouldn't be like this. However, the power of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star is definitely not the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao. If you think about it carefully, it should be between the two. The power level between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation? In that case, wouldn't that be the primordial pill tribulation? But how is that possible? Even the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by ancestor Hong K wasn't able to cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Could it be that there is actually an existence in this world who can already refine a primordial medicine that is more effective than the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid? I've never heard of this before. How could it suddenly appear without warning? Hong Tao, the leader of the Chaos Lac Star area, furrowed his brows even tighter as he listened to the discussions that were going on everywhere like a tidal wave. He naturally saw that there was something strange about the primordial lightning tribulation that enveloped the abandoned star in front of him. To be precise, this should indeed be the primordial pill tribulation, but how was that possible? Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he subconsciously thought of the master of the magic hall, Xian. After all, Xian had just obtained the refinement method for the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by ancestor Hong Ke in the Chaos Lac Star field. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have comprehended it by now. However, even if he had fully comprehended the secret method of refining the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, and had even successfully refined a batch of the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, it was impossible for it to attract the primordial pill tribulation. The heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir created by Patriarch Hong Ke was indeed effective on the primordial Chaos Tao realm experts who were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this effect was far from being able to attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Hong Tao was certain of this. Just as he was feeling doubtful and unable to understand what was happening in front of him, a figure suddenly rushed out from the abandoned star 100 billion kilometers in front of him. It was Xian. The moment he saw Xian's figure, Hong Tao's breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. With a face full of shock, he suddenly exclaimed, "The master of the magic hall, Xian? This is impossible." Boom! 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 At this moment, just as Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star, the primordial pill tribulation, which had finished accumulating power, finally, fully descended. In an instant, the roar of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion. On the surface, it did not seem to exist, but in reality, there was a formless and terrifying force that had unknowingly locked onto Xian's figure and aura. He was the derivator of the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation this time had locked onto Xian. Thus the so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the tribulation lightning that descended when the primordial Tao elixir was refined. However, the heavenly Tao elixir and the primordial Tao elixir were no small matter. Therefore, even if one had only derived the perfect pill formula for these two types of primordial Tao elixir and had not refined the primordial Tao elixir, there would still be a pill tribulation. Previously, when Xian had derived the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao elixir, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world had sensed it and sent down a heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Thus, today, he had also derived the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation had been triggered. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the real primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Therefore, previously, Xian had taken advantage of the situation and used the primordial heavenly punishment to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. With Xian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, he would at most be lightly injured. However, it was impossible to say that he would be seriously injured. Because of this, after estimating that the commotion outside the abandoned planet for the past 3 days should have attracted most of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Tao experts in the remnant star region on the left bank and right bank, without hesitation, he waved his hand and put away the Shinnon cauldron that was suspended above his head. After that, he immediately rushed out of the core of the isolated planet. At this moment, as he rushed out, his figure appeared. In the next instant, he was enveloped by an invisible force. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Xian's figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was only one pill tribulation. After a wave of power poured out, everything stopped. The violent and raging invisible energy disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was at this moment that the thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens gathered in the void finally saw his figure. After a moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, especially Hong Tao's exclamation of shock from before. It had undoubtedly instantly allowed everyone to know who exactly this existence that had charged out from the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation was. At this moment, Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be, like the sun in the sky, as Xian's figure charged out from the core of the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the power of the primordial pill tribulation that had unknowingly locked onto his aura. The thousands of heavenly Tao beasts and survivors that were gathered in the surrounding space finally saw his figure. At this moment, Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be, like the sun in the sky. Everyone knew who the existence that rushed out of the abandoned planet and resisted the primordial pill tribulation head-on was. After a short moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, "The master of the magic hall, Xian? How could it be him? What happened? This is the primordial lightning tribulation. How could it be related to the master of the magic hall, Xian? Look at his cultivation. He's still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm. This is how it should be. Could it be that you think he can break through and step into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm? That's ridiculous. It seems that this is indeed the primordial pill tribulation. It's not the real primordial lightning tribulation, but the sign of the birth of a treasure pill, hiss. The primordial treasure pill. It must be the primordial treasure pill. I've heard that the master of the magic hall, Xian, has already refined the heavenly Tao treasure pill and is preparing to refine the primordial treasure pill. It seems that it's true. Back then, the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid that Senior Hong K refined did not trigger the primordial pill tribulation. Just this point alone shows that there's a problem. The master of the magic hall, Xian, is simply heaven-defying. Since the primordial pill tribulation has descended, the effects of the primordial treasure pill that he refined are obviously stronger than the legendary 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. Damn it, the forbidden area that I'm in seems to have offended him. If I had known that this would happen, I would have regretted it. I'm afraid I'm going to miss a huge opportunity. Whoosh, fellow Taoists, how have you been? Along with the earth-shattering exclamations, Xian, who had successfully withstood the invisible primordial pill tribulation, rushed over at this moment. His face was flushed, as if he had been slightly injured by the primordial pill tribulation just now. However, his expression was rather excited, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked around at the thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters who were gathered in the void. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm ashamed. Originally, I was only comprehending the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid here. I didn't expect that just as I comprehended it, I would trigger the primordial pill tribulation. I unintentionally alarmed everyone. I really didn't mean to. Please don't blame me." As soon as he said this, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The group of heavenly Tao's old monsters were caught off guard. They were all stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they cried out in surprise again, "The 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid? What's going on? Where did the master of the magic hall, Xian, obtain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid? And he even comprehended it thoroughly. How is this possible? It must be an excuse, right? He must have already refined some kind of heaven-shaking primordial treasure medicine. He was afraid that it would be too shocking, so he used the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid as an excuse. Although it's a good excuse, it seems to be a bit too childish. Even the Chaos Starfield doesn't have the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. How could it fall into his hands? Fellow Taoist, aren't you being a bit unkind? The primordial treasure medicine is no small matter. Since fellow Taoist has refined it, you should share it with everyone. We are willing to pay any price, as long as we can take a look at the primordial treasure medicine. Roar, in an instant, the void became noisy again. All the old monsters of the heavenly Tao were excited, and they were certain that Xian must have refined the legendary primordial treasure medicine. At this moment, the gazes that converged on him were all filled with a burning desire that couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, Xian could be said to be extremely popular and admired by all. Only Hong Tao, the leader of the Chaos K Starfield, was taken aback by his words, but he soon furrowed his brows. In his opinion, Xian's words were most likely true. He had just obtained the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid from the Chaos Starfield not long ago. Calculating the time, it should be just right for him to completely comprehend it. As for the so-called primordial treasure medicine, not to mention that this matter was not confirmed, even if Xian really had the ability and method to refine such a supreme treasure medicine, there was simply not enough time. No, although he was more or less certain at this point, he still had other doubts in his heart. This was because even when ancestor Hong K refined the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid a million years ago, he had never attracted the primordial pill tribulation. But now, Xian had only thoroughly comprehended the secret method to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid that ancestor Hong K had left behind. He hadn't even truly opened the furnace to refine it, so how could he possibly cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend? There was something strange about this matter, and there were definitely other secrets behind it. However, Hong Tao was unable to figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. He was simply unable to figure out what exactly the trick was. The 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid is no small matter. How could I joke about such a thing? Seeing that the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void did not believe him at all, Xian sneered inwardly. However, he did not show it on his face at all, and his face was still full of smiles. As he spoke, he glanced at Hong Tao and pointed at him from 100 billion miles away in the void. Then, he continued, "What's more, fellow Taoist Hong Tao from the Chaos Starfield is right here. What I said just now is true. Fellow Taoists, why don't you ask fellow Taoist Hong Tao and you'll know immediately." This was the truth. When it came to the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid, there was indeed no one else in the entire left bank of the Milky Way other than Hong Tao, who was in charge of the Chaos Starfield. These thoughts flashed through their minds. After being reminded by Xian, the more than 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void were suddenly stunned. Then, they turned at the same time and gathered their gazes on Hong Tao. Ahem. Yi Daoyi is right. The secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong K is indeed in his hands now. Hong Tao coughed twice and cleared his throat. He turned to look at everyone and paused for a moment before continuing. Nearly a month ago, fellow Taoist Yi came to my Chaos Starfield and entered the parallel void where ancestor Hong K was in seclusion. By chance, the secret method manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong K was obtained by fellow Taoist Yi, as well as the red lotus karmic fire that was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. After that, fellow Taoist Yi bid farewell to this old man and left, saying that she wanted to find a place to comprehend the ancestor's manuscript. Counting the time, almost a month has passed now, so it should be just enough time for her to completely comprehend the secret technique manuscript left behind by the ancestor. With him personally confirming it, there was naturally no longer any doubt in this matter. The 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who had gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, but they soon registered what had happened. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. With his confirmation, there was naturally no doubt. Moreover, in the past million years, there were actually many heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank who went to the Chaos Starfield because of its fame. They wanted to try to enter the parallel void connected to the Chaos Starfield. Among them, there was even an old monster of the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao who was skilled in the art of controlling fire. Due to his overconfidence, he unfortunately lost his life to the terrifying might of the red lotus karmic fire after entering the parallel void. However, therefore, not only did all the heavenly Tao old monsters present know about this matter, but some of them had even been to the Chaos Starfield and observed it from afar outside the Chaos Starfield. Because of that, when they heard Hong Tao's words, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were instantly dumbfounded, but they soon reacted. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise once again. This is too surprising. It's actually the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Counting the time, the 9 heavenly Dao elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. I didn't expect it to reappear today. It's really something worth celebrating. The master of the magic hall is indeed extraordinary. After all, he is in existence who possesses the Shenong 9 colored flames. He can even refine the red lotus karmic fire. I've heard that the refinement of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir requires such a terrifying top-grade heavenly flame. Since the red lotus karmic fire was refined by the master of the magic hall, it's only natural that the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was passed down to him. However, even the 9 heavenly Dao elixir did not attract the primordial pill tribulation back then. Now, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, has not even opened the furnace to refine it. He has only thoroughly studied the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, and he has already attracted the primordial pill tribulation. This is definitely not normal. It seems that he has some kind of enlightenment and accidentally saw through some kind of shocking secret. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean that the effects of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir refined by the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, will be even more shocking, surpassing the effects of ancestor Hong Ke back then? This is very likely, and it's most likely the truth. The 9 heavenly Dao elixir refined by ancestor Hong Ke back then was already incredible. If the master of the magic hall has a new discovery, the significance of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir refined is simply immeasurable. This is the rhythm of piercing through the sky. As these words rang out, even the eyelids of Hong Tao, who came from the Hong Ke starfield, twitched wildly. He also had a similar guess in his heart, and this was indeed the only explanation for the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, his heartstrings suddenly tightened. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately looked at Xianxia. An anxious expression appeared on his face as he impatiently asked, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You've finally successfully comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. It's even very likely that you've made a new breakthrough." Halfway through, he suddenly changed the topic, and the flesh on his face twitched a few times. "I believe fellow Daoist should still remember the agreement you made with this old man nearly a month ago. I wonder if it's convenient for you to." Fellow Daoist Hong also saw that this hall just endured the power of the primordial pill tribulation. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xianxia immediately waved his hand and interrupted him. Although the primordial pill tribulation is not as powerful as the primordial lightning tribulation, it is definitely not something the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation can compare to. After all, it contains a trace of primordial qi. Even if it was only a single bolt of tribulation lightning, this hall was almost unable to withstand it. Now, I'm already injured. Nearly a month ago, this hall did promise fellow Daoist Hong to refine 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir for your fellow Daoists in Hong Ke Star Field. Although this hall has thoroughly comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, due to my injuries, it's not the best time to refine it. Hearing this, Hong Tao's expression suddenly changed. His heart, which was already taut, trembled as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. He was originally worried that Xianxia would refuse, but now it seemed that this was really the case. This was not good news. To him, the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that were already set in stone were tantamount to endless variables in an instant. However, just as he was about to try to persuade Xianxia with a displeased expression, Xianxia suddenly changed the topic halfway through his words. With a wave of his hand, he continued, "Fellow Daoist Hong, there's no need to frown, and there's no need to be nervous. This hall hasn't finished speaking yet. Don't think too much. This hall has always been a man of integrity. Since we agreed that after thoroughly comprehending the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, I will immediately help you refine the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir when I come out of seclusion, there is absolutely no possibility of breaking this agreement. Isn't it just a little injury? If it's only 3 batches, I can barely hold on. This hall will immediately open the furnace and refine it for fellow Daoist. It just so happens that the fellow Daoists of the left bank present can also be witnesses. Are you serious?" Just a moment ago, he was still worried about this matter, but he didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly change the topic. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that even Hong Tao was caught off guard. His eyes burst out with a blazing light of surprise, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. After that, he realized that his attitude was a little too impatient, and it seemed that he was a little too unsightly. His face suddenly felt awkward, and he rubbed his hands and smiled repeatedly, pretending to be polite. Actually, fellow Taoist Ji doesn't have to be so anxious. How can this old man not trust fellow Taoist's credibility? If you are really injured, in this old man's opinion, fellow Taoist Ji should first go into seclusion to recover from your injuries, and then refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. If that's the case, this hall is afraid that fellow Taoist Hong won't be able to sleep and eat in peace. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face was still smiling. He nodded and said, "Don't forget that this hall withstood a primordial pill tribulation just now. Although it didn't cause any serious injuries, it was definitely not ordinary. If you really want to go into seclusion to recover and fully recover from your injuries, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out of seclusion for at least a year or so. Can fellow Taoist Hong's 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir really wait that long?" Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth, but the fake polite words he wanted to say later couldn't be said in an instant. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters in the right part of the void naturally understood what had happened. After recovering from the shock, the group of old fellows trembled slightly. They gasped and immediately exclaimed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! What? Fellow Taoist Ji is going to start refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir now? Hiss. 3 batches of it. The Chaos Lac Star field is really generous, it's simply enviable. 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak heavenly Tao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Roar, I don't agree with this matter. Why does the Chaos Lac Star field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the heavenly Tao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Taoist Ji to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak heavenly Tao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Roar, I don't agree with this matter. Why does the Chaos Lac Star field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the heavenly Tao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Taoist Ji to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. What a joke, fellow Taoist Ji has only refined 3 batches of it today. Even if the Chaos Lac Star field has given you 2 batches, why should you monopolize 1? That's right, you're talking as if I don't have the heavenly Tao elixir, or perhaps, you think I'm not your opponent? Hiss, this matter concerns the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, so whoever wants to monopolize it will have to ask me first. As Yi Xian declared that he would refine 3 batches of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir today, the thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and old monsters standing in the void immediately began to argue. Soon the atmosphere in the air became tense, as if a dispute would descend at any moment. Hong Tao frowned, his face heavy with worry. Although the Chaos Lac Star field was ranked 10th among the remnant star fields on the left bank, and even his personal strength was ranked in the top 10 among the remnant star fields on the left bank, there were thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts here. Now, there were more than 1,000 old monsters of the heavenly Tao gathered here. Besides the survivors of the primordial era, there were also the ferocious beasts of the stars. If they were enraged, he and the Chaos Lac Star field would not be able to withstand it. These old fellows were all heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, and they would do anything for the 9 heavenly treasures elixir. After all, on both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly treasures elixir was the only hope to break through to the primordial Tao realm. Moreover, this hope had been lost millions of years ago. Now that it had suddenly reappeared, one could imagine how shocking and attractive it was. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so anxious to ask Yi Xian about the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in front of everyone. Back he could have waited for the crowd to disperse before asking in private. How could there be such trouble now? Fellow Taoists, there is no need to argue about this. Just as Hong Tao was feeling gloomy, Xian spoke again. He turned to look at the thousands of heavenly beasts of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in the Chaos Lax star field. His voice paused for a moment before he continued, the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir in the Chaos Lax star field are things that I have promised you about a month ago. I cannot delay it for long, so I must fulfill my promise today. As for your request, I am indeed injured today. After I finish refining the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir, if I still have energy left, I will try my best to help you refine 2 more batches. Of course, there are only 2 batches. There are too many monks and too little gruel. However, fellow Hong has already prepared for this. You can just ask him later. At this point, Xian did not say anything else. He turned to look at Hong Tao and said, Fellow Hong, we will talk about the rest later. I have already said that I will help you refine the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir today. Now, you can take out the ingredients. When they heard Xian's words, the expressions of the 1,000 or so heavenly dazzled monsters in the air softened a little. Even though Xian did not say it explicitly, they understood what he meant. He had clearly expressed that although he had only refined a few furnaces today, he could continue to refine the heavenly 9 treasures liquid for the various heavenly dazzled monsters in the future. As for this matter, Xian would not interfere and leave everything to Hong Tao to handle. This was within expectations, so no one was surprised. After all, in order to obtain more 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao, even Patriarch Hong Ke had publicly refined 9 heavenly Dao elixir for the heavenly Dao experts of the left bank. Only just by refining it, one could receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward. As long as one had the ability, anyone would be willing to do such a thing. When these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Dao who had gathered in the air around them instantly relaxed. They stopped arguing. On the other hand, Hong Tao's heart relaxed. He smiled as he looked at Xian with gratitude. Xian's words just now seemed to be light and did not say anything explicitly, but they reminded the heavenly Dao's old monsters who had gathered in the surroundings. It made them realize that the reason why Xian could obtain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was because of Hong Ke Galaxy. Therefore, in the future, even if he wanted to help others refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, this matter would be spread through Hong Ke Galaxy. Under such circumstances, naturally, no one would dare to offend Hong Tao. Otherwise, they would be going against themselves. When they returned, they would think of ways to avoid it or try to push it back as much as possible. When that happened, they would really have a headache. In reality, even now, Hong Tao had already seen some differences in the gazes of the heavenly Dao experts who had gathered in the surroundings. This made him extremely satisfied. He secretly praised the master of the magic hall, Xian, in his heart. He had unknowingly helped him resolve the crisis. He was really too kind, Xiao. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. A ray of light was sent out by him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xian and turned into a storage artifact. Xian had promised him a total of 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. Refining 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Dao elixir required a total of 27 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. Of course, this could be repeated, because each cauldron only required 9 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. As long as the 9 types of heavenly Dao elixir were not the same, there would be no problem at all, and now, this storage magic treasure that Hong Tao had sent over with a wave of his hand just so happened to contain 27 portions of heavenly Dao essence liquid. Of course, there were also various other supplementary materials, and all of them were top-grade items. These 27 portions of origin liquid were not all different. There were some that were similar, but there were a total of 17 to 18 types. This is among them, there were 7 or 8 that were not present in the 40-plus portions of origin liquid in Xian's possession. Although Xian had more than 40 portions of origin liquid in his possession, there were only slightly more than 20 types. Among them, 15 to 16 portions were similar. These 15 to 16 portions were of no use to him and had to be replaced. Because refining a level 31 primordial chaos pellet required 81 different types of origin liquid in the cauldron. Now, among the 27 portions of origin liquid that Hong Tao had taken out, there were 7 or 8 types that were not present in Xian's possession. He could completely replace these 7 or 8 types of origin liquid without anyone noticing before he started the refining process. In this way, the remaining items that were similar to each other were reduced by half, leaving only 7 or 8 types. And this was also the reason why Xian was anxious to fulfill his promise and help Hong Tao refine these 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir on the spot. After all, the heavenly Tao essence liquid was really hard to find. To be able to replace half of the 15 to 16 portions of similar items in the blink of an eye was definitely not a small matter to him. After Xian put away the storage magic treasure, all of this was done silently in the short span of a breath. After that, Xian suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out from his body. Whoosh, after silently exchanging half of the dozen or so identical items in his hands, Xian's heart relaxed and he instantly waved his hand, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the farmer god's treasured cauldron. It was huge and spanned across the void. At the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist was dense like a spring, dazzling everyone. For in the surrounding void, there were gasps. Although the more than 1,000 heavenly beasts and old monsters gathered here had long heard of the fierce name of the master of the magic hall, Xian, they knew that he had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hands. It was a primordial treasure of an era in a large world. It contained the farmer god's 9-colored flame, a top-grade heavenly flame. However, except for a few existences, the rest had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes. Before this, many of the heavenly beasts present had never really met Xian. Now that they suddenly saw him take out the farmer god's treasured cauldron, it was normal for them to have such a reaction when they were caught off guard. In fact, among these heavenly beasts, there was a flash of greed in the depths of some of their eyes. It was obvious that they were greedy, but that was all. Xian's fierce name was well known on the left bank and the right bank. They dared to think about it, but it might not be realistic to actually make a move. Moreover, Xian was related to the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. His identity was too sensitive. Who would have the guts to suddenly make a move on him in public? Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. As the treasured cauldron was taken out, his shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. He directly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Although the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was far inferior to the level 31 primordial pill, it was the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. It was naturally not easy to refine it, even if Xian were to make a move. With his attainments and experience in the Tao of medicine, it would still take him several days to refine it. Moreover, he couldn't be distracted in the slightest during this process. He had to devote all of his attention to it. In this situation where there were more than 1,000 heavenly beasts around, Xian naturally would not put himself in danger. Now that he had entered the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron, the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist. The refinement of the 9 great Tao treasure liquid was completely carried out within the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the red lotus karmic fire, and after the red lotus karmic fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Xian in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. At this moment, following Xian's thought, an earth-shattering rumble sounded out from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. The boundless red lotus karmic fire directly soared into the sky and floated in midair at the center of the central region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 3 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus hellfire. 3. The flame energy cauldrons were lined up in a row. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside. They were extremely beautiful, but they were emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Although Xian had forcefully withstood the primordial pill tribulation, in reality, he had already secretly swallowed some primal chaos medicine. His injuries had long since recovered, and he wasn't injured as he had said. If he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir now, not to mention 3 cauldrons, even 300 cauldrons would not be a problem. This could be seen from the fact that the 3 cauldrons were being refined at the same time. Dang. However, only he knew about this. Everything in the cauldron was not visible to the 1,000 heavenly beasts gathered in the void outside. They could not detect anything. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air from the center of the volcano. A total of 27 portions of the heavenly Great Tao elixir were divided into 3 batches. Each batch had 9 portions, and they shot out into the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in midair. At the same time, the other auxiliary materials for refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir also shot out. They were all thrown into the cauldron by Xian. Then, he began the refinement. Heavens, the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir was indeed extraordinary, but Xian's talent in the Tao of alchemy was also not to be underestimated. Even if he refined 3 cauldrons at the same time, with his current terrifying divine sense, it was still easy for him. However, none of this was known to outsiders. In their eyes, Xian entered the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. After sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn, as if it was quite strenuous for him. Time slowly passed. According to Xian's estimation, refining the same cauldron of treasures at the same time would take at most 4 days to complete. This matter, in fact, it was indeed so. When the 4th day was about to pass, the 3 flame energy cauldrons hanging in midair above the volcano exploded at the same time. The cauldrons once again turned into a sea of red karmic fire, gathered together, and directly fell into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. While, what was left in the void were 3 cauldrons of treasures. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It clearly contained a trace of weak primordial power. When this scene fell into the eyes of the rhinoceros beetle, the old man's expression changed instantly. His body trembled violently as he gasped in shock. Hiss. 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir? Big brother, you are really a big shot. You actually made 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles. Previously, when Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, this old man had already sensed it. He walked out of the distant mountain range in the cauldron space and went to a place not far from the volcano in the central region to watch from afar. He did not understand what Xian was going to do today, but at this moment, he suddenly understood. The 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Even the goat horn immortal had only heard of it. Such as now that he suddenly saw this kind of supreme treasure elixir appear again, and 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles appeared at once, the shock in his heart was intense, which could be seen from this. But Xian did not pay attention to him at all, because even Xian did not have a share of these 3 cauldrons of treasure elixir, let alone the goat horn immortal. Although the treasure elixir was refined, Xian did not get up. His figure was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still trying to refine the treasure elixir. Again, after sitting for 4 or 5 days, he estimated that the time was almost up. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. Whoosh. With a thought, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Xian was sitting cross-legged. With a thought from Xian, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Xian was sitting cross-legged. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After rushing out of the cauldron, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir were immediately stored in small bottles by Xian. Hong Tao had long since been prepared for this. Among the storage magic treasure that he gave to Xian with a wave of his hand, there were 243 small bottles that were used to store the refined heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure elixir. This scene unfolded at the mouth of the cauldron. More than 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts and experts gathered in the distance saw it with their own eyes. In an instant, along with a large number of gasps, soft cries that were like a tide came from all over the place. Look, the refining of the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir has been completed. Hiss. so many 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The aura is rich, and each small bottle contains a wisp of primordial energy. It is definitely the legendary 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, 3 full cauldrons, more than 200 bottles, almost blinding this old man's eyes. It's too amazing, 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It really is the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It has been lost on the left bank for millions of years, and now it has finally reappeared. This is really a blessing for the people of the left bank. From now on, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir has reappeared on the left bank. Although this is indeed a blessing, don't forget that the main material needed to refine this kind of elixir is the heavenly great Tao elixir. Even millions of years ago, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had once caused a bloody storm on both sides of the Milky Way. This time, I'm afraid, who cares about that? For the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, so what if we hunt down the incarnations of the will of the heavenly great Tao? In this world, the strong are respected. If you don't have the original body to protect you, why can't you help others? Roar, hiss hiss hiss. When they were excited, some powerful space beasts instantly raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. All of them revealed boundless excitement, and an iron-blooded killing aura instantly filled the void. Obviously, they were a little impatient. Refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir required 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin elixir as the main material. Although there were over 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors present, not all of them had more than 9 different types of 9 heavenly Tao elixir in their hands. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, many of the existences present would probably immediately start hunting after they dispersed today. It was not only those existences who were once incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world that had to be vigilant, but the other heavenly great Tao experts were also the same. Because, even if they were not incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world, since they were heavenly great Tao experts, it was possible for them to collect heavenly great Tao elixir. Killing others to seize their treasures was simply too common in the vast starry sky. It was precisely because they realized this point that the expressions of the 1,000 over heavenly great Tao experts that were gathered in all directions instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere in the void imperceptibly became heavy and oppressive. Xianxia was well aware of all this, but he did not care. The more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. In this way, he could take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and silently make a fortune. Soon, the 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir were filled up, and all the small bottles were kept in the storage magic treasure by Xianxia. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly sent it to Hong Tao in the distance. At this moment, the eyes of more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao beasts and heavenly great Tao experts all gathered on this storage magic treasure that was shooting toward Hong Tao, revealing endless greed. Even more, some people's breathing was rapid, and their chests were violently rising and falling. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was currently the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful for breaking through to the primordial Tao realm, and it had been lost for millions of years. Now, there were more than 240 bottles in this storage magic treasure, and its weight could be seen at a glance. Look, seeing this storage magic treasure shooting toward Hong Tao, a strong intention to snatch it surged in the hearts of some people, but this impulse was forcefully suppressed by them in the end. Because there were more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao old monsters present. No matter who made a move, it was absolutely impossible for them to escape smoothly. Instead, they would die because of this. Namely, he escaped with his life, but from now on, he had offended Hong Tao and the master of the magic hall, Xianxia. It was absolutely impossible to ask them to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. At this moment, the atmosphere in the void was heavy to the extreme, and Hong Tao was even more nervous. His heartstrings were tight, and his heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that something would happen at this last juncture, but in the end, everything was calm, and the storage magic treasure that shot out smoothly fell into his hands. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi is really trustworthy. With a flip of his hand, this storage magic treasure that contained 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was stored in Hong Tao's body. At this moment, his heart that had been hanging in his throat completely fell back, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He raised his head and laughed loudly, first praising and complimenting Xianxia. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, Other than the 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that you promised this old man that day, Yi Xian also said that you want to see how your own condition is after refining it before deciding whether to help the other fellow Taoists refine 2 batches. I wonder how fellow Ye's injuries are now that you've finished refining these 3 batches? If you don't have enough strength, you can delay this matter a little. Don't try to be brave. It's better to focus on your own precious body. These words sounded nice. On the surface, it seemed like he was concerned about Yi Xian, but in fact, he was clearly urging him. Wen Xian heard this, he immediately sneered in his heart. This old man was really not a good person. He was simply burning the bridge after crossing the river. He had just refined 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for him, and now he was being schemed against. He deliberately mentioned this matter. On one hand, it was to express goodwill to the thousands of heavenly Tao monsters gathered around. On the other hand, it was clearly to divert everyone's attention. After all, if Yi Xian refined 2 more batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he wouldn't be the only one with the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The risk of snatching it from him was too great. If he didn't succeed, he would offend others. Therefore, even if someone really wanted to rob him, they would definitely choose the other 2 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. It had nothing to do with him who he robbed. However, this old man clearly knew that Yi Xian was injured, and he had just helped him refine 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. In order to divert everyone's covetous thoughts, he actually ignored this point. To put it bluntly, he was no different from an ingrate. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. You're heartless, I'm not righteous. You'll suffer later. But on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded with a smile and promised, fellow Hong, you don't have to worry. It's not a problem to refine 2 more furnaces. Since I've already agreed, I naturally can't decline. These 2 furnaces. I'll refine them. There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnant old monsters present, but there were only 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 great Tao elixir that Yi Xian was about to refine. This is obviously, it was not enough to share. No matter who the quota for these 2 furnaces was given to, the others would not agree. Regarding this matter, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, Hong Tao had already discussed it with the over 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts and old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. 2 the ferocious beasts and the survivors would each get 1 furnace. But however, it was still not for any one person. It was for fusion. As for the ferocious beasts, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts of the right segment each took out a portion of heavenly law origin liquid and fused it into a cauldron of heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. After the refinement was completed, there were 81 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that came out of the cauldron. These 9 ferocious beasts who had each provided a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid were equally distributed, each with 9 bottles. Until it was the same for Yu Imin's cauldron. The 9 heavenly Tao survivors who were famous in the right segment each took out a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid and fused it. This was naturally the best distribution plan. Even if there were still people who were unwilling, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts and 9 heavenly Tao survivors chosen by Hong Tao were all famous people in the right segment. Whoever objected would be going against them, and at the same time, they would also offend Yi Xian and Hong Tao, so that kind of situation would not happen again. Even if there were people who were unhappy, they could only accept it. In fact, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons, Hong Tao had not only confirmed the refining plan with the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void, but he had also already collected the portions of heavenly law origin liquid that the 18 ferocious beasts and survivors had each taken out, 2 cauldrons, a total of 18 portions of heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials, were now in Hong Tao's hands and placed in another storage magic treasure. Fellow Taoists, although fellow Taoist has agreed to refine the cauldron, this old man has to make one thing clear in advance. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Hong Tao nodded and then turned to look at the 18 heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors. With a solemn expression, he continued, the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid was created by the ancestor of my Hong K star field, Hong Quebec. 1,000,000 years ago, it was a custom on the left bank that anyone who provided the heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials to ask ancestor Han Ke to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid would receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward, which is 40 bottles. Now, after a million years, the 9 heavenly treasured liquid has reappeared on the left bank, but the rule from back then cannot be broken. Otherwise, I'm sure fellow Daoist Yi will be disinterested. After all, he has no obligation to do so. Therefore, in the future, if someone asks fellow Daoist Yi to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, the reward will still be the same as back then, 40 bottles per cauldron. As for today, because these 2 cauldrons are refined by 9 fellow Daoists, in order to make it easier to distribute, this old man means that fellow Daoist Yi will only receive 36 bottles per cauldron. In this way, after deducting fellow Daoist Yi's reward, there will be 45 bottles left for each of the 9 fellow Daoists, which is exactly 5 bottles per person. Everything had been arranged for Yi Xian, but he did not explicitly say that the Hong Ke star field would receive 50% of the reward. This was clearly to let Yi Xian attract hatred. He was truly a sly old fox. No, regarding the reward for refining the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, even if he did not say it, everyone already knew, so now that there was no objection, Yi Xian naturally did not take the initiative to say anything else. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly sneered, immediately nodding in agreement. Whoosh! Seeing that Yi Xian nodded, the 1,000 or so heavenly Dao-old monsters gathered in the void did not have any objections. Hong Ke was secretly delighted, and he did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the storage magic treasure containing the 2 cauldrons of materials instantly shot toward Yi Xian. In his hand, the storage magic treasure landed in the center of his palm, and Yi Xian's divine sense immediately extended into it. As soon as he investigated, he was immediately delighted. Although there were only 18 bottles of heavenly Dao origin liquid in the storage magic treasure, half of them were not in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Xian only had 8 types of identical heavenly Dao origin liquid. Also, in other words, he could secretly change all the identical heavenly Dao origin liquids in his possession right now. This way, the total of 43 heavenly Dao origin liquids in his possession would all be different, and there would be no identical items. Refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 different types of heavenly Dao origin liquid. As long as Yi Xian replaced the last 8 identical items, he would have more than half of the heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. This was naturally delightful. First, it was completed very quickly, and Yi Xian quietly replaced the last 8 identical heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. At this moment, he was in a good mood, because one of the main reasons why he was so busy today was to replace the identical heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. Now, it was finally complete. Fellow Daoists, please wait a few more days. He let out a long breath, turned to the 18 heavenly Dao-old monsters in the surrounding void, and nodded. After greeting them, he immediately closed his eyes and began the refinement of the 9 heavenly Dao origin liquid again. Boom, rumble. In an instant, following Yi Xian's thought, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. The majestic red lotus karmic fire directly rushed into the sky and floated in midair at the center of the volcano in the central region. However, this time it only split into 2 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus karmic fire. They also lined up in midair at the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the preparations were complete, a faint sound of air braking immediately sounded. A total of 18 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid were divided into 2 batches. Each batch of 9 portions shot out and landed in the 2 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in midair at the center of the volcano. The other supplementary materials for refining the heavenly 9 treasures liquid were also thrown into the flame energy cauldrons by Yi Xian. The refinement of the 2 cauldrons of heavenly Dao origin liquid was completed in just 3 days. At this time, the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were suspended in midair above the volcano in the central region exploded at the same time. They turned into a red sea of karmic fire that gathered and fell directly into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. While, what was left in the void were 2 cauldrons of heavenly Dao origin liquid. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron was only the size of a nascent soul fist. Yi Xian did not get up. He waited for another 3 or 4 days before suddenly opening his eyes. With a thought, the 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that had been completed instantly gathered together and turned into a ray of light that rushed out from the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 the faint sound of air breaking rang out continuously. After the heavenly 9 treasures liquid rushed out of the cauldron, Xian immediately waved his hand and directly divided them into bottles. He kept 72 bottles, and the remaining 90 bottles were stored in 2 storage Dharma treasures. He waved his hand and sent out, for the past few days, the 18 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters who had each provided a portion of the heavenly Tao origin liquid had been eagerly waiting. Now that the 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that belonged to them had finally been refined, the old fellows naturally did not have any hesitation. As soon as Xian sent out the 2 storage Dharma treasures, the 18 heavenly Tao old monsters split into 2 groups and divided the 90 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid inside, 18 people, 5 bottles each. Although it was far from enough to let a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection go into seclusion after swallowing it and successfully break through to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, that would require at least 40 bottles. However, this was the heavenly 9 treasures liquid after all. It had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Now, even if there were only 5 bottles in hand, it was still something to be happy about. 10 The 8 old monsters all laughed happily. After keeping the 5 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid into their bodies, they immediately cupped their hands and thanked Xian. They said that Xian had received a total of 72 bottles from the 2 cauldrons, which made them feel a little pained. However, this kind of etiquette could not be lacking. In the future, they would still have to rely on Xian to continue refining the treasure liquid for them. Without saying anything, his figure flashed out from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly kept the cauldron into his body, swish, without hesitation. After keeping the cauldron, Xian immediately waved his hand again, and a ray of light shot towards Hong Tao. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him and stopped abruptly. It was a storage Dharma treasure. This storage magic treasure contained 36 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid. It was a distribution plan that Xian had discussed with Hong Tao back then. Half of all the rewards would be given to the Chaos Starfield. Although Xian felt a little pained about this matter, he definitely couldn't be careless. This was because he had sworn a Tao hard oath, so he naturally wouldn't lose the big picture over a small matter. Dang, however, although Hong Tao had obtained 36 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid for free this time, according to Xian's plan, if nothing unexpected happened, such a thing would not happen again in the future. It was impossible for the old man to continue doing this kind of profitable business for a long time. Today I'll let him taste some sweetness first. Soon, he'll be crying, ha ha ha, fellow Yi, you've worked hard. You've really worked hard. Although Xian did not say what was inside the storage magic treasure, when he waved his hand and sent it out, the light in Hong Tao's eyes had already become burning. Today he took the storage magic treasure that had abruptly stopped in the void in front of him. After using his divine sense to confirm that there were indeed 36 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid inside, his face immediately bloomed with an incomparably brilliant smile. With a flip of his hand, he put away the storage magic treasure and cupped his fists towards Xian again and again, showing incomparable eagerness. In the previous 3 batches, he had already obtained 243 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid. Now that he had obtained 36 bottles, the total number of heavenly 9 treasures liquid in Hong Tao's hands was already 279 bottles. This was definitely an astonishing number. It was close to 300. Although it was impossible to guarantee that all the heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield would be given more than 40 bottles, at least half of them would be gathered. Naturally, this made him happy. Even more the key was Xian's attitude. This fellow was indeed on the right track. He wasn't bragging when he spat out a nail. With him around, this business that had no capital and no profit would probably continue for a long time in the future. The heavenly 9 treasures liquid would always be soft. Everyone, fellow Daoist was injured before. She clenched her teeth and held on for more than 10 days before she finished refining these 5 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Ye's body will be injured. In his joy, Hong Tao, whose face was flushed red, turned to the thousands of heavenly dowled monsters in the surrounding void and looked around. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "So, I'm afraid that the refining of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid will end here today. However, everyone, don't worry. Fellow Yi is recuperating in seclusion. After he recovers, he will definitely take action again and refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for everyone. Before that, this old man is willing to undertake the early arrangements for the refining of the liquid so that Fellow Yi won't have to worry about these trivial matters after he comes out of seclusion and waste his energy and time. So, if anyone needs to refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir, just tell this old man directly. After this old man returns, this old man will definitely make a unified arrangement and draw up a refining plan. Once fellow Daoist Yi comes out of seclusion, you can immediately start refining." The group of heavenly dowled monsters in the air were waiting for him to say these words. At this moment, when they saw that Hong Tao had taken the initiative to express his position, they immediately whispered to each other in groups of 2s and 3s. Moreover, someone quickly put forward a request to refine it. This imperceptibly exposed the approximate amount of heavenly Dao origin liquid they had in their possession. "No one is to compete with me. After Fellow Yi recovers and comes out of seclusion, you must help me refine the first batch of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. I also want to refine a batch." Yellow-robed old monster, don't you have 3 types of heavenly origin liquid? The number is just right. How about this old man refine one with you? Fellow Daoist Hong, the 3 of us are willing to refine one batch. Also, I already have 5 types of heavenly origin liquid. Even if fellow Daoist can take out 4 types to refine with me. When someone took the lead to express his position, the void instantly became lively. More than a third of the 1,000 or so heavenly dowled monsters spoke up. Those who were rich could refine a batch of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid by themselves, and the worst could only refine one batch with 4 or 5 people at most. Hong Tao was smiling so widely that he could not close his mouth. According to what he had said earlier, he would receive 40 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid as a reward for refining one batch, and Yixian would give half of these rewards to the Chaos Starfield to calculate. With every batch he refined, he would be able to get 20 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for free. This was truly a win-win situation. The old man was incomparably attentive, and his grin reached the back of his ears. Even though the surroundings of the void were noisy, he was enjoying it, and he continuously used jade slips to record the refinement requirements raised by the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao. Unknowingly, the Heavenly Dowled monsters who had refining requirements gradually surrounded Hong Tao. They scrambled to contact their partners and report their refining requirements. On the other hand, Yixian was left out in the cold. When Yixian saw this scene, he immediately sneered inwardly. At the same time, the heavenly dowled monsters who surrounded Hong Tao and took the initiative to report their refining requirements, whether they were fierce beasts or survivors, were all recorded in his heart. The reason why Yixian used the primordial pill tribulation this time to attract the heavenly dowled monsters on the left bank and right bank was his ultimate goal. At this moment, all the old men's attention was attracted by the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid of the Great Tao. They completely did not realize that the heavenly dowled liquid in their hands had quietly leaked out in Yixian's eyes, and he had already set his sights on it. They also did not expect that not long after, bad luck that made them grit their teeth would descend upon them. Fellow Taoists, I am injured, so it is not convenient for me to stay here for long. I will return to the right bank to recuperate. After collecting most of the information, Yixian immediately sent out a voice transmission. As for the refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, you can directly contact fellow Daoist Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield during this period of time. A year later, I will personally come to the Chaos Starfield and start the refinement for all of you. Hearing this, the thousands of heavenly beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void all turned to look. When Yixian finished speaking, they all cupped their fists and bade farewell. Hiss, a crisp sound of breaking air rang out. Yixian waved his hand and tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old monsters of the Heavenly Dao did not stay for long. They all left one after another. Some of them who had some friendship with Hong Tao returned to the Chaos Starfield with him as guests. They took this opportunity to get closer to him and improve their relationship. Obviously, after today, Hong Tao's status in the right bank of the left bank would rise again. This was because the master of the magic hall, Xian, had clearly made an agreement with him. Xian was only in charge of refining the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir, and Han Tao was in charge of all the other trivial matters. This matter spread like wildfire and quickly spread from the right bank to the middle and left bank of the left bank. Presumably, even the right bank of the Milky Way would hear about it soon. This was what it meant. On both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir had always been the only supreme elixir that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Dao realm. It had been lost for millions of years, and now that it had finally reappeared, it was destined to shock both sides of the Milky Way. However, at the same time, a bloody storm that swept across both sides of the Milky Way would definitely descend because of this. Such a scene had already happened millions of years ago. In order to seize the heavenly great Dao elixir, the main ingredient for refining the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir, who knew how many heavenly Dao experts would become prey and fall one after another due to being hunted, Xiao. A faint whistling sound rang out as a figure shot over from the dark void in the distance. It was none other than Xian, who had announced that he would return to the forbidden area of the magic hall to recuperate. It was still the right half of the left bank because Xian had no intention of returning to the right bank at all. Before refining the 5 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures elixir, he had already swallowed the chaos great medicine and completely recovered from the injuries caused by the primordial pill tribulation. Very soon, Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His figure instantly concealed itself, and all of his aura was withdrawn. Not a single trace of unusual aura could be detected in the air. The reason why he stayed at the left bank and right bank was to hunt down the heavenly Dao's old monsters and seize the heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. Previously, when the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters gathered at the right bank asked Han Tao for the refinement of the heavenly Dao origin liquid, they had inadvertently revealed the approximate amount of heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. All of this was seen by Xian and remembered in his heart. In just a short 2 days, he launched a hunting operation. The first target he chose was an old monster of the remnant people. This old monster of the remnant people's cultivation was not bad. He was at the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. From the information he revealed earlier, this person should have about 5 or 6 types of heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. Hundreds of billions of kilometers ahead was the remnant people's star domain that this old monster of the remnant people was overseeing. However, Xian, who had concealed himself and restrained all of his aura, did not continue to advance into the star domain. Instead, he waited outside because that old man had not returned yet. However, it would be soon. This time, Xian did not plan to brazenly carry out the hunt. Instead, he planned to lie in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move from time to time. Thousands of years ago, the appearance of the heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid had once led to a reign of terror on both sides of the Milky Way. In order to refine the heavenly Dao origin liquid that was necessary for the refinement of the heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid, countless heavenly Dao beasts and remnant experts fought and killed endlessly. For example, although millions of years had passed since then, with the reappearance of the lost heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid, a similar reign of terror would inevitably sweep across both sides of the Milky Way. It could be said that before long, all kinds of killings would begin in full swing and continue endlessly. In this situation, Xian mixed in with it, concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and occasionally made a move like fishing in troubled waters. It would not attract much attention at all. Although, even if he could brazenly rob and kill people everywhere, he would still be fearless. But since he could quietly make a fortune, why would he deliberately attract hatred for himself? No, wrong, Xian was indeed fierce outside. Whether it was on the right bank of the Milky Way or the left bank of the Milky Way, he had done many massacres. But in fact, no matter how chaotic the 2 sides of the Milky Way were this time, as long as Xian did not expose himself when he hunted, or killed all the existences that saw him, then, whether it was the heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank or the right bank, they would definitely not suspect that he was also involved in this crazy slaughter. The reason was very simple. The other people started a massacre and set off a reign of terror in order to snatch the heavenly Dao origin liquid. Their ultimate goal in snatching the origin liquid was to ask Xian to refine the heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid. As for Xian, if he wanted more heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid, he did not need to hunt and snatch at all. He only needed to spend some time and effort to refine it. For every furnace he refined, he could receive 40 bottles of the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid as a reward. Why bother? Rip, after waiting for only 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the dark void about 10 billion miles behind him on the right. Only crack in the void appeared out of thin air without any warning. Then, a figure walked out of it. It was the 7th rank survivor that Xian had been waiting for 2 days. Seeing the appearance of his target, Xian's spirit was lifted. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed over. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape. He was about 10 feet tall, and he had already taken out the big-headed black stick in his hand. No, because the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique had always been in a fully activated state, this rank 7 survivor who had just torn through the void and arrived didn't notice anything unusual at all. He had no idea that the Grim Reaper was rapidly approaching him. Bang! As he approached, Xian immediately attacked. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Xian, who had rushed behind the other party, raised the big-headed black stick and smashed it on the body of the 7th rank survivor. Old master, this guy had already reached the door of his house and let his guard down. He did not expect such a thing to happen at all. He did not even have time to react before his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Who? Crazy, the sound of the wind whistling rang out. Xian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably boundless and invisible force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Unexpectedly, Xian's attack succeeded. Before the 7th rank survivor could react, his body had already exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Accompanied by the howling of the wind, an incomparably boundless and formless force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Hiss! Then, he waved his hand to tear open a crack in the void and immediately rushed into it. In a flash, his figure disappeared. Half a day later, Xian appeared from the void of another area. His figure was still hidden, but with a flip of his hand, he took out the storage magic treasure that fell from the body of the 7th rank survivor who had just been killed. After erasing the imprint of the divine sense, Xian checked it and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The old monster of the 7th rank was naturally extremely rich. The various precious materials and medicines in this storage magic treasure were simply dazzling, and all of them were top-notch items. While there were 5 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid that Xian was concerned about. Unfortunately, he already had 2 of them in his hands. In other words, the current Xian had 46 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 48 portions. Although, however, it was only an increase of 3 types, but after all, it was only a single attack. To be able to obtain such a harvest was already extremely good. This was the true meaning of no cost and no risk. Xian silently made a fortune, and no one on both sides of the Milky Way would have thought of it. Roar. Rumble, damn you guys, you 2 actually dare to attack this king. At this moment, in the dark void in the distance, a shocking roar suddenly came, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the roar of a fierce beast full of endless resentment. A faint light flashed in Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously turned to look. His shoulders also shook, and he quietly approached. Number after 100 billion miles, 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them were survivors, and they were all in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The other figure was a fierce beast, and it was also in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. 3 The 2 old fellows were fighting fiercely, and the lone heavenly law ferocious beast had obviously been ambushed. Those 2 heavenly law survivors, who had the same cultivation as him, must have come for the heavenly law origin liquid in his hands. It seemed that this monstrous bloody storm that was destined to sweep across both sides of the Milky Way had most likely begun in the right section of the left bank. The scene in front of him could also be happening in the other areas of the left bank and right section of the right bank. The 3 old men who were fighting fiercely in front of him had similar cultivation levels. Although the heavenly Tao beast was alone, its lifeblood was abundant, and its baneful aura surged into the sky. It should be fine for a short period of time. This Xian naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. The three old men did not expect that there would be someone lurking nearby. Furthermore, it was a peak heavenly Dao expert with terrifying cultivation levels. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's sudden attack caught them off guard. There was at least a 70% chance of them being killed in a short period of time. Roar! Roar! Just as Yi Xian's heart stirred, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he was about to attack. A few earth-shattering roars of fierce beasts suddenly sounded from the dark void in front of him to the right. They were filled with endless fury. Turn looking over, for incomparably huge figures were reflected in his eyes. They were 4 astral beasts, and all of them were existences at the heavenly Dao realm. The weakest was at the 5th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the strongest was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian could not be sure if the 4 heavenly Dao beasts were acquainted with the 7th stage beast that was being besieged. However, since the 2 old monsters were besieging him, the result would be the same regardless of whether they knew each other. These 2 old monsters were really unlucky. Originally, they were 2 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into a dangerous situation of 2 against 5. Today, if they wanted to leave this place alive, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. At the same time, he no longer had a chance to make a move. Because if he counted the 4 ferocious beasts that were about to descend, the number of old monsters of the heavenly Dao gathered here had already reached 7. There was even a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Under such circumstances, even Yi Xian could not kill all of them in a short period of time. True. If he were to forcefully attack, his whereabouts would be exposed. The possibility of exposing himself was as high as 90%. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian ultimately chose to give up. There were too many heavenly Dao old monsters in the left bank and right bank who had heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. There were hundreds and thousands of them. With so many targets to choose from, there was no need for him to expose himself for these few old fogies in front of him. Swish! After he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't wait for the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heaven Dao to approach him at all before he directly turned around and left. After he was a few 100 billion kilometers away, he waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift before heading to the next ambush location. The next target was not a remnant old monster, but a heavenly Dao beast. It was the one who had clamored that Yi Xian would be the first to refine it a year later. It was a demonic blood wolf mastiff, and its cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was extremely powerful. In fact, compared to the remnant old monsters, Yi Xian was more willing to target a heavenly Dao beast. Because, in order to hunt the remnant old monsters, in addition to the heavenly Dao origin liquid, they could also obtain all the cultivation resources in their storage artifacts. However, after the heavenly Dao beast's body exploded, it would form a majestic blood mist that could be refined into a heavenly Dao blood essence. In order to refine a level 31 primordial chaos pellet, in addition to the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and 81 different heavenly Dao origin liquids, it also required 81 heavenly Dao blood essences. However, Yi Xian only had 55 heavenly Dao blood essences, so he was lacking quite a bit. Therefore, it would be fine if his target was a remnant old monster. However, since it was a heavenly Dao beast, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The heavenly Dao blood essence and the number of heavenly Dao origin liquids vary. It is very likely that there are more than 9 heavenly Dao origin liquids. Yi Xian was determined to get it this time. Swish! After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at the wolf mastiff forbidden land where the demonic blood wolf mastiff was guarding. However, he did not approach it. Instead, he hid in the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. He was not sure if the demonic blood wolf mastiff had returned to the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land, but it did not matter. As long as he stayed here, no matter what kind of ferocious beast passed by, Yi Xian would attack. After killing it with lightning speed, he only needed to search its soul, and he would be able to obtain the information he needed in an instant. What he did not expect was that after waiting for a day, he did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip! With the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared out of thin air tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. His eyes instantly burned. The wolf mastiff forbidden land. Xianxia waited here for a full day. He did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the forbidden land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front, a void crack appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it. It was the demonic blood wolf mastiff of the 8th level heavenly Dao. This old fellow's cultivation was not weak. The 8th level of the heavenly Dao was only one level away from the peak of the 9th level. If they were to fight head-on, even with Xianxia's cultivation, it would take some effort to kill him, although he was currently hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This place was not too far away from the wolf mastiff forbidden land. It was only less than 200 billion kilometers away. Furthermore, once Xianxia made a move, his figure would instantly appear. In this situation, if this demonic blood mastiff wolf reacted and used a secret technique to send a message, even if he was still killed by Xianxia in the end, Xianxia's whereabouts would be exposed. He had to be extremely careful in this matter. Otherwise, if he exposed everything just to hunt this demonic blood mastiff wolf, it would not be worth it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia had already silently shot towards the demonic blood mastiff wolf mastiff. After the other party stepped out of the void crack, he did not delay at all. With a flash, he rushed towards the edge of the forbidden land. Clearly, he had been delayed for some time due to other matters and had only just returned to the wolf mastiff forbidden land. Although the distance of 100 billion kilometers was not close, it was not considered too far for a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Xianxia did not have much time left. Otherwise, the other party would quickly enter the wolf mastiff forbidden land star domain. When that happened, it would be too late for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. With a sense of urgency, Xianxia did not hesitate any longer. With a cold glint in his eyes, he immediately attacked. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a bright red demonic light suddenly flashed. As it expanded, a majestic river appeared in the void. The waves in the river were shocking, and each wave was only about 3 meters in size. However, there was no end to it. It was the Red Lotus karmic fire that had been conjured. It directly sealed the demonic blood mastiff's path of retreat and the left side of the void. This is the Red Lotus karmic fire? The sudden ambush caused the demonic blood mastiff's originally rapid body to come to an abrupt halt in the void. It cried out in alarm as its expression changed. At the same time, it turned to look in Xianxia's direction. Appropriate, just then, the demonic red light that had transformed into the Red Lotus karmic fire had shot out from this direction. This demonic blood mastiff was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Its divine senses were sharp, so it naturally saw through this. In fact, as it attacked, Xianxia's concealed figure and aura, which had been concealed by the perfect spiritual oscillation mystic technique, were all exposed. Suddenly seeing his figure, the demonic blood mastiff was stunned. Its face was full of astonishment. "Fellow Daoisti? How could it be you?" "Gotcha." Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers had already appeared out of thin air above his head without any warning. Amidst an earth-shattering crisp sound, it directly struck down. At this moment, Xianxia pushed the spiritual lightning technique to its limits. This fellow was struck by the blood-red lightning bolt in a moment of carelessness. His body shook violently, and his eyes were instantly dazed. This was the spiritual lightning technique. With Xianxia's current powerful cultivation, even a peak 9th level heavenly Dao expert would be stunned if they were to be suddenly struck by it, let alone this demonic blood mastiff who was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao. However, just this spiritual lightning technique was far from enough to kill him. It was even a little lacking in heavily injuring him. At most, this demonic blood mastiff's consciousness would be dazed for a few moments. But to Xianxia, it was only a few short moments. But to Xianxia, it was completely enough. "Go to hell." At this moment, Xianxia's incomparably cold voice rang out. The big-headed black stick had already reached the target's head. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the big-headed black stick smashed down, landing squarely on the demonic blood mastiff's head. This old fellow didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body instantly exploded. turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. However, a heavenly Dao blood essence naturally couldn't be wasted. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind instantly rang out. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the refinement of the blood essence. Until now, at this moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 55, but now, he had 56. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, after a sound of alarm rang out in his heart, his expression instantly became gloomy. The ferocious beasts of space were different from the survivors of the primordial era. The experts of the survivors all had various magic treasures that they usually carried with them and placed them in their storage magic treasures. However, the ferocious beasts of space rarely had storage magic treasures. The important treasures and cultivation resources in their hands were all stored in their bodies. But now, Yi Xian had killed this demonic blood mastiff with a single strike of his stick. Although he had waved his hand to collect the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of his body, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. The current Yi Xian was a peak heavenly Dao expert at the great circle of the ninth step. Naturally, there was no possibility of him making a mistake and destroying the origin liquid. As such, there was only one explanation for everything in front of him, and that was that the heavenly Dao origin liquid in this old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. It was impossible for an important resource like the demonic blood wolf mastiff to be placed elsewhere, much less handed over to someone else for safekeeping. Considering that he hadn't returned to the wolf mastiff forbidden area until now, Yi Xian instantly understood. The only possibility was that he had just returned from the Chaos Starfield, and the heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands had most likely already been handed over to Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. The Chaos Starfield that Hong Tao oversaw was a behemoth that was ranked 10th among all the starfields of the remnants of the left bank. Even his personal cultivation and strength could be ranked in the top 20 of all the remnants of the heavenly Dao on the left bank. In addition, he now had Yi Xian as a channel to obtain the heavenly Dao origin liquid for free, so the demonic blood mastiff was obviously not worried that he would be greedy for the heavenly Dao origin liquid. In order to get closer to Hong Tao, in order to get ahead of him to ask Yi Xian to refine the heavenly Dao origin liquid, it was completely understandable that he would give the heavenly Dao origin liquid to Hong Tao in advance, and this situation had most likely occurred at Hong Tao's request. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow could not wait to obtain the heavenly Dao origin liquid in advance from the hands of all the heavenly Dao old monsters who needed it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly filled with hatred. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. After killing the demonic blood mastiff, although he waved his hand and collected the majestic blood mist that was formed when the body exploded, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the heavenly Dao origin liquid in the body. This result caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He realized that the heavenly law origin liquid in the old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. He immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. According to his estimation, this demonic blood mastiff definitely had a lot of heavenly Dao origin liquid in its hands, more than 9 types. If he could get it, it would definitely be a shocking gain for Yi Xian. But, now, after all this effort, he'd merely obtained a single heavenly Dao blood essence, yet the expected 9 types of heavenly Dao quintessence liquids had come to nothing. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and it caused his heart to instantly feel empty and extremely displeased. Although this was only an example, if no measures were taken, similar situations would definitely continue to occur. Because, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the heavenly Dao origin liquid in the demonic blood mastiff's hands was most likely given to him at Hong Tao's request first. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow couldn't wait to get all the heavenly Dao origin liquid in the hands of the heavenly Dao old monster in advance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately made a decision. No, I can't let him continue like this. He's simply deliberately going against me. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared in front of him. Yi Xian darted into it and disappeared in an instant. This time, he did not go far. He hid in a forbidden area for ferocious beasts in the nearby star region. Forbidden area. The name of the place was Eagle Lake. The strongest person guarding it was a blood plume goshawk. Its cultivation was extraordinary, and it was at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. This blood plume goshawk also had a lot of heavenly Tao origin liquid. However, before this, Xian did not plan to attack it at all. This was because the other party's cultivation was not weak. It was almost impossible to kill it silently before it could send out a message. Instead of attacking it, it was better to choose some of the heavenly Tao old monsters in the middle and late stages to hunt. Although he did not have as many heavenly Tao origin liquids as the other party, he could at most attack 1 or 2 more times. At least, he could ensure that the news would not be leaked. In reality, even though Xian had his eyes on this blood plume goshawk now, he did not expect to obtain at least 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. This was because if that was the case, he would have to kill the old fellow. And if he wanted to kill it, Xian would have to use the Shenong 9-colored flames, the heaven falling bow, or the red lotus hellfire. He would even have to use the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. If that was the case, even a fool would know who the attacker was. As such, he would not be able to achieve his main goal of changing his mind at the last minute and targeting this blood plume goshawk. Whoosh! After waiting for half a day, an extremely sharp sound suddenly came from the end of the void to his left. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes as he turned to look. In his line of sight, a blood-red arrow was shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. In fact, its speed was far faster than lightning. The invisible aura of cultivation that it emitted was that of the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. It was here. The master had come. This blood-red arrow was that blood plume goshawk. Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Only when the enemy was within a few tens of billions of miles away did he wave his hand and casually take out a gray net. At first, it was only a weak gray light, but it expanded with the wind and turned into a huge net in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void for tens of billions of miles and just happened to cover the blood plume goshawk's body. Hugging star net? You are. The blood-red arrow that was shooting over came to an abrupt stop. A goshawk that was over 10 million kilometers long appeared in the void. Its entire body was red like blood, and it looked extraordinarily powerful. Especially its pair of eyes, they seemed to have some kind of eye technique that could see through everything and directly look into the depths of the soul. Boom! Before the goshawk could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. A figure appeared out of thin air from his right rib. It was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, Hong Tao. At this moment, when he suddenly appeared, Hong Tao's expression was extremely gloomy. Without saying a single word, he directly punched towards the right rib of old monster goshawk. Gotcha! Pfft! Screech! It was too close, and the attention of the blood plume goshawk was shrouded in this void. It was attracted by the hugging star net that had just covered its head, so it did not notice the situation below its right rib. Suddenly, caught off guard, Hong Tao's punch landed squarely on the blood-feathered goshawk's body. A clear cracking sound came from within the blood-feathered goshawk's body. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It even raised its head and let out a shocking hell. A dark light flashed in Tao's eyes, as if he was surprised, because after heavily injuring the blood plume goshawk with a single punch, the old fellow opened his mouth and spat out a stream of heavenly Tao origin liquid that was like a large river. He was once the incarnation of the will of the heavens in a large world. Swish! Without hesitation, Hong Tao immediately made his move. With a thought, an invisible and majestic force shot out, and in a tenth of an instant, it had already absorbed the large river that was lying horizontally in the void into its body. Hong Tao, it's actually you. Damned old thing, you are simply shameless. At this moment, the voice of the blood plume goshawk's divine sense suddenly sounded, revealing endless grief and indignation. Look. It seemed like he was furious, but he did not plan to stay and fight, because the punch just now had already severely injured him, and since Hong Tao had already planned to ambush him here, waiting for his arrival, it was naturally impossible for him to stop here. In fact, he had just left the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao had also suggested that he hand over the 11 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands first and let the Chaos Starfield keep them. When the master of the magic hall, Xian, came out of seclusion, he would be the first to refine it. The demonic blood wolf mastiff in the wolf mastiff forbidden area agreed, but the blood plume goshawk refused on the spot. In the end, he was still worried, and his own cultivation was not bad either. He was also a peak heavenly Dao at the 9th stage great perfection like Hong Tao, so he was completely unafraid of him. However, he never would have thought that Hong Tao would be so crazy. Seeing that he refused, he actually went ahead and hid at the edge of the Eagle Pond forbidden area. When he arrived, he suddenly attacked, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. This is not over, old thing. Just you wait. Boom. Thinking of this, the blood plume goshawk no longer hesitated. He used his bloodline secret technique and blew up half of the blood plume around him. His entire body once again turned into an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, with the support of the secret technique, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. He really does have a life-saving secret technique. After he left, Hong Tao waved his hand and put away the gray net in the void. As he muttered softly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He instantly tore open a crack in the void and flashed into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The one who attacked the blood plume goshawk outside the forbidden area of Eagle Lake was naturally not the real Hong Tao, but Xian in disguise. However, there was no flaw in this matter, and no one would doubt it. The blood plume goshawk's pair of sharp eyes were famous in the left bank and right sector. He was also proficient in a type of eye technique, and he was also a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage. If someone impersonated him and changed into Hong Tao's appearance, others might be fooled, but the blood plume goshawk would definitely see through it. This was also one of the reasons why Xian chose to make a move on him. Since he'd decided to give Hong Tao a huge black pot, all the heavenly law beasts and old monsters in the right section wouldn't dare to hand over the heavenly law origin liquid in their hands to him. Then Xian had to ensure that there wasn't the slightest bit of doubt in this matter. The blood plume goshawk's eye technique was famous enough to ensure this effect. And the reason why Xian was able to fool him was because of the demon soul pupil. The demon soul pupil was a powerful eye technique, and the blood plume goshawk's eyes could not compare to it at all. Naturally, it could not see through Xian's deliberate changes. Furthermore, he had chosen a net bag from the sea of magic treasures in his hands and handed it to the devouring system in his body. With its auxiliary forging system, he forged the Simplicity Star Bag. The Simplicity Star Bag was Hong Tao's famous magic treasure. Xian had hurriedly forged an imitation with the system. Although its power was far inferior to the real Simplicity Star Bag, there was no difference on the surface. Even the aura was exactly the same. It could be said to be perfect. This matter was done beautifully, and Xian was extremely satisfied. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly obtained another type of heavenly Dao origin liquid, and it just so happened that he did not have it. In this way, he now had a total of 47 types of heavenly Dao origin liquid, 49 portions. However, this was far from enough, and the hunting operation had to continue. Until, on Hong Tao's side, Xian was not in a hurry. This time, the blood plume goshawk was seriously injured. After escaping, it would probably find a place to heal its injuries. However, the blood plume goshawk would definitely release news about Hong Tao secretly ambushing him before entering seclusion. In other words, Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield would soon be in big trouble. Hiss, the sound of ripping cloth rang out as Xian, who'd already recovered his appearance, walked out of the spatial rift. However, he was in a state where he'd activated a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his body and completely restrain his aura. Therefore, this scene was extremely strange. A spatial rift had appeared inexplicably in the void, but it was completely empty. Not only did no one walk out from it, even the slightest aura could not be captured. Xian's next destination was not far from the void on the right. About 1 trillion miles away, it was still a ferocious beast forbidden land. Only what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the spatial rift, he would unexpectedly run into an old friend, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely weak and almost imperceptible, but it did not escape Xian's sharp senses. In the void to his right, a figure was drifting over like a ghost. It seemed to have been attracted by the void crack that had suddenly appeared here. However, he didn't see anyone walking out of the crack, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. So, he was curious and slowly came over. Clang. At first, there were a total of 33 heavenly Dao-old monsters that joined forces with the dragon whale and the desolate heavenly Dao green eyes to encircle and annihilate Yixian. 30 of them had already been killed, and only the dragon whale, the desolate heavenly Dao green eyes, and the ghost realm forbidden area's nightmare 3 were still alive. At this moment, the person who was stealthily approaching from the right side of the void was none other than Pei San. Yixian didn't expect this old fellow to have such guts. He actually came out of the parallel void that he was hiding in. Thinking, he must have heard about the reappearance of the 9 great Dao elixirs in the left bank heaven, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill some heavenly Dao old monsters and try his best to get some heavenly Dao original elixirs. But this is good too. I can get rid of this old man while I'm at it. Yixian's old enemies are only Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took the initiative to meet Nightmare 3. Everything happened without anyone noticing. When he got close to Nightmare 3 in the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately attacked. "Old man, how have you been?" At this moment, Yixian's figure appeared. There was a mocking smile on his face, and the incomparably cold voice of his divine sense rang out. He instantly transformed into his violent ape form, and with a flip of his hand, the big-headed black cudgel was already smashing towards Nightmare 3's head. "Master of the Magic Hall, Yixian? This is..." When the sound entered his ears, Nightmare 3 was shocked. His originally slow figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt in the void. When he subconsciously turned to look at Yixian, the expression on his face had already changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "Bang!" By the time the words left his mouth, a loud noise had already risen to the heavens. This. In the next moment, the big-headed black cudgel smashed down, landing squarely on Nightmare 3's head. This old man was only in the middle stage of the heavenly Dao, and his cultivation was far too weak compared to Yixian's. Facing Yixian's deliberate attack, he didn't have time to react at all. The moment the big-headed black cudgel fell, his huge body had already exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Huff, this was a heavenly Dao blood essence, so naturally, he couldn't waste it. Yixian immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of a gale immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by Nightmare 3's body and sending it directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yixian's hands had increased by 1. Previously, he had 56, but now, he had 57. Unfortunately, although Nightmare 3 was a fierce beast, his vitality was extremely boundless. With his death, Yixian took the majestic blood mist from his body and obtained another heavenly Dao blood essence. However, this old fellow also did not have any heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. Although he was a little disappointed, Yixian did not care too much about this matter. Although there were many heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank, not all of them had the heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. This was something he knew, so he was already mentally prepared. Having gotten rid of an old enemy, Yixian was in a good mood. However, this was just an unexpected interlude. Now that everything was over, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he immediately shot towards his destination. The fierce beast forbidden area was called the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. The strongest old monster guarding it was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm. 10,000 a distance of 100 million kilometers was nothing to Yixian now. However, after a short while, he arrived near the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. However, he did not enter the star domain. Instead, he stayed 100 million kilometers away from the edge of the forbidden planet. With a perfect mental power secret technique concealed his body and restrained his aura. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. Outside the Blood Fog Forbidden Area, the void was silent. Yixian had already arrived 3 days ago, but he didn't enter the forbidden area. He used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to hide his body 100 billion kilometers away. His aura was completely restrained. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. the strongest old monster guarding the blood fog forbidden area was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm. With this level of cultivation, Xian could guarantee an instant kill if he suddenly attacked, but this could only be done outside the forbidden area. Otherwise, if the other heavenly beasts in the blood fog forbidden area saw Xian reveal his figure after he attacked, they would immediately send a message. However, Xian could also transform into Hong Tao and attack, just like how he ambushed the blood plume goshawk. However, this kind of thing could not be done too often. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Overdoing it was as bad as not doing enough. This time, he waited for a long time. A total of half a month, but the target still did not appear. Although there were some other forbidden area beasts during this period, and there were even 2 heavenly Dao beasts, they were only at the early stage of this realm. Xian was not interested at all. He pretended not to see them and did not make a move. On the first day, on the 16th day, just as he was about to lose his patience, this demon blood fog deer of the heavenly Dao realm finally appeared, whoosh, in front of him in the blood fog forbidden area. An extremely sharp sound suddenly broke through the air. A fine ray of light shot over, emitting an extremely strong heavenly Dao aura. Furthermore, it was at the late stage of this realm. The demon blood fog deer, this thought flashed through Xian's mind, and he immediately became spirited. He secretly activated the power in his body, ready to attack at any time. However, Miquan was suspicious by nature and had a sharp divine sense. Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move, and instead slowly approached the demon blood-wandering deer, although his figure had been concealed by the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, and even his aura had been completely restrained, not a single bit leaked out. The demon blood fog deer was a little special. Xian had to be especially careful. Otherwise, if he attracted its divine perception, this matter would go down the drain. Very soon, he was within 10 billion kilometers of the deer. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual power source core in his mind slowly rotated. His spiritual power was activated, and he was about to make a move. It was at this moment that the devil blood-wandering deer, which had been heading in this direction, suddenly came to a halt without any warning. Xian frowned. This old fellow's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Its divine perception was too sharp, and it had actually sensed something abnormal. It might even have realized that danger was about to befall it. There was no time to lose. Otherwise, if it turned around and fled into the blood fog forbidden area, it would be even more troublesome. Unless he gave up on this hunt, the possibility of that happening was definitely not low. The demon blood fog deer was famous for being cautious by nature. With that in mind, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of the other party's hesitation, he suddenly made a move. Gotcha! In the next moment, an earth-shattering crisp sound filled the air. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million kilometers appeared above the demon blood fog deer's head. It came out of nowhere and directly struck the deer's head. Boom, boom. Boom, with a boom, the 2 bloody horns on the demon blood deer's head exploded, blocking the attack. Then, without a sound, it turned around and fled back the way it had come. Fruit, however, it wasn't an ordinary vigilance. It was likely that the demon blood fog deer had already prepared for battle the moment its body stopped moving, causing Xian's spiritual lightning technique to miss. It was only slightly injured, and 2 of its horns exploded. Screech! When he saw this, a cold glint flashed in Xian's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. In an instant, he activated the spiritual power in his body again. In the next moment, he fully activated the Annihilation Spear, one of the 2 spiritual attack secret techniques. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of spiritual power into a spiritual vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely small dot that was like the tip of a spear. Under such circumstances, a large amount of spiritual power was extracted. However, the target of the attack was the smallest dot. This tiny dot that had transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it could destroy anything. Wang, accompanied by a buzzing sound, the spiritual source core that was suspended above Xian's sea of consciousness also began to rotate quickly along with the circulation of the spiritual power. It became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a small spiritual bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spiritual origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech, sensing the approaching danger, the demon blood-fogged deer raised its head and roared angrily, but it couldn't change anything. The annihilation spear directly pierced through its body, exploding into a bloody mist, but it didn't die. Instead, its momentum tightened, and under the push of this force, it became even faster. Your ability to escape is not bad, but today, you will still. Will you die? Bang! At the same time, the violent ape's figure appeared beside the demon blood-fogged deer. Before he could finish speaking, a loud sound shook the heavens. Big the black staff smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the demon blood-fogged deer's head. Although the old fellow was at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation was still too weak compared to Xianxia's. Facing Xianxia's all-out attack, he didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body exploded the moment the black staff landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Who? Xianxia immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a strong wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The demon blood-fogged deer's body that had exploded swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, where the blood essence condensation began. As a result, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Xianxia's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 57, but now, he had reached 58. However, the harvest this time was clearly not limited to just that. As the demonic blood deer's body exploded, the boundless blood mist swept over. Mixed within the blood mist were 4 faint streaks of light. These were 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. Unfortunately, Xian already had 2 of them, so after obtaining them, Xian now had 49 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 51 portions. 1. The cutting was completed in an instant, and the 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid were absorbed into Xian's body. Looking into the distance, Xian spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there was no sign of any ominous beasts in the direction of the forbidden land of blood. After confirming that he had not been exposed, Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. He stepped into it. Boom! Right at this moment, tens of billions of kilometers to the left behind him, a terrifying and majestic force suddenly appeared, rumbling towards Xian. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Today was strange. Xian had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This was something that Xian had often done in the past, but today was strange. He had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately turned to look. Xian had already exposed himself when he attacked the demonic blood deer, but in order to prevent the existence in the dark from seeing his figure, Xian still shrouded himself in a hazy fog even though he had exposed himself. Therefore, the existence that was hiding in the dark and suddenly making a move now should not know his true identity. What a coincidence. This lord has just rushed over from the middle section, and I actually encountered such a killing and robbing matter. Hehe, this is good too. I can relax my muscles and bones, and even obtain some heavenly Tao origin liquid. Just as Xian turned to look, a voice came from behind him. It sounded rather languid, and there was even a hint of condescension in it. It gave people the feeling that it was the tone of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. The other party obviously already knew Xian's cultivation level and strength. He was a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th level, and was definitely not someone who had just entered this realm. However, he still spoke in such a manner, revealing his contempt. It seemed that not only was his cultivation level not weak, his background was also not to be underestimated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the other party's figure was also reflected in Xian's vision. This person obviously also mastered a rather extraordinary aura concealment technique. Previously, Xian had not discovered his existence, which was enough to prove this point. However, as he made a move, this aura concealment technique was unknowingly broken, and his figure was revealed. It was a crocodile beast. Its body was 15 million kilometers long, and its entire body was blood blue. Its body was covered in a layer of blood-blue cold mist, and the cultivation aura that was emitted from its body was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the Long Jing, and it was even stronger than the current Yixian. Frost blood-blue crocodile? You're that frost crocodile from the Frost Crocodile Forbidden Land, the existence ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. As the other party's figure entered his eyes, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He instantly recognized the other party's identity and origin, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. Difficult. It was strange that the cultivation aura emitted from this fellow's body was still above the Longjing's. His ranking on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list was originally above the Longjing's. Everything was as it should be. It was very clear that this frost blood-blue crocodile had rushed from the middle section of the left bank to the right bank because it had heard the news of the Chaos Starfield's 9 Heavens Great Dao elixir appearing. It should have already heard some things about Yixian, but Yixian had not brought out his signature 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, so this frost blood-blue crocodile had not immediately thought of him. But, after all, Yixian had just used the annihilation spear, and even the big-headed black cudgel had shown its face. As long as this frost blood-blue crocodile stayed on the left bank's right bank for a while and understood a little more about Yixian, it would sooner or later come to the realization. So, since they had met here today, Yixian had to kill it. Moreover, with his personality, how could he let go of this existence that wanted to be the Oriole and kill him for his treasure? Only, yes, this place was only a little over 200 billion kilometers away from the Forbidden Bloodfiend grounds, and the strongest expert guarding the Forbidden Bloodfiend grounds had just been killed by Yixian. Therefore, even if he wanted to fight this frost blood-blue crocodile, this was definitely not the place to fight. Otherwise, once the battle started, Yixian would definitely use his 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, and at that time, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed. It would be best if he lured this frost blood-blue crocodile to the left bank's right bank, where Yixian would be able to go all out and kill this frost blood-blue crocodile with all his strength. All these thoughts seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, they flashed through Yixian's mind like lightning. He instantly made a decision, and without hesitation, he turned around and flashed towards the right bank's right bank. Of course, he did it on purpose. This action of turning around and running without saying anything after discovering the identity and background of his opponent was deliberately done by Yixian to show weakness and pretend to be flustered. On one hand, it was to numb his opponent, and on the other hand, it was to create a reasonable factor for him to be injured later. Boom! It was also at this moment that the blue fog that the frost blood-blue crocodile had shot out with a wave of its hand arrived behind Yixian. This fog was tens of millions of miles wide, and the cold air within it was astonishing. It was one of the frost blood-blue crocodile's bloodline abilities. Yixian had deliberately allowed himself to be hit, because he could see that the killing power of this blue fog was not very strong. Its main purpose was to seal him in ice, and it seemed that this fellow wanted to keep him alive. 1. In an instant, following the crash, this blue fog enveloped Yixian's body. The cold air invaded his body, but it was instantly neutralized by the 9-colored divine flames within his body. No. However, Yixian did not bother with the cold blue fog outside his body. At least, he did not use the 9-colored divine flames, and only used his cultivation base to resist it. If it was any other Heavenly Dao expert, the cold air in this blue fog would be enough to instantly freeze their body into a huge ice cube. However, although Yixian's cultivation base was slightly weaker than this frost blood-blue crocodile, he was still a peak Heavenly Dao expert at the 9th level of perfection. Therefore, although his body was trapped by this blue fog, it was not completely frozen. Only the outer part of the blue fog was frozen. At a glance, there was an additional blue ice cube that was tens of millions of miles wide in the void, and the center of the ice cube had not yet frozen. There was a figure inside, shrouded by the hazy fog that spread out from his body. He was using the power in his body to escape with the blue ice cube that trapped his body toward the endless darkness ahead. You want to escape? Humph, now that you've met me, do you still think you can escape? When he saw his opponent shout out his origins, he immediately turned around and fled. He even forgot to dodge the frost blood-blue mist that he had already shot out earlier. He was directly hit by the frost blood-blue mist. Although he was unharmed, his body was trapped in a giant ice lump formed from the frost blood-blue mist. It was obvious that he was in a panic. Frost, a cold light flashed in the frost blood-blue crocodile's eyes, and a proud expression appeared on its face. With a cold laugh, it immediately chased after him. Although the cultivation aura that spread out from his opponent's body was that of a peak 9-step Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, there were many peak Great Perfection Heavenly Tao on the left bank, and there were not many who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Perfection Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Therefore, the frost blood-cold crocodile had absolute confidence that he would definitely be able to kill his opponent today. Furthermore, his opponent was so flustered. Just hearing his name was enough to make him so shocked. Clearly, he did not have much ability. Naturally, he would not give up just like that, and would definitely continue to chase. Whoosh. Whoosh, in the void, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void and quickly left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located, charging into the endless darkness ahead. Whoosh. Whoosh, in the air, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void. The 2 rays of light were Xianxia and the frost blood-blue crocodile, who was ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Calculating the time, it had already been 2 days since the two of them left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located. Now, they had already unknowingly rushed into the endless darkness ahead of them, and they were even quite deep. Xianxia's divine sense extended out from the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body, and quietly swept the surroundings to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality within 1 trillion miles, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately made a new move. Huff, in the next moment, the Xianxia 9-colored flame was activated by him, and directly shot out from his body. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it directly melted the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body. However, his goal was obviously not just that. After shooting out from his body, the Xianxia 9-colored flame that instantly melted the blue ice lump continued to shoot backwards. It expanded explosively in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a vast and boundless sea of 9-colored flames. 1. The cut was so fast that the frost blood-blue crocodile, who was chasing from behind, was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized that something was wrong, a corner of the vast void within 100 billion miles had already been enveloped by this sea of 9-colored flames. Moreover, after a flash, the sea of 9-colored flames rolled inwards and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming a giant 9-colored flame ball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. While, at this time, Xianxia and the frost blood-blue crocodile's figures were both inside this giant 9-colored flame ball. 9-colored flame sea? You are the master of the magic hall, Xianxia. 9. The sea of 9-colored flames had already filled the sky. It would be strange if he still didn't know who the other party was at this time. Han. The frost blood-blue crocodile's figure, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly stopped. Its body shook violently, and the shock on its face was incomparably intense. It cried out involuntarily, "No, you deliberately showed weakness to lure this venerable one here. Xianxia, what are you trying to do?" Although he had never seen Xianxia before, he was quite familiar with the dragon whale. On the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast list, he was ranked 9th, and the dragon whale was ranked 10th, only 1 place behind him. Back then, Xianxia had fought the dragon whale head-on in front of everyone's eyes. In a short period of time, he had seriously injured the dragon whale and made it flee in a sorry state. By now, the news had already spread throughout the left bank of the Milky Way. There were even people who secretly said that the strength of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, was probably not just replacing the dragon whale and only being ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast list. Although they did not say it explicitly, there was no doubt that Xianxia's cultivation strength was above his, who was ranked 9th. In fact, the frost blood-blue crocodile was extremely shocked by this. Because even if he had fought the dragon whale head-on, he definitely would not have been able to seriously injure it in such a short period of time. However, he had not seen that battle with his own eyes, so he did not completely believe the rumors in the outside world. This time, he had come to the right bank of the left bank to see the strength of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, with his own eyes. One of his goals was to see for himself, but he never would have thought that he would actually bump into the magic hall's master, Xian, in such a way as soon as he arrived at the right bank of the left bank. Furthermore, although he had only just found out about Xian's identity, the master of the magic hall had already recognized him. This, under such circumstances, he still acted so flustered, as if he had lost his courage and fled. That was clearly an act. After thinking about it deeply, there was no need to say more. The master of the magic hall, Xian, had already decided to make a move on him. Roar. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the frost-blood fiend crocodile was immediately enraged. After raising his head and roaring, the voice of his divine sense rang out, revealing endless disdain and monstrous anger. Damned fellow, you actually want to scheme against this sovereign? Today, I want to see if your cultivation and strength are qualified to replace the dragon whale and enter the 10th place on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Do you want to fight me head-on? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance, because I'm not interested in that at all. At this moment, Xian curled his lips, a cold expression appearing on his face. He was indeed not interested in fighting this frost-blood blue crocodile head-on. Although this was the dark void in front of him, with the 9-colored sea of flames in the sky, the commotion was too great. This battle could not be dragged on for too long, otherwise, if someone passed by, Xian would still be exposed. Swish, just as he finished speaking, Xian made his move once again. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a majestic river. The raging waves of the river were condensed from countless beautiful red lotuses that were only 3 meters wide. It was the red lotus karmic fire that he had just refined not long ago. The frost-blood fiend crocodile's cultivation was not weak, and was even stronger than Xian. If he wanted to kill it in a short period of time, just the 9-colored sea of flames was clearly not enough. This could only seal it. If he wanted to kill it, he would have to use the heaven-falling bow. That would cause too much of a commotion, and would probably quickly attract the attention of the heavenly Dao realm experts in the right section. Furthermore, the heaven-falling arrow would also affect Xian, causing him to fall into a certain degree of weakness. In addition to the heaven-falling bow, the red lotus karmic fire was also one of Xian's strongest killing moves. The power of this mysterious top-notch heaven and earth strange flame was too terrifying. Any living being that came into contact with it would invisibly ignite the sins they had accumulated in their lives, turning into the nether flames of sin that burned their bodies and souls. If it was in the empty void outside, the red lotus karmic fire might not be able to deal with this frost-blood blue crocodile. After all, the other party was a powerful existence ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list. Even if he did not dare to come into contact with it, he could still turn around and escape. But now, in a moment of carelessness, he has been trapped in the fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, and there is no way for him to escape. Facing the strange and terrifying red lotus karmic fire, his final outcome is obvious. Red lotus karmic fire? Screech. In the void opposite, the frost-blood blue crocodile sensed danger the moment the red lotus karmic fire that was like a raging river suddenly swept across the sky and rolled toward him. Its body shook violently as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless despair. Xian, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely regret it in the future. You better think twice before you act. As the roar faded, the frost-blood blue crocodile's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was a threat, there was clearly a thick sense of expectation and hope that could not be dispersed. In the end, it was not reconciled. Even though it knew that there was not much hope, it did not give up. It wanted to use this method to make Xian fear it and let it live. Unfortunately, Xian was completely unmoved. The river of karmic fire was still shooting forward, but the murderous intent in the rolling waves was even stronger. Since you are so stubborn, I will make you pay the price. Blue blood soul maggot. Screech. Bang. The frost-blood blue crocodile was in despair. With a roar, its huge body suddenly exploded. Since you're so stubborn, I'll make you pay. Blue-blooded soul maggot. Screech. Bang. In the face of Xian's unwavering determination, the cold-blood blue crocodile was in complete despair. With a vicious roar, its huge body instantly exploded. At the same time, a faint blue light, the size of a speck of dust, shot toward Xian at lightning speed. It must have been the blue-blooded soul maggot that the cold-blood blue crocodile had roared before it exploded. Damn it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. He knew that this blue-blooded soul maggot was definitely not ordinary. After all, it was the final move of a powerhouse like the cold-blood blue crocodile before it exploded. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less about this blue-blooded soul maggot. In other words, he had his own way of dealing with this threat. The real reason why he had cried out in alarm was because of the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction. That's right. He didn't care whether the cold-blood blue crocodile had self-destructed or not. After all, he could still refine a heavenly Dao blood essence with a wave of his hand. Yi Xian. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the heavenly Dao origin liquid in the cold-blood blue crocodile's hands. Since this old fellow had self-destructed, it naturally wouldn't leave behind the heavenly Dao origin liquid in its body to benefit Yi Xian. It would destroy it in the explosion. However, Yi Xian definitely couldn't sit by and do nothing. He was also a peak 9th stage great perfection heavenly Dao master. Now that he was so close to the cold-blood blue crocodile, it was entirely possible for him to forcibly snatch the heavenly Dao origin liquid from the cold-blood blue crocodile's body before the majestic energy from the explosion completely wreaked havoc. Everything went smoothly. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and mental strength, instantly enveloping the entire area in front of him. He forcibly pulled out streaks of light, which were the heavenly Dao origin liquids. There were 12 portions of 8 types in total. Unfortunately, 5 of the heavenly Dao origin liquids were already in Yi Xian's possession, and they were all identical items. Therefore, after obtaining them, Yi Xian now had 52 types of heavenly Dao origin liquids, 63 types. With the source liquid in hand, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, immediately settled down. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. The whistling sound of wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably boundless invisible force whizzed out. Very soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the cold-blood blue crocodile's body was swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space to begin the blood essence refinement. Because of this, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's possession has increased by another one. Previously, he already had 58 of them, but now, he has 59 of them. Whoosh! At the same time, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of him. The dust-like blue light that shot out from the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared in an instant. The speed was too fast. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and spiritual force and poured it over. He had just pulled out the 12 heavenly Dao origin liquids and had no time to react at all. Wait. By the time he reacted, the blue light had already disappeared. Blue blood soul maggot? What the hell is that? Whoosh. Whoosh. Slightly frowning, Yi Xian muttered softly, but his hands did not stop. With a wave of his hand, the red lotus hellfire that was shooting out was swept back into his body and absorbed into his body. Even the 9-colored divine flames that had condensed into a fireball in the surrounding void completely collapsed at this moment, turning into a majestic sea of flames that instantly condensed into a faint that entered between his eyebrows. After that, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and went far away. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a very short period of time. From the time Yi Xian took out the 9-colored divine flames and turned it into a fireball to trap the cold-blood blue crocodile, to the time when he tore open a crack in the void and disappeared, it was a total of less than 10 breaths. Li. Before he left, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense to the limit and carried out a comprehensive investigation within 1 trillion miles of the surrounding area to confirm that there was nothing unusual. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the left bank. At the same time that Yi Xian's figure entered the spatial rift, an earth-shattering roar of anger suddenly sounded out from the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the forbidden area of the cold crocodile. Who is it? Who dares to provoke my forbidden area? Roar. This roar appeared so abruptly that it could be heard clearly in the vast space of the star field. The ferocious beasts in the star field all trembled and fell to the ground, trembling. Even the star field was filled with ferocious beasts. Their expressions changed, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. As for the more than 30 heavenly Dao fierce beasts in the forbidden area, they were the same. Because the existence that made this shocking roar had an aura that had already surpassed the heavenly Dao realm and reached the primordial Dao realm after the heavenly Dao. However, the aura was not very solid and stable. Obviously, this was a supreme primordial Dao existence that had just broken through the heavenly Dao realm and stepped into the great Dao realm not long ago. Like the ancient existence in the forbidden area of the demonic wolf, it was now stabilizing its cultivation. The outside world only knew that the strongest person in the forbidden area was the frost blood blue crocodile, ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Dao fierce beast list. However, they did not know that there was always an ancient frost crocodile lurking in the forbidden area. It was in seclusion in the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the star domain. Counting the time, this ancient frost crocodile had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. It had already broken through to the heavenly Dao realm hundreds of years ago and went to a parallel void to transcend its primordial chaos tribulation. Following that, it returned to the forbidden area of the frost crocodile and continued its seclusion. As it healed, it also stabilized its cultivation. Clearly, the blue blood soul maggot in the frost blood blue crocodile's body was the work of this ancient frost crocodile. The frost blood blue crocodile was its bloodline descendant. Now that it was killed, the ancient frost crocodile seemed to have sensed it, which was why it suddenly let out such a shocking roar. He did not come out of seclusion. This was because although the injuries from entering the parallel void to transcend the primordial chaos tribulation had healed, the realm he had just broken through to had yet to stabilize. It still required some time. However, the ancient frost crocodile was in no hurry. With the frost blood soul maggot around, as long as he came out of seclusion, he would quickly find the culprit who killed the frost blood blue crocodile. No matter who it was, he would definitely not let them go. He would definitely drag them out and refine their souls. Xian was unaware of all this. At that moment, after leaving the dark void where he killed the frost blood blue crocodile, he had just arrived near the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion. Rip, the sound of ripping cloth sounded as a void rift suddenly appeared. Xian walked out of it without pausing. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice. He went straight to the core. Then, after that, with a flash of light in his eyes, Xian waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh! After entering the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice, Xian went directly to the core. He then waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately stepped forward, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, and closed his eyes. The reason why Xian returned to this star where he had been in seclusion in front of the right bank was to find the frost blood soul maggot that had sneaked into his body without warning. At that time, this frost blood soul maggot came at him at lightning speed. When it came close, it disappeared as soon as it touched Xian's skin. Even when Xian used his divine sense and spiritual power to explore his body, he found nothing. This made him vigilant, but because a big battle had just broken out in that area, Xian could not stay for long, so he tore open a void rift and left as soon as possible. Now that he had arrived at this star, he immediately sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron and continued to search. In just a few breaths, he had carefully explored the bones, blood, and meridians in his body several times, but still found nothing. Considering its name as a soul maggot, Xian's consciousness immediately entered his soul sea. After searching several times, he finally found some clues. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, sank in an instant. He had found the frost blood soul maggot, but it had entered the deepest part of Xian's soul sea. Furthermore, it had burrowed into the origin devouring crystal that represented the devouring system. This was troublesome. The devouring system was extremely mysterious to begin with. It was fine if Dier replicated it, but the one in Xian's body was an origin crystal created by Xingbo. Even Dier could not figure it out after many years of research. Calculating the time, this origin devouring crystal had been in Xian's body for a very long time. It had accompanied him all the way until now, but in the past, Xian could not even find traces of its existence. He clearly had a devouring system in his body, but no matter how he searched, he could not find where it was. He also did not know how it appeared. 10 years ago, after Xian stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, he found this origin devouring crystal in the deepest part of his soul sea and even had the ability to separate it. But considering the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates, the fusion system, the forging system, and other heaven-defying abilities, he finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. He did not expel this mysterious origin crystal that represented the devouring system. Instead, he left it in the deepest part of his soul sea, paying close attention to it at all times to prevent any abnormal changes from happening. In fact, even though his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, Xian could only pay close attention to this mysterious origin devouring crystal or simply move it out of his body. Apart from that, Xian had no way of knowing the secrets of this origin devouring crystal. Be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was still unable to force his way into the origin devouring crystal to investigate. But, now, this frost blood soul maggot that he had finally found had easily entered the origin devouring crystal and turned into a maggot-like substance that looked like a speck of dust. At a glance, the origin devouring crystal now looked like a piece of amber, and this so-called frost blood soul maggot was just a worm sealed in amber. However, this worm had entered of its own accord, which was equivalent to hiding inside. Even Xian could not do anything about it now. Because, be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was unable to force his way into this mysterious origin devouring crystal. The so-called investigation was naturally a joke that could not be carried out. The next moment, an extremely low buzzing sound was heard. Xian activated his demon soul pupil, and a faint beam of light shot out from his soul sea and reached the deepest part of it. It enveloped this origin devouring crystal that was only the size of a nascent soul's fist and looked like a worm sealed in amber. But it was useless. Even the demon soul pupil's beam of light, which was known as the strongest pupil technique, could not enter the origin devouring crystal. It could not investigate anything. This, Xian was dumbfounded, and his heart sank even more. The situation was obviously a little serious. The origin devouring crystal was so mysterious that he, who was at the peak of the great perfection 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, could not enter it at all even when he fully activated his divine perception and mental strength. However, this frost blood soul maggot instantly entered and lay dormant inside. Just based on this point, it could be seen that this frost blood soul maggot was extraordinary. Moreover, since it could enter the origin devouring crystal so easily, it could naturally come out at any time. This was awkward. It was as if Xian's soul sea had become this worm's back garden. It could come out whenever it wanted to. It was simply speechless. Of course, there was a permanent solution, and that was to directly expel the origin devouring crystal and remove it from the soul sea. But, in that case, it was as if Xian had given up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the fusion system, and other system abilities. But, although this origin devouring crystal was mysterious and came from Xingbo, it was very likely that there was some kind of shocking scheme hidden in it. It was just that it had not been activated yet. It was also because of this that for Xian, this was a chance to counter Xingbo. For example, if he removed the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and abandoned it, it was as if Xian had given up a wonderful opportunity to counter Xingbo in the future. This was obviously not worth it. If he had any other choice, he really would not have made such a decision. Damn it, it's just an insignificant little bug. How can it be so *king tormenting people? After a series of fruitless attempts, Xian finally gave up. Sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, he suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of hatred flashed in the depths of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered softly. After a while, Xian gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and contacted the devouring system in his body. In the end, the system was operating normally and there was nothing wrong with it. This made him even more conflicted. If the devouring system had a problem because of this frost blood soul maggot, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only remove the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and expel it from the soul sea. But right now, the system was operating normally. If he really did that, it would undoubtedly make Xian even more conflicted. Forget it. The devouring system is very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although I've kept it in my body, it has always been closely watched. In the end, a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since it's already like this, why should I care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? At worst, I can split a strand of my divine sense and keep it in the depths of my soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, I can deal with it according to the specific situation. The frost blood soul maggot had directly entered the devouring crystal in the depths of Xianxia's soul sea. This made him feel very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. After some hesitation, Xian finally made a decision. The devouring system was very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although Xian had kept it in his body, it had always been closely watched. Since it was already like this, why should he care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? He decided to ignore all this for the time being. At worst, he could split a strand of his divine sense and keep it in the depths of his soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, he could deal with it according to the specific situation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately split a strand of his divine sense and directly entered the depths of his soul sea. It lay dormant next to the devouring crystal, which was now like an amber, and closely watched it. Swoosh! After all this was done, Xian stepped out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. Then, he directly rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, tore open a void crack, and disappeared. Although the death of the frost blood blue crocodile was silent, and Xian was sure that no one had seen it from beginning to end, this matter was bound to cause a shocking storm in the future. After all, the frost blood blue crocodile's background was no small matter. Not only was it ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, but the overall strength of the frost blood blue crocodile's forbidden area was also ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Moreover, the frost blood blue crocodile came from the middle section of the left bank and was killed as soon as it arrived at the right section. The other 8 old fellows in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly beast list would definitely pay attention to this matter. In particular, the Long Jing, ranked 10th on the heavenly beast list, had just been crushed by Xian in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, many people would probably suspect that Xian was the culprit. Therefore, he had to stir up the water in the right and left bank a little more. While this matter hadn't blown up yet, he had to add fuel to the fire. This time, he didn't plan to impersonate Hong Tao anymore. Instead, he changed his target, and that was the Long Jing. The Long Jing wasn't a survivor of the primordial era. In terms of magic treasures, Xian didn't have to worry about it. However, he had to transform into his appearance and reveal the Long Jing's bloodline true form. This might be difficult for others to do. Even if he transformed into the Long Jing's bloodline true form, it would only be a facade. His aura would probably be easily seen through. However, Xian had the Blood Sea secret technique, so he could transform into any form at will. His size could also be as large as he wanted. Coupled with the concealment of the Supreme Eye technique, the Demon Soul Pupil, it wouldn't be a problem for him to disguise himself as the Long Jing. In the right section of the left bank, the Black Jackal Forbidden Area, the strongest person in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area was an evil-eyed Black Jackal. Its cultivation wasn't weak. It had reached the late stage of the Heavenly Path realm. This Black Jackal also had an eye technique. Its eyes had 3 pupils, which were known as the evil-eyed eyes. It had an extremely strong bewitching power. However, compared to Xian's Demon Soul Pupil, it was more than a little inferior. The evil-eyed Black Jackal was infamous in the right section of the left bank. This late-stage Heavenly Path was ferocious by nature. Furthermore, it was extremely sinister and ruthless. It was unknown how much blood it had stained its hands. However, with this evil-eyed Black Jackal, there were still more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm beasts in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. However, only the evil-eyed Black Jackal and 2 others were presiding over the Forbidden Area. The rest had entered seclusion in the Parallel Void. There were countless beasts in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area, but as birds of a feather flocked together, it resulted in the astral beasts that gathered here. Nearly all of them were ferocious and ruthless existences, and this was the next target that Xian had chosen. At that moment, the entire Black Jackal Forbidden Area was silent. Due to the appearance of the 9 Heavenly Dao Great Dao Treasure Liquid, the left bank and right section was turning more chaotic. With the passage of time, the situation was turning worse. With the evil-eyed Black Jackal's nature, it naturally would not let go of such an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In fact, the 3 heavenly Dao beasts presiding over the Black Jackal Forbidden Area had just returned from outside half a day ago. The 3 of them had joined forces to carry out a hunting operation outside, specifically hunting down lone heavenly Dao beasts. Recently, they had already successfully hunted 3 heavenly Dao beasts. Unfortunately, only one of the 3 heavenly Dao beasts had heavenly Dao origins liquid. Furthermore, it was not a lot. There were only 3 or 4 types, leaving the evil-eyed Black Jackal extremely disappointed. Half a day ago, they had only temporarily returned to the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. Soon, they would head out again to continue their hunting operation. There was still more than half a year before the agreement between Magic Hall Master Yixian and the heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank and right section. They wanted to gather the 18 or at least 9 types of heavenly Dao origins liquid required to refine 2 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Dao Great Dao treasure liquid. This was because one cauldron could only refine 81 bottles of the 9 heavenly Dao Great Dao treasure liquid. And for a pinnacle heavenly Dao at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm, they would need at least 40 bottles of the 9 heavenly Dao Great Dao treasure liquid. Now that there were 3 of them, 1 cauldron was definitely not enough. 2 cauldrons were basically enough to satisfy their needs. However, the 3 heavenly Dao beasts, including the evil-eyed Black Jackal, were only at the 6th or 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. On the one hand, it was because they chose to target lone targets. Furthermore, their cultivation had definitely not reached the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. On the other hand, it was because the evil-eyed Black Jackal's evil-eyed ocular technique was strange and extraordinary. With him covering them, the 3 of them could guarantee that their prey would be successfully killed in a short period of time. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were extremely confident about the subsequent hunting operation. Half a day ago, they returned to the Forbidden Area to make some preparations. At this moment, they were about to leave together to begin the slaughter. It was at this moment that Yixian arrived. Rip. Black in the void of the forbidden ground of Jackal, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A spatial crack appeared, but no one could be seen walking out of it. Not even the slightest aura could be sensed. It was as if this spatial crack was completely empty, as if nothing existed within it. However, this was not the case at all. In fact, Yixian had already rushed out of the spatial rift. At this moment, he was in the form of a violent ape. His body was only about 5,000 kilometers long. He could be said to be extremely slender, but his cultivation was extraordinary. He was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Swish, after charging out of the spatial rift, Yixian raised his head and saw the evil-eyed Black Jackal and the other 2 that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. However, the 3 of them couldn't see Yixian at all. His figure had long since been concealed by a perfectly vibrating mental force secret technique, and even all of his aura had been restrained. The 3 of them turned around in shock. While they were still in a daze at this strange scene, Yixian instantly arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Swish, raising his head, Yixian saw the evil-eyed Black Jackal and the other 2 that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. He immediately flew over. However, the 3 of them could not see Yixian's existence. His figure had long been concealed by a perfect spiritual power mystic technique. All of his aura had been perfectly restrained as well. Surface the 3 evil-eyed Black Jackals were stunned by the spatial rift that suddenly appeared in the void. When they turned around, they were stunned. Also at this moment, Yixian silently arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Boom. Rumble. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. The violent ape's figure appeared, spanning thousands of kilometers. The big-headed black club in his hand directly smashed into the evil-eyed Black Jackal's head. However, to Yixian's surprise, the evil-eyed Black Jackal did not die. His body did not explode. What exploded was only his 3-eyed evil-eyed eyes. Swish, swish, swish. When the evil-eyed eyes exploded, light splashed out from within. It was 7 portions of the heavenly Dao's origin liquid. Of these 7 portions of origin liquid, only 2 were similar to what Yixian already had. In other words, once he collected them, the number of Heavenly Dao's origin liquid in Yixian's hands would instantly reach 57 types and 70 portions. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian was instantly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly swept away the 7 rays of light that had just sputtered out from the exploding evil eyes and absorbed them into his body. Swish, the master of the magic hall, Yixian? It's actually you. In this short moment of delay, the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were originally gathered together had already charged in different directions at the same time. The evil-eyed black jackal that had exploded a pair of evil eyes even raised its head and let out a violent howl. Its howl shook the heavens and revealed boundless resentment. Although he was blind and had lost a pair of evil eyes, his divine sense was still the same. He wasn't even seriously injured, so he naturally recognized who Yixian was with a single glance. Phew, upon seeing this scene, Yixian suddenly waved his hand as a beam of light shot out. It was none other than Goathorn Immortal, who was hiding in his Shenong's treasure cauldron. Watch the perimeters of the Forbidden Zone. Having been suddenly summoned, Goathorn Immortal wore a blank look. Yixian said coldly, if a single ferocious beast from the Forbidden Zone escapes, you know what will happen. Whoosh, just as his voice faded, there was the sound of water splashing in the void. Yixian's figure dissipated, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and exuded an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar. Roar. Swish, soon, low, furious roars and vicious howls came from 3 different directions in this vast sea of blood. Alarmed, amidst the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen instantly rising from the ground. They were none other than Yixian's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from them were all at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage. They were 3 powerful peak Heavenly Dao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. Now, as their figures materialized, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. They charged in 3 different directions. Swish. Swish, as they charged, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black club was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swish. Whoosh, with a thought, the black fog avatar shot out a beam of light from his glabella. As it expanded, it transformed into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. Instantly, it condensed to its limits, forming a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. In just a few spirals, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from his chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. It locked onto the fleeing Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in front of it. It was ready to charge out at any moment to devour everything. Swish. Roar. As for the skeleton avatar, it did not use the fallen skybow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade instantly appeared. Demon the blade was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Roar, rumble, as the blood blade was summoned, the withered demon blade and the demonic blade instantly let out a shocking roar. The viciousness and ruthlessness that it revealed was simply terrifying. The skeleton avatar was the first to make a move. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the blood blade instantly soared into the sky. Transform, it was a blood-black waterfall. In the blink of an eye, it had already traversed hundreds of billions of miles in the void and arrived at the head of a Heavenly Dao ferocious beast. As the roar shook the sky, it suddenly slashed down. Puff. Without any suspense, a dull puff sounded in an instant, followed by a shocking explosion. This ferocious beast was only at the 7th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Facing the skeleton avatar that was one of the best even among the 9th level Great Perfection Heavenly Dao realm, it had no ability to resist at all. Its body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, the howling of the wind sounded. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the Heavenly Dao ferocious beast's body was swept away by the skeleton avatar with a wave of its hand. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed into its body. Previously, Yixian already had 59 Heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had one more, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had reached 60. While, refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences. In other words, just in terms of heavenly Tao blood essences, he was only short of 21 heavenly Tao blood essences. In fact, there were a total of 3 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding this black wolf forbidden ground. However, the one that was killed was only one of the 3 ferocious beasts. Today, Yi Xian would definitely obtain 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences this day. Gotcha. At this moment, a cracking sound that made one's heart tremble came from another direction. The Black Fog Avatar had used the spiritual lightning technique. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void tens of billions of miles in front of him suddenly had a blood-colored lightning bolt appear above its head. The lightning bolt's diameter was tens of millions of miles. As soon as it appeared, it exploded into a sea of lightning, directly enveloping the entire body of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void below. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast was caught off guard and was struck dizzy by the spiritual lightning technique. Its originally lightning-like figure instantly stopped in the void. It was also at this moment that the Black Fog Avatar had already arrived behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Fog Avatar clenched its right hand into a fist as a dark light flashed in its eyes. It turned from illusion to reality and fiercely punched into the sea of lightning that enveloped the vast void. Rumble, bang. The sound of thunder shook the heavens, followed by a loud bang. The sea of lightning formed by the spiritual lightning technique dissipated, and the figure of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast disappeared. In the void, an incomparably majestic blood mist was rapidly spreading. Rumble rumble rumble, bang. As the black mist clone clenched his right hand into a fist, it turned from nothingness to reality and fiercely punched into the sea of lightning that enveloped the vast void. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. The sea of lightning formed by the spiritual lightning technique dissipated, and the figure of the heavenly beast disappeared. In the air, an incomparably majestic blood mist was rapidly spreading. Except for the essence liquid, this caused Yi Xian to be rather disappointed, because this meant that the heavenly origin liquid in the hands of these 3 fellows had been placed together. In other words, the 8 portions of heavenly origin liquid that splashed out from the pair of evil eyes that the violent ape had just blasted apart was most likely the total amount of origin liquid in the hands of these 3 old fellows. Because, there was also no heavenly origin liquid in the body of the heavenly beast that the skeleton clone had killed with the withered demon blood blade. However, the evil-eyed black jackal might still have other origin liquids in its hands. As for whether that was the case, he would naturally know after it was killed. Huff, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the black mist clone waved his hand and absorbed the majestic blood mist that was spreading out into his body. Then, he turned to look in the direction that the violent ape was chasing. The violent ape was chasing after the blind evil-eyed black jackal. This black jackal was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao, and had just entered the late stage of this realm. Compared to the violent ape, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, it was not just a little bit weaker. Although, after his eyes exploded, he took advantage of the fact that Yi Xian had collected the 8 portions of heavenly origin liquid, and even before the 3 blood sea clones had condensed, he had already turned around and fled with all his might. However, the difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was too great. In a short period of time, the violent ape had already caught up to him, and was only about 40 to 50 billion kilometers away. Boom! Rumble, without hesitation, as a cold light flashed in his eyes, Bao Yuan channeled the power in his body to the extreme. He flipped his right hand, and the big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was swung high in an instant, smashing forward fiercely. The evil-eyed black jackal was already lightly injured, so it couldn't withstand the full force attack of the violent ape. When the big-headed black stick smashed into its head, its entire body instantly exploded, and a majestic mist of blood spread out. This. At this moment, disappointment flashed across Bao Yuan's eyes. This was because after the evil-eyed black jackal was killed, no more heavenly law origin liquid appeared in its body. It was very obvious that the first 8 portions he obtained was the total amount of origin liquid in the hands of these 3 old fellows. Phew! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible majestic force surged out. In the blink of an eye, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the evil-eyed black jackal's body was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the central region volcano of the Xianxia cauldron to begin the refinement of blood essence. First before, Xian already had 60 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Now that he had 2 more, the number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had already reached 62. He was getting closer and closer to the 81 heavenly law blood essences required to refine the level 31 grand mist pellet. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a dozen breaths. In less than a moment, the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts guarding the black jackal forbidden land had all been killed. But Xian didn't intend to leave because he had already revealed himself when he killed the 3 old fellows. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas and the abandoned stars in the forbidden area saw him. So, before leaving, he had to solve this matter. Today he wanted to completely destroy the entire black jackal forbidden land, just like the ghost domain forbidden land before, leaving nothing behind and turning it into a dead area. There was nothing he couldn't do. The environment of the starry sky was like this: the strong preyed on the weak, not to mention that the people gathered in the black jackal forbidden land were all ferocious and ruthless existences. They were stained with blood, so they should be killed under the might of the heavens. Boss, don't worry, none of them escaped. At this time, seeing that Xian had already stopped, the goat horn immortal immediately ran over with a fawning expression. He was only a rank 1 heavenly law, but the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were killed by Xian in just a dozen breaths of time were all rank 6 and 7. Seeing this kind of ruthless slaughter with his own eyes, the fear in the old fellow's heart could be imagined. He was really worried that Xian would be so excited that he'd kill him as well. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Xian nodded and casually replied. He then waved his hand and stored the goat horn immortal into the Xianxia treasure cauldron. Swish! Swish swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the 3 blood sea clones shot out. Soon, they guarded the edge of the void around the black jackal forbidden land to prevent any ferocious beasts from escaping. Immediately afterward, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the skeleton clone, and a bloody light shot out from between his eyebrows. The bloody light soared in the wind, and its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-black demonic blade. It was thousands of miles long, and its shape was extremely ferocious. There was a blood-black demonic mist swirling around it, emitting a murderous intent. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade that he put away after the attack just now. Screech, as soon as the blood blade was summoned, it immediately blasted toward an abandoned star in the depths of the forbidden land ahead. The huge blade instantly let out a shocking roar, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Entangling the black demonic mist swirling around the demonic blade also began to change rapidly, instantly turning into a terrifying demon god that was thousands of miles long. It stood upright and looked extremely ferocious. Hiss, under the withered demon blood mouth, countless ferocious beasts in this star were sucked into its mouth in an instant. It chewed and swallowed like a giant whale swallowing the sea. A shocking and bloody massacre unfolded. Roar, screech. Screech, 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 everything that happened in the air was too terrifying. The ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the black jackal forbidden land were all trembling. In endless fear and despair, they roared wildly. The entire void of the forbidden land was in an uproar, which formed a sharp contrast to the deathly silence before. Swish, in just a few seconds, all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land in an abandoned star had been completely devoured. But this was just the beginning. After tasting the sweetness, the withered demon blood blade circled and changed its direction in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it rushed above the second abandoned star. The ferocious withered demon blood blade, which was thousands of miles long, raised its head and roared, opening its bloody mouth again. For all this, Xian did not pay attention to it at all. The 3 blood sea avatars stood in different directions at the edge of the black jackal forbidden land. Their eyes flashed with a cold light as they watched everything closely, quietly waiting for the monstrous slaughter to end. Swish, after a few days, everything was settled. Accompanied by an incomparably sharp sound, the withered demon blood blade that had swallowed all the ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the black jackal forbidden land also returned at this moment. It turned into a ray of light that penetrated into the space between Xian's eyebrows and disappeared, In the Black Jackal Forbidden Land, an unprecedented slaughter broke out in the void, but all this was completely unknown to the outside world. No ferocious beasts could escape from the Forbidden Land. Xianxia's 3 Blood Sea avatars were guarding the edge of the star field like a demon god. Swish, in just half a day, everything was settled. Sharp at this moment, an incomparably sharp sound suddenly sounded. All the ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land had been swallowed in half a day. Withered, the demonic blood blade also returned at this moment, turning into a ray of light that penetrated into the space between Xianxia's eyebrows and disappeared. Walala, the next moment, a strange sound came, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars that were standing in different directions at the edge of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land collapsed, turning into 3 majestic bloody rivers that gathered together in the blink of an eye, and then condensed into a point in an instant. Swish, with a flash of bloody light, the bloody point condensed by the majestic blood sea instantly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it was 50 million miles long, but it was not a ferocious ape, nor was it the real body of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it was a dragon whale. Whether it was the size or the aura, it was exactly the same as the dragon whale in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land, which was ranked 10th on the Left Bank's Heavenly Beast list. It was the body transformed by Xian using the Blood Sea secret technique, and coupled with the power of the demonic soul pupil, he was now the dragon whale. Even the peak Heavenly Way with the same cultivation as Xian would not be able to see any clues. In an instant, Xian activated his divine sense and swept out together with the invisible spiritual power. In half a breath, it had already enveloped the entire vast Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Vast, in the boundless void of the Forbidden Land, the abandoned stars had been completely dead. Xian carefully searched several times in succession, and after confirming that there were no fish that escaped the net, and there were no other abnormalities, he was relieved. A dim light flashed in the eye, and he withdrew his divine sense, but the invisible spiritual power extended out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star region. The Black Jackal Forbidden Land was extinct. Not only were the 3 Heavenly Way ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land killed, but all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were also killed without exception. While Xian also obtained 3 Heavenly Way blood essences, 8 portions of Heavenly Way origin liquid, and various other cultivation resources because of this. The harvest was definitely not small, but this was definitely not the ultimate purpose of his arrival in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. He came here to give that old guy the dragon whale a huge black pot, just like how he framed Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield. The cold-blood blue crocodile from the middle section of the left bank, ranked 9th on the Heavenly Way ferocious beasts list, was too sensitive. Now that it had been killed by Xian, the news had probably spread, and it was easy for people to point the finger of suspicion at Xian. The cold-blood blue crocodile's cultivation was not weak, and there might be more than one powerful existence in the right section of the left bank that could kill it. After all, there were many ancient experts in seclusion in the parallel void, but there were definitely not many such existences. Xian had pretended to be the dragon whale to exterminate the entire Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Once this matter was discovered and the news spread, the dragon whale's crazy actions could more or less draw away some of the suspicious gazes of Xian, but now that all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land had been exterminated, if Xian left now, this purpose could not be achieved. Therefore, he did not escape immediately, but lay dormant in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain. He quietly extended his invisible spiritual power and began to investigate outside the star domain. The purpose of this was only to find a witness who had inadvertently seen the dragon whale's departing figure. Half a day later, the dragon whale's eyes suddenly flashed. Obviously, it had found something. Without hesitation, it rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain in an instant. Roar. As soon as it rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land, the dragon whale, which was 50 million kilometers in size, raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its murderous intent was shocking, and it revealed an endless bloody and violent aura. In the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers to the right, there were 2 early-stage Heavenly Dao Realm astral beasts. They were not heading for the Black Jackal Forbidden Grounds. They were merely passing by in that void. But at this moment, because of the dragon whale's shocking roar, the 2 early-stage Heaven Dao ferocious beasts trembled, and they immediately activated the power in their bodies to hide their bodies. They also tried to restrain their auras as much as possible. All of this was like a conditioned reflex, a completely subconscious reaction, so their speed was very fast. At least, the dragon whale, who had just rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain, definitely did not notice because the two Heavendao ferocious beasts were quietly beside him. Hiss. After the roar, the dragon whale swung its tail in the void, and accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack instantly appeared in the void in front of it. Dragon! The dragon whale hissed, and its entire body turned into a ray of light that blasted away, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the void crack and disappeared. Void! The air fell into silence again, but the two Heavendao ferocious beasts who had hidden themselves did not leave. After waiting for another incense stick to burn and confirming that there was no abnormality, they revealed their figures and carefully moved toward the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Xiao! Xiao! The sound of the air resounded as these two ferocious beasts of the heavenly Dao entered the star region of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Facing the vast star region that was deathly silent before them, the two of them exchanged glances, and both of their eyes revealed a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispersed. Good, curious, they quickly spread out the power of their divine sense, enveloping the endless void in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain. Especially those silent and terrifying abandoned stars, they began to carefully investigate. In an instant, the two Heavendao ferocious beasts trembled violently, and their expressions changed dramatically. Then, there was a series of exclamations from their mouths, revealing endless shock and horror. Oh my God, what happened? The entire Black Lupus Forbidden area has actually completely transformed into a dead zone. All the beasts of the Forbidden Land have been killed, including the evil-eyed Black Jackal and other Heavendao ferocious beasts. The void is filled with a strong smell of blood. This is clearly a sign that the shocking slaughter has just ended. Long Jing. It must be Long Jing who did it. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. For the Heavendao origin liquid, he can even do something like exterminating a forbidden land. He is simply insane. What else does he not dare to do? No, this matter is too shocking. It must be spread out. Now, the right part of the Milky Way is already surging with turbulence. Many areas are erupting with earth-shattering battles, but everything should have a bottom line. Why would the beasts of the Forbidden Land do this? That's right. There should be a limit to this kind of hunting. Otherwise, the bloody storm this time will even exceed the one 1,000,000 years ago. The two sides of the Milky Way will usher in an unbearable catastrophe. The evil deeds of the dragon whale slaughtering the Black Jackal Forbidden Land must be spread out. No, this matter is too shocking. It must be spread out. Now, the right part of the Milky Way is already surging with turbulence. Many areas are erupting with earth-shattering battles, but everything should have a bottom line. Why would the beasts of the Forbidden Land do this? Long Jing's actions are too cruel. Yes, there should be a limit to this kind of hunting. The killing between the Heavendao old monsters is one thing, but it should not affect the beasts of other forbidden lands under the Heavendao. Otherwise, everything will be in chaos. Who doesn't have a forbidden land behind us? Who doesn't have bloodline descendants? The extermination of one side must not happen again. This time, the bloody storm is no small matter. Perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, both sides of the Milky Way will usher in an unbearable catastrophe. Long Jing's evil deeds of slaughtering the Black Jackal Forbidden Land must be spread out. Roar! Roar! Under the fury of their leader, the two Heavendao ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared. Then, they did not stay any longer. They turned around and rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. They directly tore open a crack in the void and left. Whoosh! After the two of them left, in the dark void hundreds of billions of miles to the left, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. An invisible light shot over and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. It was Yixian. At this time, he had returned to his human form, but he was in the state of the perfect vibration of his spiritual power. Therefore, his body was hidden, and his chi was perfectly restrained. There was absolutely no need to worry about being seen through. Previously, he did not leave because he was worried. He wanted to see the exact result. Now that he saw the two heavenly law beasts angrily charge out of the Black Jackal Forbidden area and tear through space as soon as possible, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. There were still 10 months, a full 300 days, before the 1-year agreement with the Heavendao old monsters on the right bank. He was not in a hurry to go to the Chaos Starfield, nor did he plan to return to the right bank. After all, he did not have enough Heavendao blood essence and Heavendao origin liquid. The follow-up hunting had to continue. Chaos Starfield, calculating the time, 2 months had passed since the 1-year agreement between Xianxia and the Heavendao old monsters on the right bank. In another 10 months, which was 300 days, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, would come to the Chaos Starfield again to refine the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. Every time they thought about this, the 20 or so survivors of the Heavendao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield would feel a sense of happiness in their hearts. Brilliant smiles bloomed on their faces. How could they not be happy? 10 years later, once the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, came, they would be able to obtain a large amount of the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. Although the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, would get half of the 40 bottles of Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, which fell into the hands of the Heavendao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield, there were only 20 bottles of the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. If there were 20 bottles in one batch, then what about 10 batches, or 100 batches? This was definitely an extremely profitable transaction. Ancestor Chaos Starfield, who had passed away 1,000,000 years ago, was simply too talented. Not only did he create a supreme resource like the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, he even thought of such a great opportunity to make a fortune. Even after 1,000,000 years had passed, they were still profiting from it. It could be said that the 9 Heavens Grand Tao elixir, which had been lost on the right bank for millions of years, had once again appeared. The true winner was definitely the Chaos K Starfield. If the other Heavendao old monsters of the right bank, whether they were space beasts or survivors of the primordial era, wanted to ask the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, to refine the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, not only did they have to prepare the Heavendao origin elixir of the Great Tao themselves, but they also had to fork out 40 bottles of the Great Tao 9 elixir of the Great Tao as a reward. This was definitely a heartache, but they had no choice. For the sake of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao precious liquid, even if they suffered a bit of loss, they had to clench their teeth and endure. Even for the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, even though he was the only existence on both sides of the Milky Way who could refine the 9 heavenly treasures elixir of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, when it came to this matter, even though he was given 20 bottles of 9 heavenly treasures elixir per cauldron, he was still the one in charge of the refinement. After all, he had put in the effort. What about the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao in Chaos K Starfield? There was no need for them to take out the various materials required to refine the Heavenly 9 Treasures elixir, nor did they need to spend any effort to refine it. All they had to do was wait for cauldrons of Heavenly 9 Treasures elixir to come out of the furnace, and then give out 20 bottles of Heavenly 9 Treasures elixir for free. This is clearly a profit, and there were no other restrictions. As long as the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, started refining the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, as long as there was a market on both sides of the Milky Way for this supreme elixir, they would be able to obtain it without any effort. It was precisely because of this that for the past 2 months, the entire Chaos K Starfield had always been filled with an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Not only were Hong K and the other old monsters of the Heavenly Tao feeling refreshed, even the remnant citizens of the Starfield with a cultivation base below the Heavenly Tao realm were overjoyed, especially in the first 10 days 2 months ago. The old monsters of the Heavenly Tao on the right bank had followed Hong Tao back to the Chaos K Starfield, and under his persuasion, they would do their best to be at the front when the 9 heavenly treasures elixir was refined in the future. In the end, when they handed over the Heavenly Tao origin elixir in their hands to Hong Tao, the joy in the hearts of the old monsters of the Chaos K Starfield burned even brighter. Although, some of the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao were still worried, and did not hand over the Heavenly Tao origin elixir in their hands to Hong Tao in advance. However, there were many old monsters of the Heavenly Tao who were successfully persuaded by Hong Tao. Most of them handed over 1 or 2 cauldrons of materials needed to refine the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in advance, including the Heavenly Tao origin elixir. Even if it was a small amount, 2 or 3 of them would work together to gather a cauldron of materials and hand it over to Hong Tao in advance. Fine, after all, the Heavenly Tao origin elixir and the other materials that Hong Tao had handed over in advance were enough to refine nearly 100 cauldrons of 9 heavenly treasures elixir. Putting the rest aside for the time being, just the nearly 100 cauldrons of materials were enough for the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao and the Chaos K starfield to obtain a huge amount of 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir. 1. 20 bottles per cauldron, 200 bottles per cauldron, and 2,000 bottles per cauldron. If this was not a huge amount of 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir, what was it? And there was nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, after obtaining nearly 100 furnaces worth of materials, the 20 or so old gods of Heaven's Path and Chaos Starfield had been in an extremely excited state almost every day for the past 2 months. They had been impatient for a long time, wishing that the remaining 10 months could pass in the blink of an eye. That way, the master of the magic hall, Xian, would descend here, and the long-awaited 9 heavenly treasures elixir would continuously fall into their pockets. Only, yes, what they never expected was that before the 1-year deadline was 10 months away, before the arrival of the master of the magic hall, Xian, a huge storm that no one had expected was already approaching the Chaos K starfield. Swish, an incomparably clear sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the dark void about 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Chaos K starfield, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. Following that, a blood-red light shot out from the crack and expanded with the wind. In an instant, it transformed into an incomparably gigantic space beast. Its entire body was covered in demonic feathers, and its pair of eagle eyes were as cold as lightning. It emitted an incomparably sharp intent, as if it could see through everything and see through one's mind. The cultivation aura emitted from the body of this fierce beast was not weak. It had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao of the 9th stage. Shockingly, it was the blood plume goshawk that had been ambushed by Xian earlier. No, when Xian ambushed him that day, he had activated the Blood Sea secret technique and transformed into Hong Tao's appearance. Furthermore, although this blood plume goshawk had an eye technique, it was far from being able to compare to Xian's demon soul pupil. Therefore, he was unable to see through it at all, and was instead certain that everything he saw was true. In addition, Xian had specially refined a simple star bag that was completely identical in shape and aura, which was one of Hong Tao's famous magic treasures. Therefore, in the blood plume goshawk's knowledge, the one who ambushed him that day was the person in charge of the Chaos K starfield, Hong Tao. There was no suspense at all. Screech. Hong Tao, get out, for this venerable one. At this time, the blood plume goshawk had been in seclusion to recover from the injuries caused by Xian's sneak attack that day. He had rushed to the Chaos K starfield immediately. His purpose was obvious. Naturally, he had come to settle accounts with Hong Tao. During this period of time, he had been so angry that he felt like he was suffocating. Now that he had recovered from his injuries and had arrived at the Chaos K starfield, he naturally would not be polite. He immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood plume goshawk was a peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage. Now that he had flown in anger, his roar instantly rushed into the Chaos K starfield in front of him. All the survivors on the abandoned stars in the starfield heard it clearly. Shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces as they all looked up. The Chaos K starfield had obviously been very lively recently. From time to time, some survivors and fierce beasts would come and go. Although the survivors and the fierce beasts were old enemies, they generally would not fight each other when they reached the Almighty Realm or above. They were all starry sky masters who pursued the Great Tao. Unless there was a conflict of interest, they would not engage in meaningless killing. But, now, the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid had reappeared. For the treasure liquid, these heavenly Tao fierce beasts and the survivors all came to the Chaos K starfield one after another. They were harmonious with each other and would not easily attack each other in public. But, in fact, other than the heavenly Tao old monsters, there were also some almighties and desolate supremacy ferocious beasts who came to the Chaos starfield with the survivors. They all had some top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, some of which could be used as supplementary materials to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. That was why they came here to sell, barter, or make friends with the heavenly Tao old monsters. In the vast starry sky, this kind of thing was very common. But, it was also because of this that many survivors and fierce beasts could be seen outside the Chaos K starfield at this time. Some were far and some were close. With the blood plume goshawk's shocking roar, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They all turned around, not knowing what had happened. Blood Plume, what are you doing? Why do you look so murderous? Are you planning to rob us in the Chaos K Starfield? Soon, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the Chaos K Starfield. They were all the heavenly Dowled monsters, and the leader was Hong Tao. At this time, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with hostility. He stopped at the edge of the starfield, facing the Blood Plume goshawk from 100 billion miles away. Shut up, he sneered and continued, if that's really the case, you'd better think it over carefully. The Chaos K Starfield is not the same as before. Let's not talk about whether you can afford to offend it. If you really want to do something reckless, I'm afraid the cultivators in the right part of the starfield won't agree. He had the confidence to say that. On the one hand, the Chaos K Starfield had the right to refine the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid that had appeared on the left bank after millions of years. On the other hand, Hong Tao had collected nearly 100 furnaces of the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid in advance. These materials came from hundreds of heavenly Dowled monsters, and they were all very important to them. If the Blood Plume goshawk really dared to rush into the Chaos K Starfield and act recklessly, even if Hong Tao didn't do anything, the heavenly Dowled monsters who had handed the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid to Hong Tao in advance would definitely not sit back and do nothing. If there was a big mess, who would take the responsibility if something happened to the materials they handed over? It was precisely because of this that when Hong Tao finished speaking, some of the heavenly Dowled monsters in the surrounding space immediately let out cold snorts. The pressure in their bodies deliberately spread out. This was clearly a response to Hong Tao's words, I'm here to rob you? You shameless old man, how dare you call me a thief? I'm so angry. The Blood Plume goshawk had a violent temperament, and now that it had come in anger, it stomped its feet in anger when it heard Hong Tao's accusation. Swoosh, halfway through his words, he suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out, turning into a huge light screen in the space to his right. As the light screen flickered, an image gradually appeared. Well, the Blood Plume goshawk's voice, filled with grief and indignation, sounded at this moment, and the entire space could be heard clearly. Fellow Taoists, I came in anger today to unveil this old man's hypocritical face and let you see his true colors. More than a month ago, I gathered here with all of you. At that time, the old man instigated me to take out the 11 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in my hands and hand it to him for safekeeping temporarily. He said that when the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came in the future, he could help me refine the Heavenly Nine treasures liquid in front of me. This matter was rejected by me. After all, the Heavenly Tao origin liquid is not a small matter. I was not at ease, but I didn't expect that after this venerable left, this old fellow would immediately rush over and lie in ambush outside the forbidden area where this venerable resided. Once this venerable arrived, he would immediately make a move. I was careless and was seriously injured by him. I hurriedly fled and found a place to heal my injuries. Now that I have just recovered, I rushed here to reveal this matter. I'm afraid many of you have handed over the origin liquid in advance to him for safekeeping. Be careful not to hit a dog with meat buns. Puff. Hearing this, Hong Tao, who was caught off guard, was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot, and his neck was thick. Head in anger, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at the Blood Plume goshawk, and angrily rebuked, Blood Plume old monster, what are you trying to do today? You're the F***king dog. Your whole family are dogs. What the F***ck? Before his voice fell, an image appeared in the huge light screen in the distance to the right, causing Hong Tao's words to stop abruptly, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. Puff, the words of the blood-feathered goshawk were really too infuriating. Caught off guard, Hong Tao almost spat out blood on the spot, and his neck was swollen. He raised his head. He pointed at the blood-feathered goshawk and scolded angrily, what are you trying to do today? Old monster Blood Plume, you are F***king slandering me. You are a F***king dog, your whole family are dogs. Buzz, before he finished speaking, an image appeared on the huge light screen in the distance to the right. Hong Tao subconsciously turned to look, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. His mind buzzed, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. He was completely stunned. In the image on the screen, Hong Tao's figure could be seen. In addition, there was the blood-feathered goshawk, and the figure of the blood-feathered goshawk was covered by a huge net. This net was one of Hong Tao's famous treasures, the simple star bag. Although it was just an image, this was, after all, recorded by the blood-feathered goshawk in the void after discovering Hong Tao's identity at that time. This, but with the means of the heavenly Dao monster, even if it was just an image, Hong Tao's aura was still very clear. There was absolutely no mistake. Roar. Why don't you roar? Are you dumbfounded? Your head is buzzing, right? You didn't expect that I would still use my means to record your sneak attack in such a critical situation, right? Seeing the image on the huge light screen, and then seeing Hong Tao's dumbfounded expression with his mouth wide open, the blood-feathered goshawk felt relieved. Following that, with a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, he turned to look around at the survivors and beasts who were also stunned. He raised his hand and pointed at Hong Tao, then he said, "Everyone, did you see it clearly? Who else can the old guy in the image be? That's his famed treasure, the simple star pocket. There's only one in the entire right section of the left bank. Other than that, my eagle eye is a powerful eye technique. My cultivation base is not weaker than his. If it was someone else who transformed, how could they escape from the power of my eye technique, the void glimpse and break illusion?" As soon as his words fell, there was an uproar in the void. The experts who were shocked by this scene finally came back to their senses at this time. All of them trembled violently as they gasped in horror. Soon, cries of horror rang out like a tide. Heavens, this is actually real. Like I said, the blood-feathered goshawk is not crazy. Why would it do something like this? Look at how angry it is. There must be a reason. Hiss. This is truly terrifying. Fellow Taoist Xue Ling didn't hand over the 11 portions of heavenly Tao essence liquid, yet he immediately set up an ambush. What about the portions that we handed over in advance and have already fallen into his hands? Don't tell me it's really a meat bun. There's really no return, right? This is inconvenient to speculate, but the image in the light screen is definitely not fake. We are all heavenly Tao monsters, so we can still see this point. Moreover, that is indeed the simple star bag, and Hong Tao's aura is not wrong. What's more, fellow Taoist Xue Ling's eagle eye is indeed an extremely powerful pupil technique. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. If someone impersonated him, with his cultivation and pupil technique, how could he not see through it? Besides, there is no point in doing this. He is about to ambush fellow Taoist Xue Ling, so why spend so much effort to transform into Hong Tao's appearance? No, the heavenly Tao essence liquid that this old man gave to Hong Tao is all that I have. There is absolutely no room for error. This old guy's credibility is questionable. I have to get it back first before I can be at ease, this is the key. This old man is also not at ease. Fellow Taoist Hong, quickly return this old man's origin liquid. At most, it will be refined later. This is not a small matter, and there is no room for error. This is not a risk. That's right, this old man has the same intention. Quickly return it, roar, roar. Roar, roar. Roar. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao who had gathered outside the Chaos Lac Star area, whether they were ferocious beasts of the starry sky or powerhouses of the remnant people, soon became noisy. They roared and kept clamoring, demanding Hong Tao to hand over the refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that they had previously handed over. Hong Tao was on the verge of collapse at this moment. He stared blankly at the huge light curtain high in the void to his right with his mouth wide open. His eyes were straight, and his face was full of dullness. For a moment, even he himself was a little absent-minded. He wondered if he was sleepwalking and unconsciously went to ambush the blood-feathers goshawk. Because even if he looked at it from his point of view, he could not find anything suspicious. On the surface, this matter was clearly done by him. There was no doubt, and there was no way to explain it. In fact, even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao behind him, who had just rushed out of the Chaos Lac Star area with him, had suspicious expressions on their faces at this time. These people were on the same side, and they were on the same side as Hong Quebec. How could they doubt this matter? It was imaginable how angry and wronged Hong Tao was. However, even if everyone did not believe it, Hong Tao himself knew that he did not do this at all. He was framed by others. but he could not say such words, because the facts were right in front of him. No matter how he argued, it was useless. On the contrary, it would make people more suspicious. They would think that he did not want to hand over the refining materials of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. If that was the case, the Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters gathered outside the Chaos Lac Star area would definitely explode. Some of the more hot-tempered fellows would most likely attack immediately. When that time came, once the battle started, the situation would be out of control. No one could predict what kind of situation it would end up in. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, the flesh on his face immediately twitched. Although he was unwilling to hand over the refining materials of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid, based on the current situation, it was clear that he had no choice but to do so today. There was no way he could explain it at all. Furthermore, although he had temporarily handed over the 100 batches of Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir that he had collected in advance, when the Demon Palace's master, Xianxia, arrived 10 months later, these fellows would still have to take it out in order to ask him to refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir. At that time, the 20 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid that belonged to the Chaos Lac Star area would still not be missing a single bottle. Fellow Taoists, this matter is strange, but this old man is indeed wronged. Thinking of this, Hong Tao secretly clenched his teeth and immediately cupped his fists towards the surroundings. An expression of grievance and anger appeared on his face as he continued, "But since you all don't believe this old man, it's useless to explain this matter. Back then, I did indeed collect nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid in advance. Now, I will return them to you all to prove this old man's innocence." Swish. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tao no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, streaks of light shot towards the heavenly dowled monsters who were waiting outside the Chaos Lac Star area. Swish. Swish, 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 a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. As Hong Tao waved his hand, streaks of light shot towards the heavenly dowled monsters who were waiting outside the Chaos Lac Star area. Fellow Taoists, this matter is strange. This old man is indeed wronged. However, since you all don't believe this old man, it's useless to explain this matter. As he spoke, Hong Tao cupped his fists towards the surroundings. His expression was filled with endless grievance and anger. Back then, I did indeed collect nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid in advance. Now, I will return them to you all to prove this old man's innocence. After that, he did not stay any longer. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left with a gloomy expression. He turned around and entered the Chaos Lac Star area. As for the group of heavenly dowled monsters who were gathered outside the star area, they dispersed one after another and returned to the forbidden grounds and star areas behind them. Even the blood plume goshawk did the same. After all, the 11 batches of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands had not been lost. In addition, this time, Hong Tao had also been taught a lesson. He had lost all his face, so he could only quit while he was ahead. In the end, he still had to refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid after 10 months. He couldn't really kill this old fellow, right? Moreover, he didn't have the strength to do so alone. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a year, the entire right section of the left bank was in complete chaos. That day, after the blood plume goshawk angrily exposed the true identity of Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Lac Star area, he had returned nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid that he had collected in advance. Clang, when he was outside the Chaos Lac Star area, a portion of it was returned. After that, some of the heavenly dowled monsters who had paid in advance rushed to the Chaos Lac Star area after hearing the news and took away the refining materials they had paid in advance. Since then, the area outside the Chaos Lac Star area was deserted. However, the entire right section of the left bank would have fierce battles from time to time. The heavenly dowled monsters from various places would either act alone or in groups of 3 to 5. They would carry out all kinds of ambushes and hunts. There was even news that the frost-blood blue crocodile, which was ranked 9th on the heavenly dowled monster list on the left bank, had been ambushed and killed not long after it arrived at the right section of the star area. This caused a huge uproar. Although no one knew who did this, there were rumors that it was very likely to be related to the Longjing. The old fellow was originally ranked 10th on the Heavenly Dowled Monster list on the left bank. However, ever since he was defeated by the master of the magic hall, Xian, he had gone crazy. There were 2 heavenly dowled monsters who saw him enter the Black Jackal Forbidden Land and kill 3 heavenly dowled monsters, including the evil-eyed Black Jackal. Even more so, as for the countless heavenly dowled monsters in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land, without exception, they were all killed by the Longjing and were completely wiped out. This caused another huge uproar. The situation in the right section of the left bank became even more serious. In this half a year, who knew how many heavenly dowled monsters died or were seriously injured in various ambushes? Xian did not care about all of this at all. For half a year, he had been secretly making a fortune. While the water was completely chaotic, he took the opportunity to attack again and again. After he succeeded, he immediately left and continued to look for his next target. Half a year, in this year, almost 200 days, he would reap a harvest almost every 10 days. The amount of heavenly dowled monster elixir in his hands was more or less. After half a year, Xian already had 158 heavenly dowled blood essences in his hands. He was only 4 away from the 162 required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pills. As for the heavenly dowled monster elixir, he already had 120 types and 151 portions. He was only 11 portions away from the 162 portions required to refine 2 primordial pills. It was said that there were only 120 types of heavenly dowled monster elixir in his hands. However, this did not matter. Refining 1 heavenly dowled monster elixir only required 81 types of heavenly dowled monster elixir. However, it was the same when refining the 2nd heavenly dowled monster elixir. As long as the 81 portions of heavenly dowled monster elixir were different, it would be fine. Also, in other words, any type of origin liquid in Xian's hands, even if there were duplicate items, if there were only 2 of the same type, it would not affect him. If there were 3 of the same type, he would have to think of a way to secretly change them. As for this type of origin liquid that had 3 of the same type and needed to be changed, he had a total of 9 types of origin liquid in his hands, which was exactly the amount needed to refine a batch of Heavenly 9 Treasures elixir. 4 months later, he would go to the Chaos Starfield and help those heavenly dowled monsters refine a batch of origin liquid. At the same time, he would secretly change these 9 origin liquids, and everything would be settled. At this time, after half a year of continuous battles, Xian had already returned to the dark void in front of him. The time for him to break through had arrived. In these 4 months, he would enter the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion and break through to the 3rd order of the Heavenly Tao. Swish, in front of him, the closed-door star could already be seen in the distance. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes, and he immediately rushed over, directly entering the core of the star. Following that, then, he waved his hand and took out the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size, and it was suspended inside the core of the star. Its aura was concealed, and Xian stepped into it, swish swish swish, with a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, with a flash of light in his eyes, Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, the nascent soul fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out of Xian's body. The expected sound of chains also came from everywhere. At this time, the shackles that appeared within Xian's body were the same as before. There was still only one of them. He focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed within his body, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. After an unknown amount of time, the huge river of energy formed in Xian's meridians had been completely refined. Following that, after that, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackles had already broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in Xian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu method has broken through. Current realm, 3rd level of the Heavenly Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host, the qi and blood realm of the fleshly body has broken through. Current realm, 3rd level of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement flashed and disappeared. Although, however, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations. However, due to the fact that he had broken through again, although his realm had not broken through, Yi Xian's true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. If he were to fight with the dragon whale again, even without using the fallen sky bow, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill this old fellow on the spot. It would not be just like last time, where he was seriously injured and had to flee. This time, although Yi Xian's cultivation realm in his strongest state was still the same, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin once again. If he were to fight with the dragon whale again, even without using the fallen sky bow, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill that old fellow on the spot. It would not be like last time, where he was only seriously injured and had to flee. 3 months have actually passed? After calming down his agitated emotions, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and calculated. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly, "In that case, there is only 1 month left to the 1-year agreement. As for the Heavenly Way origin liquid, there are now more than 120 types and 151 portions. There are still 11 portions left to refine the 162 primordial pills that are required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pills." Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a blazing light instantly burst out from his eyes. If I remember correctly, the blood plume goshawk that ambushed under the identity of Hong Tao had exactly 11 portions of the Heavenly Way origin liquid in its hands. At this moment, Yi Xian made a decision. He would take advantage of this 1 month to make one last move. He would kill the blood plume goshawk that had 11 portions of the Heavenly Way origin liquid and seize the origin liquid in its hands. Swoosh, after making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He stood up and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Then, he waved his hand and kept the cauldron into his body. Swoosh, after rushing out of the core of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, he immediately waved his hand. A crack appeared in the void with a crisp sound of cloth tearing. Yi Xian rushed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Goshawk, Eagle Pool, also known as the Blood Plume Forbidden Land, was where the blood plume goshawk's nest was located. Ever since it went to the Chaos Starfield more than half a year ago and exposed Hong Tao's true identity in front of everyone, the blood plume goshawk returned to Eagle Pool and never went out again. By right now, the left bank and right bank were too chaotic. Dangers lurked everywhere in the void. Who knew if a few Heavenly Way ferocious beasts would suddenly appear and kill people to steal their treasures? Even the Frostblood Blue Crocodile that was ranked 9th on the Heavenly Way ferocious beast list on the left bank had silently fallen. One could imagine how dangerous it was. He was different from others. Those Heavenly Way old monsters who were either alone or in groups of 3 to 5 had no choice. They wanted the Heavenly Way 9 elixir of the Great Tao, but they did not have enough Heavenly Way origin liquid, so they could only grit their teeth and take the risk. But, he had a total of 11 types of Heavenly Way origin liquid. It was more than enough to refine a cauldron of Heavenly Way 9 elixir of the Great Tao. There was no need to take this risk. Furthermore, it was precisely because he had too much Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his possession that he was more likely to be targeted by those red-eyed fellows. The reason why the blood-feathered goshawk had not taken a single step out during this half a year was due to its careful consideration. However, the 1-year deadline was approaching. There was only 1 month left, so he naturally could not continue to lie in the blood plume forbidden land. It was time to move out and head to the Chaos Starfield. At this time, he still did not know that just a day ago, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had silently snuck into the blood plume forbidden land. He was 200 billion kilometers away from the forbidden land, in the direction of the Chaos Starfield. He had set up an ambush. This was the last time Yi Xian would make a move. There was only 1 month left. He was certain that the blood plume goshawk would definitely walk out of the blood plume forbidden land, so Yi Xian had already activated the strongest form of his 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body before coming here. At this moment, his body was millions of kilometers large. Now that he was lying in ambush, he had already fully activated the perfect oscillation secret technique. His figure and aura were completely restrained, and he was just waiting for the appearance of his prey. Whoosh! After waiting for another 5 days, a faint sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the blood plume forbidden land in front of him. A ray of light shot out from the forbidden land, and the invisible aura of cultivation that spread out was that of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Way. Blood, the blood plume goshawk. This old fellow had been stalling for so long, but he had finally appeared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He immediately rushed forward, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. Crack! Screech! In the next moment, the black fog doppelganger of the 3 great demon bodies suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. At the same time, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind began to operate rapidly again. A huge blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers suddenly appeared above the blood plume goshawk's head, and it was instantly struck into confusion. Before he could react, a formless spirit power instantly spread out like a tsunami and enveloped the blood plume goshawk's entire body. Black the Fog Doppelganger used a spirit power secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear. Instead, it used the spiritual lightning technique and spiritual crush at the same time. Spiritual crush was a spirit secret technique that used spirit power to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit power was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. Now, this blood plume goshawk was suddenly struck by the blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers. While his consciousness was in a daze, he was instantly struck by spiritual crush, and he was stunned on the spot. Although, this state could only last for 1 or 2 breaths, but it was enough for Xian. Bang! At the same time, Xian, who was in the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, appeared beside the blood plume goshawk. A cold light flashed in the ape's eyes, and when he suddenly swung his right hand, a loud noise shook the sky. Big the black cudgel smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the blood plume goshawk's head. Although the old man's cultivation wasn't weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Xian. In the face of Xian's all-out attack, coupled with the fact that his mind was in a daze, he didn't have time to react. His entire huge body exploded the moment the black cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Phew! Overjoyed, Xian immediately waved his hand. The howling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force roared out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. As a result, the heavenly Tao blood essence in Xian's hands had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 158, but now, he had reached 159. And this time, the harvest was obviously not just that. As the blood plume goshawk's body exploded, there were still 11 weak rays of light in the vast blood mist that was swept over. These rays of light were precisely 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. After harvesting them, the amount of heavenly Tao origin liquid in Xian's hands had reached 162 portions, which was exactly the amount needed to refine 2 level 31 grand mist pellets. Only however, there were 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in 3 portions, but this didn't matter. When he returned to the Chaos Starfield, Xian only needed to refine a cauldron of the heavenly Tao 9 great Tao elixir, and he would be able to quietly replace these 9 identical heavenly Tao elixir. After killing the blood plume goshawk, Xian's heavenly Tao blood essence had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 158, but now, he had reached 159. Refining 2 cauldrons of level 31 grand mist pellets were still short of 3. As for the heavenly Tao origin liquid, there were 162 portions, which was exactly the amount needed to refine 2 grand mist pellets. Although, it was said that there were 9 types of heavenly Tao elixir in 3 portions, but this didn't matter. When he returned to the Chaos Starfield, Xian only needed to refine a cauldron of the heavenly Tao elixir, and he would be able to quietly replace these 9 identical heavenly Tao elixir. Just for this purpose alone, he had to make a trip to the Chaos Starfield. What's more, he was the one who had originally promised this one-year agreement. Even if it was impossible for him to refine the heavenly Tao elixir for Hong Tao for a long time as Hong Tao had hoped, this one-year agreement still had to be fulfilled. Calculating the time, there were only a little over 20 days left before the one-year agreement was reached. Although it would only take a little over 10 days to reach Hong Tao Star Field from here, if he leisurely rushed over, he would be able to arrive on time on the agreed date. Swish, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian immediately moved. He returned to his human form, but he was still in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. He also activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique, concealed his figure and aura, and transformed into an invisible ray of light that shot out, Hong K Starfield. Since the arrival of the blood plume goshawk half a year ago and the public exposure of Hong Tao's true colors, the nearly 100 furnaces of the heavenly Tao elixir that he had collected in advance were all taken back. Since then, the Chaos Starfield, which was originally full of guests, had become deserted. This situation only changed again not long ago. Half a month ago, guests had arrived one after another in the Chaos Starfield. All of them were the heavenly Tao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank. There were heavenly Tao's ferocious beasts from the ferocious beasts forbidden grounds, and there were also old monsters from the remnant Starfield. Of course, in addition to these heavenly Tao's old monsters, there were also some powerful figures and desolate supremacies. However, at this moment, in this kind of situation, the so-called powerful figures and desolate supremacies could only be considered as juniors and subordinates who came to watch the ceremony. They had no right to speak at all and had to tuck their tails between their legs. Today was the one-year agreement between the master of the magic hall, Xian, and the heavenly Tao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank would expire. Today, the Chaos Starfield would definitely welcome a grand occasion that was rarely seen in the entire left bank. Half a year ago, over the past few months, the heavenly Tao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank had arrived one after another. However, none of them entered the Chaos Starfield. Instead, they waited in the dark void outside the Starfield. Waiting for the arrival of the master of the magic hall, Xian. Now, almost everyone had arrived. After all, these heavenly Tao's old monsters' goal was to invite the master of the magic hall, Xian, to refine the heavenly Tao elixir. Since they had a request, they naturally couldn't put on airs and come late. Half a year ago. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and old monsters from the right half of the Chaos K Starfield in the vast expanse of dark void that was 1 trillion kilometers in circumference. If one were to count the almighties and desolate supremacies who were following behind them as juniors or subordinates who came to watch the ceremony, the number of figures in the void numbered in the thousands. These were more than 10,000 almighties who were all above the primordial age. Although there were some who came from the left bank and the middle bank, more than 90% of them were from the right bank. Only just in the right bank of the left bank, there were already so many almighties and old monsters. Moreover, not all of them had arrived today because many of them were still in seclusion in the parallel void. They didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Just this alone showed how strong the left bank was. Clang, of course, part of the reason was that the conditional opening of the Milky Way starfield was getting closer and closer. The old monsters who had been in seclusion in the parallel void or other regions all came out one after another. For example, today, although there were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters in the right bank gathered outside the Chaos Starfield, there were many new faces among them. They must have just come out of the parallel void in the past year. A year ago, when Xian was undergoing the elixir tribulation, more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters had gathered in the dark void in front of the right bank. Now, some of them were missing. They were either killed or seriously injured in the hunt. Now, they were healing and couldn't come at all. This was what it should be. The entire right section of the left bank hadn't been peaceful for the past year. Occasionally, there would be killings, and even Xian had taken advantage of the situation to kill quite a few old monsters of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered here. Some of them were familiar with each other. Since they had nothing to do, they would talk to each other from time to time. Over the past year, the situation in the right bank's void had been extremely tense. It was unknown how many heavenly Tao's old monsters had been secretly killed. It was no longer a secret that the frost blood blue crocodile, which was ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao's ferocious beast list, had been killed. There were rumors in secret that this was very likely done by Long Jing, who was ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao's ferocious beast list. After all, there weren't many Heavenly Dao experts in the right bank who had the ability to do so. Furthermore, Long Jing had planned ahead of time and launched a sneak attack. It was barely possible for him to do so. Furthermore, someone had seen Long Jing silently exterminate an entire forbidden land for ferocious beasts. Apart from the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding it, even the ferocious beasts below the Heavenly Dao realm were slaughtered and completely wiped out. However, it was obvious how crazy he was. Therefore, the possibility of him attacking the frost blood blue crocodile was very high. In fact, Long Jing did not come. This clearly indicated the problem and made people even more suspicious of him. This was because since he had silently exterminated a forbidden land, his goal was to collect the Heavenly Dao Origins liquid. However, he did not appear. It was clearly a sign that he had a guilty conscience. Many Heavenly Dao old monsters were discussing this matter and gradually came to a consensus. Almost everyone was certain that Long Jing was the mastermind behind the assassination of the frost blood blue crocodile. Yes. Hong Tao didn't care about any of this. At this moment, he was standing in the void at the edge of the Chaos Lac star field. Behind him were more than 20 figures. They were the other Heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Lac star field. As for the remnant citizens of the stellar domain below the Heavenly Dao realm, they did not appear at all. As the host, Hong Tao should have sent some remnant citizens of the stellar domain to set up seats in the void for such a grand occasion. He should have prepared some spirit wine and spirit fruits as a form of hospitality. However, he did not do so. Although he appeared with more than 20 Heavenly Dao old monsters from the Chaos K stellar domain, he kept a straight face and did not converse with the crowd. Clearly, he was still brooding over the matter from half a year ago and was displeased. Rip. It was also at that moment that a ripping sound came from the void to his right. A void rift appeared and Yi Xian walked out with a smile on his face. Hiss, at the last moment before the end of the year, the sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side of the void. A void crack appeared, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been? Stepping on the void, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He smiled and cupped his fists towards the surroundings, which could be considered as a greeting. Fellow Taoist, Yi is truly trustworthy. Hong Tao was originally a little nervous, worried that Yi Xian would not come. Now that he saw his figure appear, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. As he greeted Yi Xian, he had already walked over to Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, Hong is too polite. Since I have made a promise, I will naturally fulfill it. Yi Xian pretended that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year and replied with a smile. A month ago, I had just come out of seclusion and rushed over from the right bank. I took a detour through the dark void in the right section of the Milky Way. I was delayed for some time, but I finally arrived in time. These words were enough to show that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year. After all, he had just come out of seclusion. And there was obviously no doubt in his words. Everyone had witnessed how Yi Xian had resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Although the primordial pill tribulation did not have the power of the primordial lightning tribulation, it was definitely not something the Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation could compare to. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Then, he dragged his injured body and refined 5 batches of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir in front of everyone. After rushing back to the magic hall's forbidden area on the right bank, he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. Of course, they definitely didn't expect Yi Xian's physical body to be so strong. That day, he was severely injured, and after swallowing some chaos medicine, he immediately recovered. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, a large number of Heavenly Dao old monsters gathered in the void around them also smiled and greeted Yi Xian. They exchanged pleasantries and tried to build a relationship with each other. Hong Tao was obviously a little guilty. Although he did not sneak attack the blood plume goshawk, this matter had become a consensus in the right section. He was afraid that someone would mention it to Yi Xian, which would be embarrassing. Yes, therefore, after exchanging pleasantries, Hong Tao quickly brought up the important matter. Yi Xian was already waiting here, so naturally, he immediately nodded in agreement. He casually pointed at a heavenly law ferocious beast nearby, indicating that he would start the refinement. A look of ecstasy appeared on the face of this heavenly law beast. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light at Yi Xian. This was obviously all the materials needed to refine a furnace of heavenly 9 Great Tao liquid. It included all kinds of supplementary materials and 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. As the light shot over, Yi Xian waved his hand and approached. After a brief inspection, he was secretly delighted. These 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids are perfect to replace the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession. That is to say, after this cauldron of heavenly Tao origin liquids is refined, the amount of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession will be enough to refine 2 grade 31 grand mist pellets. There will be a total of 162 sets of grand mist pellets. Whoosh! After secretly replacing the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. Without further delay, he waved his hand and summoned the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was like a star, lying across the void in front of him. Then with a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the cauldron, where the 9-colored mist was enshrouded. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao treasure liquid was carried out inside the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the Red Lotus karmic fire. After the Red Lotus karmic fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Yi Xian in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. Boom, rumble, with Yi Xian's thought, there was an earth-shattering roar in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. The boundless Red Lotus hellfire directly soared into the sky and floated in midair at the center of the central region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cauldron formed purely by the Red Lotus hellfire. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside the cauldron, invisibly emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a weak sound of breaking air quickly sounded. All the refining materials shot out and fell into the flame energy cauldron. The refining of this cauldron of liquid began. Heaven, the 9 Great Tao liquid was indeed extraordinary, but Yi Xian's talent in the Tao of medicine was not to be underestimated. His experience was so rich that it was enough to make people admire him. With his current terrifying divine sense, it was equally easy for him. This time, just after 2 days, the flame energy cauldron suspended in midair at the central region volcano suddenly exploded. The cauldron once again turned into a sea of red hellfire, gathered together, and fell directly into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. What was left in the void was a canopy of liquid, divided into 81 small canopies. Each small canopy of the 9 Great Tao liquid was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It was clear that they all contained a trace of weak primordial energy. No, although everything went smoothly, and the liquid was refined in just 2 days, Yi Xian did not get up. He was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still concentrating on the rhythm of refining the liquid. Again, after sitting for 3 days, he estimated that it was about time. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. He suddenly waved his hand, whoosh, with his thought, this cauldron of 9 treasures liquid, which had been refined long ago, instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the belly of the central region volcano. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! 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 After the liquid rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored it in small bottles. Fellow Taoist, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This cauldron of 9 treasures liquid has been successfully refined. With a wave of his hand, the 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Yi Xian were divided into 3 portions and laid across the void in front of him. At this time, Yi Xian also turned to look at the heavenly law ferocious beast. However, the rules are still the same. This cauldron of 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I will take 40 bottles as a reward for refining, whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, one of the 3 portions of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Xian instantly shot out and arrived in front of the heavenly law ferocious beast. It was the 41 bottles of 9 treasures liquid. Roar, thank you, fellow Daoist. The heavenly law ferocious beast raised its head and let out a light sigh. It was extremely happy and thanked him repeatedly. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Daoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. At this point, Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. Seeing this scene, the tens of thousands of experts gathered in the void were stunned. Then, they gasped one after another and exclaimed in surprise like a tidal wave. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Daoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. After that, Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. This scene stunned the tens of thousands of experts who were gathered in the void. Then, they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. It's too late. Hiss. It's actually 50%. A year ago, fellow Daoist refined a total of 5 batches of 9 treasures liquid. 3 of them were originally promised to Chaos Starfield, and the treasured liquid that came out of the furnace would belong to them. But after the completion of the next 2 batches, fellow Daoist received the reward and gave a storage magic treasure to Hong Tao. Obviously, from then on, Chaos Starfield started to collect 50% of the reward from fellow Daoist. No wonder he was so interested in this matter and encouraged us to hand over the refining materials to him in advance so that he could keep them for safekeeping. The refinement method for the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir belongs to the Chaos K Starfield. Fellow Daoist, it's all thanks to the Chaos K Starfield that you were able to obtain the Chaos K Starfield's manuscript, so it's only right that you pay a certain price. That's right. After all the treasured liquid was refined by fellow Daoist. Chaos Starfield did nothing and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. It's really a bit too much. This is really a profit without any cost. Fellow Daoist was unknowingly treated as a free refining machine by him. It's really a bit speechless. As these exclamations and discussions sounded out, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Dao monsters from Chaos Starfield immediately frowned. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they were obviously extremely displeased. However, Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. He pretended not to hear them and put away the remaining 20 bottles of 9 treasures liquid with a wave of his hand. He pretended to look at an old monster on the right as if he was going to continue refining the second batch. But in fact, his gaze swept imperceptibly to the left as he muttered in his heart. It seems that the other heavenly Dao beasts in the blood plume forbidden area are about to come. Roar. Right at this moment, at the end of the void on the left bank, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded, revealing a monstrous anger that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed and couldn't be suppressed. The experts gathered outside the Chaos Starfield all subconsciously turned to look. Hong Tao's body trembled. At the same time, he frowned, and a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't show it on his face at all. His expression was calm as he followed the sound. In the line, at the end of the void where the shocking roar came from, 5 figures were rumbling over. All of them were ferocious beasts in space. Their bodies were incomparably huge, and they were all more than 15 million kilometers long. As for their cultivation strength, these 5 ferocious beasts were all heavenly Dao monsters. 3 of them were in the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm from the 4th to the 6th stage, while the other 2 were in the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm and the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. The strongest class 8 ferocious beast was actually a goshawk. It was somewhat similar to the blood plume goshawk in the blood plume forbidden land. Clearly, they belonged to the same clan. These 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had come to the blood plume forbidden land, and the reason why they had come here was to make things difficult for Hong Tao. In their opinion, the blood plume goshawk that had just walked out of the Forbidden Lands void and was ambushed and killed was very likely to have died at Hong Tao's hands. Even if it wasn't him, they would definitely come. This was a difficult situation for the victim. Hong Tao had just been exposed by the blood plume goshawk more than half a year ago, and this was a huge grudge. Now that the blood plume goshawk had been ambushed and killed, he was naturally the most suspicious. To these 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts from the blood plume forbidden land, it didn't matter if he was the one who did it. What was important was that they could take advantage of this opportunity to extort Hong Tao and get some 9 treasures liquid. Roar. Hong Tao, you've gone too far. More than half a year ago, my blood plume forbidden lands Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your true identity out of anger, and he returned to the blood plume forbidden lands since then. Because the right part of the void was in turmoil at that time, he hasn't left the blood plume forbidden lands since then. More than half a month ago, Exalt Lord Goshawk left the blood plume forbidden land, and he originally intended to come to the Chaos Starfield to ask the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Dao. But I never expected that you would actually be thinking about the 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid in his possession. Moreover, you even held a grudge because Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your shameful true identity more than half a year ago, and you ambushed him in the void a few 100 billion kilometers away from the blood plume forbidden land. Poor Exalt Lord Goshawk was caught off guard and was killed by you, and the 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid that he had been keeping were all seized away. Today, we, the victims, have come here. The Chaos Starfield must give us an explanation for this matter. Furthermore, the 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid in Exalt Lord Goshawk's hands did not belong to him alone. We gathered them together and gave them to him to bring here to ask the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Dao. Now that the heavenly Dao origin liquid has been taken away by you, the Chaos Starfield will not only have to give us an explanation, but also compensate us with 2 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Dao origin liquid. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Roar. Roar. At the end of their speech, the 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared furiously, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void was in an uproar, and the heavenly Dao old monsters gathered in the surroundings did not know what had happened. Now that they were shocked by the inside story, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of alarm that could cover the sky and earth rang out again like a tide. Hiss. Such a thing actually happened? The blood plume goshawk had just walked out of the blood plume forbidden land, and he was immediately ambushed and killed. This was clearly premeditated, and someone had been secretly watching him since a long time ago. Hong Tao is indeed the most suspicious in this matter. More than half a year ago, he had once attacked the blood plume goshawk, but unfortunately, he did not succeed and allowed it to escape. Then, after recovering from his injuries, he rushed to the Chaos Starfield and exposed Hong Tao's hypocritical face in public. From this, it can be seen that Hong Tao had always coveted the 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid in the blood plume goshawk's hands. How could he be willing to give up when he failed to obtain it? Not to mention that later on, because of the blood plume goshawk, his true face was exposed in public. Not only did he lose all his face, he even lost the nearly 100 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Dao that he had obtained in advance. This matter is simply monstrous. Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the blood plume goshawk. This old fellow is truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the blood plume goshawk and took away the 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid. Along with these exclamations, the experts in the surrounding void, especially the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts from the various ferocious beast forbidden grounds, almost all glared at Hong Tao with murderous gleams in their eyes. They glared at Hong Tao, who was in the void outside the Chaos Starfield. 11 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid, coupled with the 2 accumulated grudges, Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the blood plume goshawk. He's truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the blood plume goshawk. The experts in the area, especially the heavenly Dao beasts from the wild beast forbidden lands, glared at Hong Tao, who was hovering in the void outside of the Chaos K Starfield. Their eyes gleamed with vicious light as they glared at Hong Tao. Pooh! All of you are slandering me. This is F*** King extortion. Tao Qi's body trembled, and he almost spat out blood on the spot. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously in the void. Great, half a year ago, he had already been slandered by the blood plume goshawk once, causing serious consequences that were irreversible. It could even be said that he had paid an extremely heavy price. No. However, the nearly 100 furnaces of refining materials of the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain were all taken back by the various heavenly Tao old monsters who had continuously arrived. Even more so. As for his reputation, it was a great loss because of this. What made him even angrier was that the blood plume goshawk had actually taken out the recorded image as evidence. This was King irrefutable evidence. Apart from himself, who knew that he was framed, even the other survivors of the heavenly Tao and the Chaos Starfield had doubts in their hearts. Over the past half a year, Hong Tao could clearly see the suspicion in the eyes of the more than 20 heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield. However, he really could not explain this matter. The more than 20 heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield did not really say anything. How could he take the initiative to mention this matter? However, therefore, because of that matter, he had lost a lot of face. Even his prestige in the hearts of countless survivors in the Chaos Starfield had been severely affected. All of this he could only swallow his teeth and blood into his stomach. Although he hated the guy who impersonated him and framed him, he had no way of knowing who this person was. Therefore, no matter how sullen he was, he could only let it go. However, what he never expected was that after only half a year, a similar thing would happen again. The fall of the blood plume goshawk naturally made him feel relieved, but the 5 heavenly Tao beasts in the blood plume forbidden land actually put the blame on him, which really made Hong Tao furious. But, moreover, from what these fellows said, it was obvious that they did not see the person who attacked the blood-feathered goshawk with their own eyes. They came here angrily based on their own guesses, saying that the victim had come knocking on their door. They even asked for 2 batches of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid as compensation. This was clearly extortion. However, with the previous incident as a foreshadowing, almost all of the old monsters gathered in the surrounding space agreed with their words. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had reached a consensus that this matter was definitely done by him. They all glared at him angrily. This kind of feeling could no longer be described as stifling anger. It was as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. This was too King excessive. They simply could not bully him like this. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his blood rush to his head, and his neck was so thick that it was frightening. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, the voice of his divine sense immediately sounded out, "Damn you guys, do you really think this old man, the Chaos Starfield, is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? Asking for 2 batches of heavenly 9 treasures liquid, what a big tone. This old man has yet to settle the matter of you slandering me and slandering me. Today, I will settle it all." Swish, before the voice of the divine sense had even finished, Hong Tao had already made his move. With a flick of his wrist, a ray of light shot out and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably huge net that enveloped the space of 10 billion miles. It directly trapped the 5 heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area within it. The net was one of Hong Tao's famous magic treasures. It was called the Embracing Star Bag. Back then, Xian had used the forging system attached to the Devouring system in his body to forge one. The aura was exactly the same, but the power was much weaker. At that time, Xian had used Hong Tao's identity to summon the replica net in his hand and secretly attacked the blood plume goshawk. At that time, the blood plume goshawk had also recorded the scene. When Hong Tao's true identity was revealed half a year ago, it had been displayed in public in the void. Therefore, seeing Hong Tao attack in anger, and using the simple star bag that he had used to ambush the blood plume goshawk, it was simply incomparably arrogant. The heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. In the primordial void, the star beasts and the primordial survivors were at odds with each other. They had always been enemies. This time, the reason why the old monsters on the left bank and the right bank, including the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era, were able to gather outside the Chaos Starfield for the time being was because of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir of the great Tao, and now, seeing that Hong Tao was about to attack the 5 heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area, All the heavenly Tao beasts in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. For a moment, wild roars and howls rang out again. Even more so. Even the old monsters from the remnant star fields on the left bank and right bank looked at each other. After exchanging glances, they all frowned and sent out their divine sense voices to persuade Hong Tao. In their tone, there was clearly dissatisfaction. Obviously, even they felt that Hong Tao had gone too far. Roar. The Chaos Starfield is really majestic, the left bank remnant starfield is only ranked 10th. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Today, you can try to attack the 5 fellow Taoists from the Blood Plume Forbidden Area. If they are injured in the slightest, us fierce beasts will definitely slaughter your Chaos Starfield, not leaving a single blade of grass. Screech, sigh, fellow Taoist Hong, don't be impulsive. After all, you are in the wrong in this matter. You have targeted fellow Taoist Blood Plume Forbidden Area twice. Isn't that a bit too much? Don't make mistakes again and again. Otherwise, it will lead to a full-scale war between the fierce beasts Forbidden Area and the remnant starfield. I'm afraid your Chaos Starfield won't be able to bear the consequences of this. Isn't it just 2 furnaces of 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid? Just compensate them. Fellow Taoist, ye will get 20 bottles for free. This is a profit without any cost. 2 furnaces will be enough soon. Pfft. Hearing these words, especially the eccentric comforting words of the heavenly Tao of the remnant people, Hong Tao really spurted out blood this time. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly, and he roared with his eyes wide open, "Bullsh *T, this old man has been wronged. Compensation is absolutely impossible." I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, his face full of disappointment. Even this king is not ashamed to do such a thing. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. Just as Hong Tao finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with disappointment. To be able to do such a thing, even I am not ashamed of it. Different paths. We can't work together. Such words, coupled with his shaking his head and sighing with a disappointed expression, clearly showed that he was not ashamed of Hong Tao's character and did not want to cooperate with him anymore. Whoosh, when everyone came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already walked out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasured cauldron instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into his body, disappearing without a trace. Previously, he was already preparing to refine the second batch of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but now, he put away the farmer god's treasured cauldron. With such an action and the words he said, even a fool would be able to guess what Yi Xian meant. He was going to leave, no longer refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void suddenly trembled, and their expressions suddenly changed. Even Hong Tao, who had just used the simple embracing star bag to trap the 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the Blood Plume Forbidden Area and was about to attack them in anger, was suddenly stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. He immediately waved his hand again and directly put away the simple embracing star bag that he had just used. At the same time, he turned to look at Yi Xian at the first moment. With a panicked expression on his face, he hurriedly said, "Fellow Yi, don't go. This is a misunderstanding. This old man will definitely explain it to you clearly later. For now, let's continue refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, okay? We can't let these 5 guys spoil our plans." Refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir? Could it be that fellow Taoist Hong didn't hear what I said earlier? Yi Xian was about to tear open the void and leave. At this moment, when he heard Hong Tao's words, he immediately stopped, turned to look at him, and responded with a cold snort. The arc outlined by the corner of his mouth clearly revealed endless disdain and ridicule. People of different paths don't work together. Fellow Hong's actions have disappointed me too much. I can't obey you. Yes, at that time, I didn't think too much and agreed to fellow Hong's request. As long as I get the other half of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir refining manuscript in your hand, in the future, when I open the furnace and refine the elixir for others, your Chaos Starfield will share half of the refining reward. This is the promise I made back then, and I've always fulfilled it. Regardless of whether it was the 2 furnaces I refined for the various fellow Taoists a year ago or the one I refined just now, I've already taken out half of the reward and given it to fellow Taoist Hong. But I never thought that fellow Hong would be such a person, secretly doing such a dirty and insidious thing. After the fact, there was conclusive evidence, but you still quibbled in public and even wanted to kill me in public. Although I have a fierce reputation, I have always been straightforward in doing things, and I value integrity the most. Fellow Taoists' actions are really shameful to me. So, I don't care if I don't refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Even if I give up the reward for refining the elixir, I will not be willing to let a treacherous person like you take advantage of it and let you reap half of the reward for nothing. I have made up my mind on this matter, and there is absolutely no possibility of changing it. Fellow Hong, you do your best. With that last sentence, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Hong Tao from billions of miles away. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned to look at the heavenly Tao-old monsters gathered in the surrounding space, shook his head and sighed, then cupped his fists again and said regretfully, "Fellow Taoists, it's not that I don't want to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for you. After all, although I have to give 20 bottles to the Chaos Starfield for every furnace I refine, I can also get 20 bottles as a reward. It can be said that this matter is beneficial to me, but I just happen to have such a straightforward temper. There is absolutely no possibility of cooperating with people who are shameless. Even if I have to sacrifice my own interests for this, I will not hesitate. So, fellow Taoists, I can only say that this is a pity. It is impossible for me to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. After all, I once made a Tao oath, and now I don't want to take advantage of a villain, so I can only bear the pain, everyone. I'm sorry." Hiss. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared a million miles in front of him. It was obvious that he was going to step into it and leave with a flick of his sleeve. When such a scene entered their eyes, the experts in the Tao of Heaven who were gathered in the surrounding void immediately trembled again. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock and astonishment rang out like a tide once again. "This is bad. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is actually leaving. No wonder every time he refined a furnace of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he would give half of the reward to Hong Tao. It turns out that when he obtained half of the manuscript of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir from Hong Tao, he had already made a promise. Moreover, fellow Taoist Ji has made a Tao heart oath, so he naturally cannot go against it. Otherwise, if his Tao heart is affected in the future, the gains will not make up for the losses. In other words, if he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others, even if he was unwilling, he would have to take half of the elixir as the reward for refining it. Moreover, he would have to give half of the elixir to the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao is truly a good schemer. The half of the manuscript in his hand was clearly a rare commodity, forcing fellow Taoist Ji to make such a concession and swear a Tao oath against his heart, thus being controlled. From the looks of it, fellow Taoist Ji has been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Now that he is shocked by what Hong Tao has done, he finally can't tolerate it anymore. That's why he made such a decision in anger. Even if he has to give up the elixir that he originally could have gotten as a reward, he will never refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others again, benefiting Hong Tao for nothing. How hateful is this? Old Ghost Hong calculated everything, but in the end, he still calculated himself. It's a pity that we were also implicated by him. I'm afraid that the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that was originally going to be in our hands is going to be wasted. That damned old thing, he's simply too evil. He's courting death, so why should we be implicated as well? And this magic hall master, Yi Xian, we definitely can't let him leave like this. Otherwise, our hopes of breaking through the heavenly Tao and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm will all be ruined. That's right, no matter what, we have to keep the master of the magic hall here. This matter has to be settled today, and the specifics will be discussed between them and Old Man Hong. However, we have to start refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Roar. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. As these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the plain embracing star bag that he had just put away reappeared in an instant. It expanded explosively in the wind, and in less than half a breath of time, it had already enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers, directly enveloping the figure of Yixian who was about to leave. As Yixian finished speaking, indicating that he was about to leave, the surrounding heavenly Dao's old monsters were instantly horrified as they cried out in alarm. Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again, whoosh. The next moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. The Simplicity astral bag that he had just put away instantly reappeared. As it expanded, it enveloped a radius of 5 billion kilometers in less than half a breath. It directly enveloped Yixian's figure as he was about to leave. Old man, you actually dare to force me to stay? Upon seeing this scene, Yixian's figure froze as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Hong Tao, who had acted out of reflex. The expression on his face gradually turned sinister. Humph, do you really think I have a good temper? Walala. The next moment, the sound of splashing water could be heard in the void. Yixian's figure instantly collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and emitted an endless bloody aura. Following that, 3 deep roars and violent howls could be heard from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen. They instantly rose from the ground and were none other than Yixian's 3 blood sea avatars. The cultivation auras that emanated from them were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. They were 3 powerful peak heavenly Dao existences. That was even on the left bank of the Milky Way. If such existences appeared anywhere at the same time, it was enough to stir up a storm of blood. While, in fact, Yixian did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 blood sea avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The final form of the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Ability, the Devil Ape True Body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged within the 3 devil bodies. It was like a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs merged, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms, whoosh. Xiao. After the transformation was completed, Bao Yuan flipped his hands, and a ray of light shot out. Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Shenno medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick appeared. It was held upside down by his right hand, and it invisibly emitted a monstrous aura, walala. With a thought from the black fog avatar, a ray of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. It condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few wriggles, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Whoosh! As for the skeleton avatar, it still did not use the fallen skybow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. The blade was covered with countless obscure blood runes, and its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Fellow Daoisti, don't misunderstand. This old man didn't mean that, seeing that Yixian had condensed the strongest form of the devil ape's true body with 3 heads and 6 arms, it was obvious that he was about to unleash his divine might and fight. Hong Tao's body trembled and his expression instantly changed. He hurriedly explained, everything was just a subconscious reaction. This old man was too anxious just now, Xiao. At the same time, he put away the plain-embracing star bag that covered billions of miles of void before he thought, and turned into a ray of light that entered his body. Just as he was about to explain again and ease the atmosphere, a strange change suddenly occurred in the void. Roar. Roar, fellow Daoisti, we don't care about the entanglement between you and Hong Tao, including the oath you made, it has nothing to do with us, but the refining of the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is something you have promised us a year ago. The Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is of great importance. Today, no matter what, you must refine the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that we need. That's right, this matter absolutely cannot be delayed. You can't leave before the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is refined. Otherwise, where will we find you in the future? Fellow Daoisti, I heard that you are a man of your word. Since you have already made a promise about the refining of the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid, you must fulfill it today. Otherwise, if you hurt the harmony between us, then it would be meaningless. Although you, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, is famous, there are more than 1,000 heavenly Dao monsters gathered here today. It is absolutely impossible for you to forcibly break through by yourself. I advise you to give up this idea. Don't make a mistake. Roar. Screech, as these voices rang out, more than a dozen figures shot over from all directions. Among them were both ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era. They were all heavenly Dao monsters. These dozen or so fellows had cruel and violent tempers, and they were very impatient. Now that they saw that Xian was about to leave, the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that they were about to obtain would be lost. Because of this, they immediately rushed out and surrounded Xian, who had just condensed his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form, in the middle. It seems that you really think that I have a good temper. Look, when they saw this scene, the eyes of the 3 demon gods all flashed with a cold light. Xian's voice also rang out, revealing an endless chill. Gotcha, swish. Bang. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a blood-red bolt of lightning exploded out from the head of a ferocious beast at the heavenly Dao on his right. It was extremely thick, and it was caught off guard as it struck down. The exploding bolt of lightning enveloped his entire body, causing him to be instantly dazed. At this moment, Xian, who was in his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form, also used teleportation. Pang Da's figure, which was tens of millions of kilometers away, appeared beside this heavenly Dao ferocious beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes as it raised its right hand and suddenly swung the big-headed black cudgel. Huge, the sound shook the heavens. At this time, Xian's killing intent had already been aroused. The big-headed black cudgel smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the head of this heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Although this fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Xian. Facing his full-strength attack, coupled with the fact that his mind was in a daze, he simply could not react in time. Ching, in an instant, this heavenly Dao ferocious beast's entire body exploded the moment the big-headed black cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. The sound of wind whistling immediately resounded. Xian waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. As a result, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 159, but now, he had 160. He was only 2 away from the 162 required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pellets. And his harvest this time was obviously not only this. As the heavenly Dao ferocious beast's body exploded, there were still a few faint rays of light in the majestic blood mist that was swept over. These rays of light were the 5 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Xian and absorbed into his body. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the span of a few breaths. In just a few breaths, a heavenly Dao ferocious beast had already fallen, causing the surrounding heavenly Dao monsters to tremble violently. Their expressions changed as they sucked in a cold breath and cried out in shock. As this heavenly Dao ferocious beast fell, its body exploded into a majestic blood mist and 5 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Xian and absorbed into his body. For the surrounding heavenly Dao monsters immediately trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they all sucked in a cold breath. Cries of shock instantly rose like a tide. Damn it, the conflict has exploded. 3 heads and 6 arms, this is the true form of the devil ape, the strongest battle form of the master of the magic hall, Xian. Even the true form of the devil ape has been condensed. The master of the magic hall, Xian, is clearly angry. I'm afraid that today's matter will be difficult to resolve. These fellows are too impulsive. They fell out with fellow Daoists so easily. What should we do now? In the entire left bank, only fellow Daoists can refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Now that he's furious, I'm afraid he won't do anything for us. What's done is done, and there's no turning back. Even we will be implicated by these impulsive fellows today. I'm really envious of that fellow who refined the 9 heavenly Dao elixir just now. The cauldron of 9 heavenly Dao elixir that he refined might be the only one left today. What should we do? The master of the magic hall, Xian, has already made a move and killed a heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Should we continue, or should we let him go and think of a way to resolve today's dispute? So what if we resolve everything just now? The master of the magic hall, Xian, has already steeled his heart. He won't refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir for others to prevent Hong Tao from benefiting. It seems that if we want to obtain the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, we can only think of another plan. Xian, you actually dared to act viciously in front of everyone and kill a fellow ferocious beast. Are you trying to provoke all of us? He's too arrogant, too insufferably arrogant, too domineering. We must take him down today. Let's go together and suppress him, roar. Ruthless, along with the cries of alarm in the surrounding void, the dozen or so heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that were charging towards Xian were furious. They moved at the same time and used their methods to suppress Xian here. As expected of a bunch of fellows who wear fur and horns. They really don't recognize anyone when they turn hostile. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great devil bodies. Xian's voice also sounded, revealing endless disdain. Since that's the case, today this highness will start a massacre. Ruthless. Before he finished speaking, cold lights burst out of the Black Fog's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl, instantly activating the mental power in his body. He fully activated the Annihilation Spear, which was a secret technique of mental attacks. A large amount of mental power was extracted, and instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely small dot that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly pierced out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest, which was enough to turn the tiny dot into a battle spear that was sharp and indestructible. An extremely deep buzzing sound was heard, and the mental power source core that hovered above Xian's sea of consciousness in his mind also spun quickly along with the circulation of the mental power. It spun faster and faster, and in an instant, a small mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source power shot out of his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Ruthless, sensing that danger was approaching, one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts that was roaring and pouncing toward Xian from the front came to an abrupt halt. There was also a fearful and ruthless howl coming from its mouth, but it could not change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body, causing a cloud of blood to explode. It died just like that, and the majestic blood cloud that was formed from its body's explosion was collected by the Black Fog's body with a wave of its hand. Everything happened so quickly that it was shocking, and the process could be described as smooth as flowing water. This scene was so awe-inspiring that the other 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were roaring and surrounding Xian came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, they finally came to their senses and realized that they were not Xian's match at all. Although there were still thousands of heavenly law old monsters surrounding them, facing this devil god at such a close distance was tantamount to jumping out of their own accord. It was truly unwise. As these thoughts flashed through the remaining 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts' minds, the fury in their eyes instantly dimmed. Without any hesitation, they immediately tried to withdraw and retreat. However, in the end, it was still too late. Whoosh! Bam! Almost at the same time that the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts came to an abrupt halt, Xian also activated teleportation. The figure of the violent ape disappeared into the void, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of billions of kilometers, arriving beside one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts. By the time the heavenly law ferocious beast regained its senses, a loud sound had already resounded. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It raised its right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black rod without hesitation, landing squarely on the top of its head. Although this fellow was at the peak of the middle stage of the 6th order and was only a step away from the 7th order, his cultivation was still far too lacking compared to Xian. Facing the all-out attack of the enraged violent ape, he simply did not have the time to react. His entire huge body exploded the moment the big-headed black rod landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! As if the Buddha had only done a trivial thing, the Black Fog clone immediately waved its hand, and the sound of a violent wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of the Buddha's body. Previously, Xian already had 160 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Such as, today, he had killed 2 more heavenly law ferocious beasts in a short period of time. As a result, the number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had increased once again, reaching a total of 162. It was exactly the number needed to refine 2 level 31 grand mist pellets. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart was instantly filled with joy. Just now, if he had wanted to leave, he would have already disappeared from this place. He would have just activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body, and he would have been able to silently escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian did not do so. He had deliberately stayed behind in order to take advantage of this opportunity to kill 3 more heavenly law ferocious beasts. And now, his goal had been achieved. The number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had already reached 162. The heavenly law origin liquid had even exceeded this number. All the ingredients needed to refine 2 grand mist pellets were already prepared. As such, there was naturally no need to continue to stay. After all, there were still thousands of heavenly law old monsters around him. Although his combat strength was strong, he was still alone. Taking advantage of the fact that the other 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts nearby retreated in fear, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, today's matter is over. I will take my leave." After saying that, he waved his hand and tore open another void crack in the void. He was about to step into it. Wait. Seeing this scene, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item, how can I allow you to take it away?" Wait. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item, how can I allow you to take it away?" Previously, he still had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Yi Xian would change his mind and take back what he had just said. But now, it was obvious that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made up his mind. There was no way he would help others refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, which would benefit the Chaos Starfield, and let them get 20 bottles of it for free. Although Hong Tao was full of grievances, but now was not the time to care about this. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was about to leave. If he really left, it would really be over. At the very least, he had to leave the Red Lotus Hellfire in his hands. In the future, he might be able to subdue and refine it. At that time, he would be able to obtain one of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixirs. Screech, "Yes, fellow Taoist, you can leave, but you must leave the Red Lotus Hellfire behind. This originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield and was left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. It is a top-grade flame that must be used to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. How can I let you fill your pockets? In addition to the Red Lotus Hellfire, you must also hand over the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. This item is useless to you. Since fellow Taoist is not willing to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others, this manuscript can be used for study by our fellow Taoists. This is a good suggestion. Take out the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir manuscript and make it public. All of us can study it. We are originally proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, so it won't take long for us to fully comprehend it. As for the Red Lotus Hellfire, it will be safeguarded by the various fellow Taoists. No matter who it is, after thoroughly comprehending the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir manuscript, they can try to obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Once someone succeeds, refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir will not be a problem. Roar. This is a good idea. The heavenly beasts of the various forbidden lands also agree. It doesn't matter who refines the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, as long as they can help us refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. This venerable also agrees, seconded. Hong Tao's words reminded the various heavenly great Tao old monsters gathered in the surroundings. Those heavenly great Tao elixir survivors from various star fields immediately voiced their opinions and proposed a solution. Until, after thinking for a while, the heavenly great Tao elixir beasts from various fierce beast forbidden lands all nodded in agreement. This could not be helped. The survivors were proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, and the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir was created by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield based on the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. Even with the manuscript, it was extremely difficult for the fierce beasts to study it. On the other hand, the survivors of the primordial era had a natural advantage in this aspect, so they would definitely be able to do twice the work with half the effort. What they wanted was the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, not the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. Therefore, the heavenly Great Tao elixir gathered in the surroundings quickly expressed their support for the survivor's suggestion. Such a result made Hong Tao dumbfounded. The Red Lotus Hellfire and the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield. Just now, he had asked Xian for it. His original intention was to take back the Red Lotus Hellfire and bring it back to the Chaos Starfield. However, now it seemed that even if he obtained the Hellfire and the manuscript, it would have nothing to do with the Chaos Starfield. Not only were the old monsters coveting it, but even the heavenly Great Tao elixir beasts were also eyeing it covetously. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch him represent the Chaos Starfield to monopolize it. Oh my God! He was afraid that these things originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield, but now that the treasures were exposed, it was equivalent to attracting a pack of wolves. The Chaos Starfield alone was unable to forcibly keep them. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his chest tighten, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. While, at this time, Xian, who was about to step into the spatial rift and leave, immediately stopped when he heard this. This was because the spatial rift that had just appeared in front of him had already closed in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that one of the old monsters gathered around him had secretly interfered and prevented him from leaving. Xian's expression instantly darkened. He turned around and looked at the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered around him. In the end, his gaze landed on Hong Tao and he sneered, "Red Lotus Hellfire? I can give it to you, but can you catch it? Do you dare to take it?" Huff, before he finished speaking, Xian had already made his move. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded with the wind, instantly turning into a boundless sea of flames. The entire sea of flames covered an area of tens of billions of kilometers, spanning across a large area of space. When the sea of flames suddenly rose, endless waves roared, and each wave was formed by countless bewitching red lotuses. Although each of these red lotuses was only about 10 feet wide and looked extremely bewitching and beautiful, the invisible power that they emitted was extremely eye-catching. In an instant, the expressions of countless old monsters changed as they cried out involuntarily, "It really is the Red Lotus Hellfire!" Hiss! What a shocking aura, what a majestic sea of flames! Was this the Red Lotus Hellfire left behind by Patriarch Hong Ke? It was said that there wasn't much of it back then, but it had lived in that parallel void for millions of years. I didn't expect it to have such a scene now. The master of the magic hall, Xian, is indeed capable. He can even refine such a vast Red Lotus Hellfire. This is definitely not something an ordinary heavenly Tao expert can do. After all, Hellfire is not to be underestimated. It's definitely not something an ordinary top-grade heavenly flame can compare to. That's right, this Red Lotus Hellfire is the most mysterious. Once it's tainted, it can ignite the evil karma accumulated in a living being's life. It will burn the body and soul as the evil karma, and it's like a maggot attached to the bone. It's impossible to get rid of or extinguish it. Hiss! Xian, what are you trying to do? It's obvious that you want to attack this old man. As these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression changed. He raised his head and let out a vicious roar. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense came out of his mouth, revealing endless anger. His figure also hurriedly retreated. He was not the only one. Even the 20 or so survivors of the great path of heaven standing behind him felt the same way. Because, the Red Lotus Hellfire that Xian summoned turned into a vast sea of flames that enveloped the void and covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. The furthest tip of the sea of flames was already at the edge of the Chaos Starfield. If these old fellows didn't retreat, they would definitely be engulfed by the sea of flames. Hong Tao was truly furious. He asked for the Red Lotus Hellfire from Xian, meaning that he would hand it over after storing it in a storage magic treasure. Yi Xian had already refined the Sea of Flames, so under his actions, even the Red Lotus Hellfire could be stored in a storage magic treasure and wouldn't wreak havoc. While, after he brought this storage magic treasure to that parallel void, he only needed to break it, and the Sea of Flames would instantly spread out. Or, he could directly store it in a storage magic treasure and store it in his hand, which would also work. However, now, Yi Xian directly summoned this Sea of Flames with a wave of his hand. It spanned across the void, so he couldn't take it away at all. He didn't even dare to touch it lightly. This was definitely intentional. Slap in the face. Hiss. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing this on purpose. This is infuriating. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Red Lotus Hellfire that he had already refined. As it rose in the wind, it turned into a majestic sea of flames that enveloped the void for 10 billion kilometers. The front end was already close to the edge of the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao and the others, who were originally standing there, cried out in alarm as they hurriedly retreated. However, although their speed was fast, in the end, there was still an old monster who suffered and was half a step slower. Although his figure was rapidly retreating, the roaring momentum of the Sea of Flames was not slow, and it arrived in front of him, awoo. As the Sea of Flames approached, the edge of the front end touched the old monster's body. Half of his body was covered by a blooming red lotus. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. This old monster bit the tip of his tongue, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood at the critical moment of life and death. The price of burning his blood essence suddenly doubled. In an instant, the speed of his body suddenly skyrocketed, and he forcibly broke free from the beautiful red lotus that covered half of his body. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot backward. The scene was so dangerous that the beasts of the Heavenly Dao and the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao were all frightened. Hong Tao and the other Heavenly Dao old monsters of the Chaos Starfield who were also retreating were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes were blazing with bloody light, and they wanted to devour someone. Roar! Before everyone came back to their senses, another shocking roar came from the same direction. This roar also came from the mouth of the old monster just now. Although he was a survivor, the roar coming out of his mouth at this moment was like the roar of a fierce beast. It could be seen how painful it was. From inside his body, a black flame was burning, enveloping his entire body. This was the flames of sin, formed from the sins he had accumulated throughout his life. They were ignited in the dark, burning outward from his body. Moreover, it wasn't just his body that was burning, even his divine soul couldn't escape this calamity. His entire soul sea had long since been filled with black flames. The roar of endless fear and pain only lasted for 2 breaths before it came to an abrupt end. The black flames of sin burning from the inside out of the body of this old monster of the heavenly law were still burning, but he had already died in advance. This was because the flames of sin ignited at the level of his soul had already burned his soul sea. This was a sign of the destruction of the soul. But, immediately afterward, his body also turned into nothingness in this black flame. Not to mention hair, not even a speck of dust was left. While, after his divine soul and body were burned, the black flames of sin that were burning out of his body were instantly extinguished. It came suddenly and disappeared strangely. When this scene entered one's eyes, it made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and they couldn't help but shudder. In the blink of an eye, in less than 3 breaths of time, a heavenly law survivor at the middle stage had already fallen and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, the countless experts that were gathered in the surrounding space were dumbstruck, and their expressions changed. However, Yi Xian frowned instead. This was because as this remnant old monster's body was burned into nothingness, no storage magic treasure fell out of his body. It was likely that it was burned along with the black sin flames. This really made him feel a little pity, because if there was no accident, there must be a few portions of heavenly law origin liquid in the storage magic weapon of this old guy, but now it was wasted. Almost at the same time, in the right direction, there was also an incomparably mournful howl. Yi Xian turned around, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He just casually summoned the Red Lotus Hellfire, but he didn't expect that 2 old guys would die because of it. In the void 10 billion miles away on the side, a huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was also affected by the spreading Red Lotus flames. Half of its body was covered by the rolling Red Lotus flames. Although, he also paid a price. His huge body had already broken free from the edge of the red lotus flames, and he continued to retreat into the distance, but it was still too late. A black flame of sin burst out from his body, and it was even more majestic. It completely enveloped his huge body of 30 million miles, and it was obviously the same at the level of divine soul. At this moment, all the heavenly law beasts and the old monsters in the surrounding void gasped, then they widened their eyes and looked at all this in a daze. They subconsciously held their breaths. It was too terrifying. It was too horrifying. His hair stood on end. Although, both of them were burned by the black sin flames that burst out of their bodies. However, the previous remnant old monster was very small in size, so although the scene of his body being burned by the black sin flames looked weird and chilling, the degree of shock was far from being comparable to the current heavenly law ferocious beast. A huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was burned by the black flame that burst out from its body in an instant. The scene was so shocking that it was simply, the slash still ended very quickly. Although the heavenly law ferocious beast was 15 million miles long, its physical body was also reduced to ashes in less than 3 breaths, completely turning into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Xian frowned again, shook his head and sighed. Previously, when Xian saw that the remnant old monster didn't drop his storage magic treasure after being burned to ashes by the sin flames in his body, he was only guessing. But now, he could confirm that the red lotus karmic fire would indeed burn everything to ashes. This was because there were also no treasures or cultivation resources similar to the heavenly Tao origin liquid within this heavenly Tao beast's body. It seemed that although the power of the red lotus hellfire was terrifying, it really couldn't be used often. Otherwise, everything would be burned into ashes once it was used, including the prey storage magic treasure and all the cultivation resources in the body. It was really not worth it. After all, if it was killed by other means, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the heavenly law beast's body could still be used to refine a heavenly law blood essence. But now, as the body was completely burned and turned into ashes, even this little benefit could no longer be guaranteed. For Xian, this was indeed a heavy loss. Why? Didn't you say that you want me to keep the red lotus hellfire? Now that the red lotus hellfire is out, why don't you dare to collect it? Instead, you withdrew and ran away. Could it be that you were playing with me? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a dark light. He sneered and glanced at Hong Tao, who was retreating in the distant void. The voice of his divine sense sounded, mocking and ridiculing. Roar, I don't believe that this hellfire can't be collected. As soon as his voice fell, a shocking beast roar came from the void to his left. A heavenly law beast with blue flames around its body rushed towards the edge of the sea of hellfire. Listen, the meaning of his words was clearly to try to collect the hellfire. Xian couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to put away the hellfire, but now he stopped and turned around with a sneer. Xian was startled by the roar of a beast coming from the void to his left. He was about to retract the hellfire, but he stopped and turned around with a sneer on his face. In his line of sight, a heavenly law ferocious beast with blue flames burning around its body was shooting towards the edge of the sea of karmic flames. Judging from the meaning behind its words and its posture, it was clearly trying to obtain the karmic flames on the spot. It was a blue poisonous flame scorpion. It was 5 million miles long, and it was huge. It was blue and black in color, and there were blue flames surging in its body. Blue, the scorpion's poisonous flame, was a kind of bloodline talent. It was different from ordinary heavenly flames. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the category of flames with special attributes. Again, the blue poisonous flame scorpion's cultivation was not weak. It was at the peak of the heavenly law great circle, just like Xian. Therefore, when it saw that Xian had a way to refine the hellfire of the red lotus, it was immediately tempted. The blue poisonous flame scorpion's blue poisonous flame could evolve. Every time it devoured a top-grade heavenly flame, its power would multiply. The poisonous flame that surged out of its body was originally gray, but after countless years and devouring many heavenly flames, it had entered a black-blue color. Its power was far greater than before. Therefore, even if the refinement of the 9 Great Tao elixir of the heavenly 9 Great Tao was not mentioned, just from the perspective of the evolution of its poisonous flame, the hellfire of the Red Lotus was enough to tempt him. Of course, the hellfire of the Red Lotus was not to be underestimated. It was far from ordinary heavenly flames. Its power and terror were obvious for all to see. Even though the blue poisonous flame scorpion was very confident in its poisonous flame, it was still very cautious. It did not plan to retract the hellfire of the Red Lotus into its body directly. Instead, it decided to test the waters and come into contact with the hellfire of the Red Lotus to see the results. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the blue poisonous flame scorpion immediately made its move. Its body that was shooting toward the hellfire of the Red Lotus suddenly stopped in the void in the distance. It was only a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the hellfire of the Red Lotus. He then unleashed the power in his body to the maximum, and he opened his mouth to release a beam of blackish-blue light. The beam of light expanded explosively in the wind, and it instantly transformed into a sea of blackish-blue poisonous flames. It covered an area of over 10 billion kilometers, and it covered the entire sea of karmic flames from top to bottom. It was obvious that it wanted to use the black-blue poisonous flames to envelop the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Then, to refine the hellfire of the Red Lotus into its body. Seeing this scene, Xianxia immediately sneered. The heavenly dowled monsters in the surrounding space all stretched out their necks to look into the distance. Their hearts were in their throats. Hiss. In the next instant, an incomparably shrill howl suddenly rang out. Just as the poisonous flame sea, which was also tens of billions of miles wide, and the hellfire sea below came into contact, the poisonous flame blue scorpion, who was standing in the void close to 1 billion miles away from the two seas of flames, immediately began to tumble. A black flame rose from its body and instantly enveloped its entire body. It was like a maggot attached to a bone. No matter how it tumbled, it was useless. It could not be expelled or extinguished. The old monsters in the void who were watching this scene from afar trembled violently. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they all sucked in cold breaths. It was obvious that the blue poisonous flame scorpion's plan had failed. Although its body did not come into contact with the hellfire sea and was only enveloped by the black-blue poisonous flames, it was still useless. The black-blue poisonous flames were connected to its bloodline. Even if it was only the poisonous flames that came into contact with the hellfire sea, it could still affect its body. The sins that it had accumulated in its life were ignited, turning into black flames of sin that burned its body and soul. No. There was some suspense. After 3 breaths of time, everything came to an end. This poisonous flame blue scorpion Pang Da's 50 million li long body turned into ashes, completely turning into nothingness. However, there were still no treasures that fell out from its body. It was also burned into nothingness. What an idiot. The surrounding void fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. However, after a brief silence, a cold snort suddenly came from the void to the right. This black-blue poisonous flame is its bloodline ability. It is connected to its own bloodline. Trying to use this method to collect the Red Lotus hellfire is simply courting death. Swish, at the same time that the voice sounded, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. A figure shot over from the right. This was an old remnant, Huasuhua. He was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood. The whole person looked like a human-shaped flame. His cultivation was extraordinary. Like the blue poisonous flame scorpion just now, he was also a peak heaven's way at the great perfection of rank 9. At this time, as the figure shot over, the red-robed old monster turned his right hand, and a fiery red gourd-shaped magic weapon appeared in his palm. He threw it directly, and it soared in the wind to the size of a star. The mouth of the gourd pointed downward, aiming at the hellfire sea that stretched for billions of miles below. This was clearly the rhythm of collecting the entire Red Lotus hellfire with this fiery red gourd. If there was no accident, this remnant old monster should be good at controlling fire. This was not surprising, because the remnant powerhouses needed to refine flesh and blood medicine. Many of them had various kinds of exotic flames in their hands. Some existences dealt with exotic flames all year round, so it was natural for them to be proficient in this. However, with the means of ordinary remnant powerhouses, they were far from being able to deal with the Red Lotus hellfire that was as vast as the ocean. However, this red-robed old monster must be extremely confident in his own means of controlling fire. coupled with his way of heaven's way cultivation at the great perfection of rank 9, and this fire-controlling treasure gourd that could transform into the size of a star must be extraordinary at first glance. It was indeed worth a try to collect the red lotus hellfire at this moment. At least, this treasure gourd was an external object. It was different from the black and blue poisonous flame of the blue poisonous flame scorpion that was connected to his bloodline. Even if he failed to collect it, because he had not touched the red lotus hellfire himself, he should not have similar ominous events. At this moment, the red-robed old monster's eyes flashed, and his hands made a fire-controlling gesture. His speed was so fast that his 10 fingers were like butterflies flitting through flowers. It was so dazzling that no one could see clearly. As he did so, the fiery red gourd hanging above the red lotus hellfire suddenly trembled. The howling of the wind could be heard as a formless suction force came from the inside of the gourd. It was so strong that it made one's expression change. Whoosh, whoosh, the ocean of karmic retribution down below, which covered an area of 10 billion miles, was instantly thrown into a raging torrent. Numerous beautiful red lotuses, each about 10 feet tall, surged furiously along with the waves. This was clearly a sign that the entire ocean of karmic retribution was being shaken by this invisible suction force. Tight then, from the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star rose into the sky and rushed directly toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. It shot into the gourd through the mouth of the gourd. Whoosh, whoosh, as the red-robed old monster made his move, the sea of hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide instantly surged with shocking waves. The beautiful red lotuses that were about 10 feet long surged with the waves. The entire sea of hellfire was shaken by the invisible suction force from the fiery red gourd. At this moment, the heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were greatly energized. Their eyes shone with a burning light, and their hearts were in their throats again. Very soon, under everyone's gazes, in the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star suddenly rose into the sky and rushed toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. From the mouth of the gourd, it shot into the sea of hellfire. Everything did not end there. The bright red river that rose into the sky from the center of the sea of hellfire had always been there. A huge amount of red lotus hellfire was being collected and rushed into the huge gourd that was like a star hanging above. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths, the sea of hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide had shrunk by a quarter. It was clear that in another 10 breaths, the entire sea of hellfire would be collected. If that was really the case, the red-robed old monster, who had taken out the fiery red gourd, would definitely have a way to completely refine the red lotus hellfire and take it for himself. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he immediately became nervous. His heart ached, and the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt terrible. He felt a sense of grief and anger that he had lost everything he had. While the old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the void around them became excited. Their faces turned red, and their eyes shone with a brilliant light. As they sucked in cold breaths, soft cries that sounded like a tidal wave instantly filled the air. Well done! Fellow Taoist Huatu's fire-controlling techniques are indeed astonishing. The power of this fire-controlling gourd is even more extraordinary. It can even collect the red lotus hellfire. Moreover, it's such a majestic sea of hellfire. This scene is too delightful. It really makes this old man gasp in amazement. From the looks of it, we can see hope for the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that we've been hoping for. Although the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, is unwilling to refine it, since fellow Taoist Huatu can collect the red lotus hellfire, he must have a way to refine it. At that time, fellow Taoist only needs to thoroughly comprehend the refining manuscript left behind by Hong Ke, and you can immediately start refining it. Although you still need to wait for some time, it will be at most a year and a half. After all, fellow Taoist Huatu's attainments in the Tao of medicine are definitely extraordinary. That's right, this matter reminds us that other than the red lotus hellfire, we also have to hand over the refining manuscript of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that Hong Ke wrote back then. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, can't leave yet. Everyone, look, fellow Taoist Huatu has completed it. The entire sea of hellfire that is billions of kilometers wide has been absorbed into his fire-controlling gourd. Roar. Roar, 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 exclamations of surprise and the cheers of ferocious beasts resounded in the surroundings. The entire sea of karmic fire that originally spanned across the void and spanned an area of 10 billion kilometers was completely collected at this moment, and it entered the fiery red gourd that hung upside down in the sky. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, Huatu fortunately did not disappoint you. I have already collected this red lotus hellfire. In fact, although this kind of strange flame of heaven and earth is famous for its fierceness, in my eyes, it is nothing more than this. I will soon refine it later. At that time I will use it at will. Seeing the entire boundless sea of hellfire being taken away, the red-robed old monster immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. His expression was very excited, and his already red cheeks seemed to be even redder. Halfway through his triumphant speech, he pinched his fingers and took back the fiery red gourd that had already sealed the mouth of the gourd. It hung above his head, and then he turned to look at Xianxia. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes as he curled his lips and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for taking away your red lotus hellfire. However, other than this hellfire, you seem to have to hand over one more thing, and today. Only then can you leave safely." It was obvious that he was asking Xianxia for the Heavenly Nine Treasures Liquids refining manuscript. Xianxia originally did not intend to hand over this manuscript, not to mention that this red-robed old monster, whether it was his tone or his expression, revealed a complacent and aggressive aura, which made Xianxia extremely unhappy. Therefore, his face instantly darkened as he curled his lips and sneered, "Are you in a hurry to ask for the treasure liquids refining manuscript? You seem to be a little too complacent. After all, you haven't even gotten hold of the red lotus hellfire." Boom! Rumble, hua, before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the next moment, Xianxia activated the red lotus mother flame at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong's treasure cauldron. With the influence of the mother flame, an accident occurred in an instant. The fiery red gourd above the red-robed old man's head directly exploded, and the red lotus hellfire that he had just absorbed into the gourd instantly poured out. In less than half a breath, it had once again transformed into a sea of hellfire that spanned 10 billion kilometers, spanning across the void. The red gourd was destroyed. As for the red-robed old monster who was standing under the huge gourd, his entire body was swallowed by the sea of karmic fire that spread out in a split second. Without even half a bubble, he directly died and turned into ashes, in the blink of an eye, for fellow Taoists have already fallen. You all. Why bother? Seeing this scene, Xianxia shook his head and sighed, "I can't bear to see this scene. Since fellow Taoists can't collect this red lotus hellfire, then I won't be polite. I can't let it continue to traverse the void and bring disaster to everyone, right?" Before he finished speaking, he had already waved his hand. The sea of hellfire in front of him that was like an ocean that covered 10 billion kilometers of space instantly condensed and turned into a weak point. Then, with a whoosh, it shot over and directly entered between Xianxia's eyebrows. It was sent back to the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Everything happened too quickly. All the Heavenly Tao's old monsters were caught off guard. A moment ago, they were still rejoicing because the Huatu old monster was able to smoothly collect the red lotus hellfire. However, they did not expect that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Not only did the Huatu old monster blow up the fire-controlling treasure gourd, but he had even lost his life. It was really a pity. At this moment, Xianxia, the master of the magic hall, waved his hand to collect the red lotus hellfire. Now that he said such words, it was obvious that he was planning to leave. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions of the old monsters from all sides instantly changed. They raised their heads and roared fiercely. The cultivation in their bodies was completely pushed to the limit, transforming into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this space was sealed in an instant. The vast void that was billions of kilometers away was instantly in chaos. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability that was attached to the system in Xianxia's body could no longer be activated. However, everything that happened caught the old monsters in the surrounding void off guard. Their expressions changed instantly. As they raised their heads and roared fiercely, cries of alarm that were like a tide immediately filled the sky. "Damn it, we've clearly succeeded, but such an accident suddenly happened. Fellow cultivator Huatu died too unjustly. The fire-controlling treasure gourd exploded, and his body was instantly swallowed by the sea of hellfire that poured out like a raging river. He didn't have time to react at all. It was too close. The fire-controlling treasure gourd was hanging above his head. In an instant, it suddenly exploded without any warning. There was no way anyone could have reacted. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao stage, how could he not have escaped in time? This is very strange. Fellow cultivator Huatu's fire-controlling treasure gourd shouldn't be so weak. Moreover, the sea of hellfire had clearly been absorbed into the treasure gourd. Even if the treasure gourd couldn't withstand it, it should have exploded long ago. That's right, this is indeed suspicious. In addition, the words of the master of the magic hall, Xian, are enough to prove that he did something. Fellow cultivator Huatu died at his hands. That damned fellow, he was actually playing with us all this time. He seemed to have taken out the red lotus hellfire for us to collect, but he secretly made other arrangements. He had no intention of handing it over at all. There's no need to say any more. We must make him stay today. Fellow cultivators, this child's escape technique is extremely strange. Once it's used, there's no trace of it. We must create chaos in the void and cut off any possibility of him escaping. Then, we must think of a way to capture and suppress him. Roar. Ruthless, accompanied by wild roars that shook the heavens, the cultivation of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void was pushed to the limit by them. They turned into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this void was sealed in an instant. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened in a moment of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of void that was billions of kilometers away was completely chaotic. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in Yixian's body could no longer be activated. It was obvious that they wanted to trap him here and forcefully seize the rhythm of the Red Lotus Hellfire and the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir to refine the manuscript. If Yixian was unwilling to give it up, a great battle would immediately begin. It seems that everyone is determined to shed all pretenses of cordiality with this Shi. He turned around. Looking at the various heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void, the voice of Yixian's divine consciousness rang out. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three demon bodies. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. Whoosh, whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The nine-colored ribbon that was originally wrapped around the huge body of the Black Fog clone shot out like a huge mottled python. It expanded with the wind and turned into a vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. This nine-colored sea of flames seemed to be alive. As soon as it appeared, it immediately swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the dark void within 100 billion kilometers. It extended and connected in all directions, condensing into a huge nine-colored fireball. Flames. The fireball was 100 billion kilometers in diameter, and it enveloped a large part of the void. Apart from that, there were also some heavenly Tao's old monsters, cosmic ferocious beasts, and ancient survivors. There were dozens of them in total. Caught off guard, they were all trapped inside the fireball, and the void was sealed. There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters around. Every one of them pushed the cultivation in their bodies to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that sealed the void, leaving Yixian with no way to escape. He could only be forced to face the encirclement of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters. This kind of situation was extremely serious. Although Yixian's demonic power was monstrous, he was still alone. In a situation where he was fighting against more than 1,000 people, it was difficult for him to ensure his own safety. Therefore, he chose to go with the flow. He took out the nine-colored sea of flames and condensed it into a nine-colored fireball. The thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters in the distance formed a large encirclement around him. Then, he used the nine-colored fireball as the boundary and built a small encirclement around it. This way, as long as Yixian rushed into the fireball, the originally extremely dangerous situation would be alleviated in an instant. In this nine-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles, Yixian only had to face dozens of heavenly Tao's old monsters. The other heavenly Tao's old monsters were all blocked outside the nine-colored fireball. In the face of the terrifying Shinong nine-colored flames, they could not forcefully break through and rush into the fireball. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, this vast and boundless dark void formed two layers of encirclement. Outside the large encirclement covered an area of 1,000,000,000,000 miles, and there were more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao's old monsters and Heavenly Dao's old monsters watching from all sides. The cultivations in their bodies were all pushed to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that mixed up the void. In the inner circle, one could only see a huge 9-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. Trapped inside were dozens of Heavenly Dao's old monsters and Heavenly Dao's old monsters. Damn it, the master of the magic hall brought out the 9-colored fireball and actually condensed it into a sphere in an instant, sealing off this part of the void. The void inside the sphere is about 100 billion miles wide, and it's sealed off by the 9-colored fireball. We can't break through the barrier of the fireball and enter at all. Otherwise, once we touch the barrier of the fireball, we'll instantly be met with misfortune. There are about 30 to 40 of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters trapped inside the fireball. They've been isolated. The master of the magic hall is really good at scheming. Is he planning to use this method to slowly nibble away at us? There are more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. Even if his 9-colored fireball has trapped some of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters, there are only 30 to 40 of them. Even if he kills all of them, it won't affect the overall situation at all. After that, it'll be impossible for the master of the magic hall to use the same method again. That's right, this is his final struggle. Even if this method can kill some of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters, it'll only allow him to jump around for a while. In the end, he'll still be killed. It's destined to be a futile effort. Trap him and surround this 9-colored fireball. Once the fireball disappears, immediately take action. No matter what, we must kill the master of the magic hall here today. Roar, screech. Xiao, along with the cries of alarm, earth-shattering roars and whistling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. Those powerful experts and desolate supremes who were originally here to observe all retreating to a faraway part of the void. This place was about to erupt into a world-shaking battle between Heavenly Dao's old monsters. Furthermore, it wasn't just one or two of them, but hundreds and thousands of them. Even desolate supremes didn't dare to stay for too long, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. That was a life-threatening situation. There were more than 10,000 starry sky experts gathered in various parts of the void. Now, 90% of them had retreated, leaving only a little over 1,000 of them. They were all Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao survivors. They formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the 9-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. The scene in front of them was too shocking. More than 1,000 figures, all Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao survivors, formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the 9-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. Yi Xian didn't care at all. The eyes of the three great demon bodies flashed, and the entire incomparably huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the 9-colored fireball, entered the fireball, and disappeared inside the 9-colored fireball. Roar, ruthless, 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 damn it, he actually summoned a 9-colored sea of flames and trapped us inside. Is this the rhythm of trapping and killing us? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even if he's at the peak of the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm, even if the master of the magic hall is famous, he's still alone. Could it be that he wants to fight against dozens of people and kill all of us here? There's no need to say any more. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, we'll just suppress him. Fellow Taoists, let's attack together. We must kill this beast here. Swish, seeing that their bodies were trapped, the 30-odd Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao old monsters instantly flew into a rage. Shocking roars and howls resounded in all directions. They were simply furious. They were all Heavenly Dao old monsters. The strongest one was already at the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm. Even the weakest one was at the 3rd step of the Heavenly Dao realm. They were only one step away from the middle stage of the 4th step of the Heavenly Dao realm. there were even more. The key was that there were many of them. In the huge space inside the fireball, there were more than 30 heavenly Dao beasts and heavenly Dao old monsters. They were outnumbered, but they were condensed into a fireball by the 9-colored sea of flames and wanted to kill them. This made them extremely angry, and they felt like they were being looked down upon and humiliated. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, passed through the wall of flames of the 9-colored fireball and directly rushed into the space inside the fireball. At the same time, the 3 magic hall masters turned at the same time and swept their gazes across the 30-odd heavenly Dao old monsters in the fireball space. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they moved. Gotcha, screech, in an instant, an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth rang out. The black fog clone of the 3 great demon bodies suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its mind began to operate rapidly again. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles suddenly appeared above the head of a heavenly Dao beast on the right, instantly striking him, who was caught off guard, and making him dizzy. No, by the time he reacted, a formless wave of spirit energy instantly spread out like a tsunami and enveloped his entire body. This time, the black fog clone used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear. Instead, it used both the spiritual lightning technique and the spiritual crush at the same time. The spiritual crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. Now, this heavenly Dao beast was suddenly struck by the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles. While his consciousness was still in a daze, he was instantly struck by the spiritual crush, and his entire body was stunned on the spot. Exactly, at this critical moment, Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, he instantly appeared in front of the heavenly Dao beast. Bang! After the teleportation was completed, Xianxia, who was in the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, appeared beside the heavenly Dao beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he suddenly swung his right hand, a loud sound shook the sky. The big-headed black staff in his hand smashed down without hesitation, landing firmly on the head of the heavenly Dao beast. Although the old man's cultivation was not weak, he was still inferior to Xianxia. Facing Xianxia's full-strength attack, coupled with the fact that his consciousness was now in a daze, he had no time to react at all. As the cudgel struck down, its entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff, there was no surprise or joy in it, and the violent ape immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Damn it, this guy really came in. Caught off guard, fellow Daoist Black Bear was killed, his body exploded and was collected. This is clearly the rhythm of refining the flesh and blood medicine. This is simply outrageous, completely unacceptable. This damned demon ape, what does it take us for? Flesh and blood? It's too arrogant and despotic. Roar. Ruthless, seeing Xianxia's arrival, he had already killed a heavenly Dao beast in an instant. Furthermore, he had directly absorbed the boundless rain of blood from the explosion of the heavenly Dao beast into his body. It was obvious that he wanted to use it to refine the flesh and blood medicine. For the remaining 30 or so heavenly Dao old monsters in the surrounding space were immediately enraged. As they roared, the power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. With a loud roar, they shot towards Xianxia from all directions. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Look, when he saw this scene, a dark light flashed across the eyes of the black fog. With a thought, a low buzzing sound rang out in the air, continuing without end. Black the Fog avatar raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed like it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense ripples immediately appeared in the air as an invisible mental energy roared out like a raging river. At this moment, Xianxia activated the spiritual black hole. Since the spiritual power roared out of the black fog's mouth was as boundless as the sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was incomparably terrifying. As it surged, the void instantly collapsed and spread out. One like dominoes being pushed over, in less than half a breath of time, the surrounding space had already formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it just so happened to block the figures of the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were shooting over from all directions. Let's not talk about those old fellows outside for now, but the existences trapped in the fireball, which is all of you, must die today. Hiss, boom. One by one, black holes appeared in the surrounding space, blocking all of the 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters that were surrounding them. Yi Xian's divine sense also sounded out, emitting an endless amount of coldness. At the same time, a crisp tearing sound rang out. Yi Xian's figure directly disappeared from the spot. He'd used teleportation because the space within this area of 100 billion kilometers that was enveloped by the 9-colored fireball was no longer in chaos. In the next moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape reappeared and directly went behind a heavenly Tao old monster. As a cold light flashed in its eyes, the violent ape suddenly raised its right arm, and the big-headed black club that was like a giant pillar that supported the sky brought about a trembling boom as it smashed down. Hiss, boom. With a crisp tearing sound, Yi Xian's figure disappeared from his original spot. He had used teleportation, and the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape reappeared, directly appearing behind a heavenly law beast. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, the violent ape suddenly raised his right arm, and the big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that supported the sky brought with it a heart-trembling rumbling sound. Bang! The big-headed black stick landed squarely on the head of the heavenly law beast. Although the old fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Yi Xian. He could not withstand his full-strength attack at all. With this strike, his entire body exploded the moment the giant stick landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! With a wave of the ape's hand, the sound of a violent wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the boundless blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. Roar! Hiss, 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 hiss. Seeing this scene, the 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters in the surroundings let out wild roars once again. In a short period of time, Yi Xian, who'd entered the 9-colored flame ball, had already killed 2 heavenly Tao beasts. It was simply tyrannical to the point of causing people to point their fingers at him, completely infuriating them. Boom! A ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of lightning. This ferocious beast had a certain amount of lightning power in its bloodline, and this attack had been accumulating power for a long time. Now that it suddenly blasted out, its power was shocking, causing people to raise their eyebrows. Swish! Xian's shoulders shook, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. He once again used teleportation, calmly dodging this attack. Rumble! As the target that had been locked on disappeared, the incomparably huge ball of lightning continued to rumble forward. The 2 survivors of the heavenly law were caught off guard. Their expressions changed as they tried to teleport, but they were already half a step too late. Bang! Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the thunderball that was like a meteor bombarded the 2 old monsters, covering their bodies. The sound of an explosion was heard, and their bodies completely exploded, and a storage magic treasure of different shapes fell out from each of them. In the next moment, Yi Xian had coincidentally completed his teleportation and appeared not far away. He wasn't interested in the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 old monsters' bodies, but these 2 storage magic treasures caused his eyes to suddenly light up. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand and an invisible wave of energy shot out, sweeping up the 2 storage magic treasures before anyone else could. Take the moment they entered his body. Yi Xian extended his divine sense, entered his body. Heavenly law. As expected of the heavenly Tao old monster storage magic treasure, the various treasures and cultivation resources inside could be said to be an ocean. However, what Yi Xian paid the most attention to was still the heavenly Tao origin liquid. After the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts were killed by his cudgel, there was no heavenly law origin liquid in their exploded corpses. Clearly, they had been handed over to other ferocious beasts that they trusted to form a cauldron of heavenly 9 treasures liquid. Yi Xian was originally worried that the 2 old monsters who were blown up by the thunderball would be the same, but the result made him suddenly happy. The 2 storage magic treasures that he had just obtained had Heavenly Law original liquid in them. Although there were only 3 or 4 kinds of Heavenly Law original liquid, the 2 old monsters had 7 or 8 kinds of Heavenly Law original liquid. It was a big harvest. So far, the number of Heavenly Law old monsters that had fallen in a short time had reached 4. There were a total of 32 old monsters trapped in the 9-colored flame ball, and there were 28 left. Damn it, Leihu, are you crazy? You actually killed 2 fellow survivors. Are you going to join forces with the Master of the Magic Hall? Or are you going to war with us on behalf of the ferocious beasts? It's a misunderstanding, fellow cultivator. Everyone, be careful. Don't hurt your allies by accident. 4 of our fellow cultivators have fallen in the blink of an eye. We can't afford such a heavy loss. Screech, before he could finish speaking, a cold light burst out of the Black Fog's eyes. He raised his head and let out a fierce roar. At this moment, he activated the mental power in his body again. The Annihilation Spear, which was a secret technique of mental attacks, was fully activated. A large amount of mental power was extracted, and instead of turning into a mental vortex, it was turned into an extremely small dot. At this moment, an incomparably deep trembling sound came from the void. The mental power source core that was suspended above Xianxia of consciousness also spun quickly along with the circulation of the mental power. It spun faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source power shot out from his sea of consciousness. Just like that, it was like the tip of a spear, and it even carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. He had extracted such a large amount of mental power, but he had attacked the smallest point. It was enough to turn the tiny point into a battle spear that was sharp and indestructible. Screech, as if it had realized that danger was approaching, a Heavenly Law ferocious beast that was roaring and pouncing from the right suddenly stopped. There was also a fearful roar coming from its mouth. However, this did not change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body and exploded into a bloody mist. It died just like that. The majestic bloody mist that was formed by the explosion of its body was collected by the Black Fog with a wave of its hand. Moreover, this time, 3 portions of Heavenly Law origin liquid fell from this Heavenly Law ferocious beast's body, which made Yi Xian rather happy. It seemed that after today's battle, it was very likely that he would be able to gather all the Heavenly Law blood essence and Heavenly Law origin liquid required for the 3rd level 31 primordial pill. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's spirit was immediately uplifted. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he once again rushed out. Today, he would definitely slaughter all of the remaining 27 Heavenly Dowled monsters. Massacre them all. Crack. Rumble, a crisp sound rang out, and the spiritual lightning technique was activated. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 100 billion miles suddenly appeared above the head of a Heavenly Law ferocious beast without any warning. It instantly smashed down, causing it to be seriously injured and temporarily lose its combat ability. At the same time, the ferocious ape's big-headed black stick was also swung horizontally to the right side of its body. The 2 Heavenly Law old monsters who were coming from this direction were caught off guard. Their small bodies were swept by the big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out from their bodies. It was unknown how many bones were broken, but they were also seriously injured. Xiao. The bone clone raised its right arm, and the withered demon blood blade in its hand slashed out like a black bolt of lightning. Its speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 billion miles away. It was so sharp that it directly chopped off the head of a Heavenly Law ferocious beast. Screech, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, and a boundless blood-red demonic mist gushed out from the withered demon blood blade like a huge river. It surged from red to black, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade spirit. Its bloody mouth opened angrily and swallowed this Heavenly Law ferocious beast into its stomach. Screech, Sky howled as the withered demon blood blade instantly cut off the head of a Heavenly Law ferocious beast. Tight, then, a boundless blood-red demonic mist gushed out from the blade like a huge river. It surged from red to black, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade spirit. Its bloody mouth opened angrily and swallowed this heavenly law ferocious beast into its stomach. This heavenly law ferocious beast also had 3 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in its body. In addition, the boundless blood mist formed after its body exploded was enough to refine a heavenly Tao blood essence. This was the most important resource, so Yixian naturally would not let the withered demon blade spirit devour it. He had already given the order that the withered demon blade spirit was not allowed to touch any of the prey it devoured this time. Just now, the withered demon blade spirit was only temporarily keeping the heavenly law ferocious beast's body and the 3 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid that fell from its body. After the battle was over, it would return to Yixian. An earth-shattering slaughter began. The space within the fireball was hundreds of billions of kilometers wide, but there were only 27 heavenly law old monsters trapped here. A few of them were already heavily injured and temporarily lost their ability to fight. Furthermore, among these heavenly law old monsters, the strongest one was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. They were far from being Yixian's match. Under such circumstances, it went without saying what kind of scene was going to happen next. It was too tragic. The Black Fog Avatar constantly used mental power mystic arts, such as mental black holes, annihilation spears, mental suppression, and mental lightning. Although these attacks could only heavily injure these heavenly law ferocious beasts and could not directly kill them, that was enough. The mental power mystic arts that the Black Fog Avatar constantly used only had to serve as a form of interference and support. This was because the next strike of the ferocious ape's big-headed black cudgel or the withered demon blood blade in the skeleton avatar's hand could completely end the target in an instant. Time slowly passed, but the progress of this earth-shattering battle was infuriatingly fast. The 27 heavenly law old monsters were split evenly between the survivors and the ferocious beasts. However, even if they joined forces, they could only last for 30 minutes against Yixian. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, peace was finally restored in this sphere of flames that spanned 100 billion kilometers. The clamor and roars from before could no longer be heard. Yixian, who was in his 3-headed 6-armed demon ape true form, also stopped. The eyes of the 3 demon avatars shone brightly as they looked around. There was not a single heavenly law old monster to be seen in the void. The 32 heavenly law old monsters that were previously trapped here had all been killed in the short time it took for an incense stick to burn. Hiss! At this moment, the skeleton avatar waved its hand and threw out the withered demon blood blade in its hand. Boundless blood-colored demonic fog instantly filled the interior of the blade. In the blink of an eye, the withered demon blade spirit's figure appeared. After raising its head and letting out a vicious howl, it immediately opened its bloody mouth. In the previous battle, it had swallowed a total of several heavenly law ferocious beasts, including the heavenly law origin liquid that fell from their bodies. There were more than 20 portions. Now, it had all been spat out and absorbed into Yixian's body with a wave of his hand. In this battle, Yixian had obtained more than 10 heavenly law blood essences. The 3 portions of heavenly law origin liquid in his hands had also increased by a few dozen portions. The main ingredients needed to refine the 3rd level 31 primordial chaos pellet could be considered to be about half. Walala. Whoosh! At this moment, as the battle in the sphere of flames ended, the 9-colored sphere of flames that covered 100 billion kilometers in the void collapsed directly with a thought from Yixian. For the sound of waves of flames came from all around, and a sea of flames roared. In the blink of an eye, it condensed to the extreme and turned into a 9-colored ribbon. After a few circles, it once again wrapped around the body of the Black Fog Avatar. 9 The 2 ends of the rainbow ribbon were in front of the avatar and behind the avatar. It was extremely agile and swayed slowly. It was like a snake's tongue that could shoot out at any time to choose a target to devour. At the same time, as the 9-colored sphere of flames disappeared, everything in the void outside the sphere of flames appeared once again. The existences below the heavenly Tao realm had already retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, and there were still more than 1,000 heavenly law old monsters in the surrounding void, eyeing covetously. The 1,000 or so heavenly Tao's old monsters had been guarding outside the fireball. Their cultivations had been pushed to the limit, turning into an invisible pressure that spread out. As the layers of pressure overlapped, it turned into an incomparably terrifying power that caused the void to become completely chaotic, forming a sealed area that spanned 1 trillion miles. Until Yixian was right in the center of this sealed region that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. In just a little more than 5 minutes, the enormous 9-colored sphere of flames suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, the figure of the magic hall master appeared. This stunned the 1,000 or so heavenly law-old monsters in the surroundings. Following that, their bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed as they sucked in cold breaths of air. Like a tide of shocked cries, in the next moment, they resounded in all directions. Roar. Screech, heavens, what happened? Is this old man blind? Illusion, it must be an illusion. How could the 9-colored sphere of flames collapse? Only the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, appear. Where are the other fellow Taoists? Hiss. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, 32 heavenly law-old monsters were all killed by him alone? What kind of combat strength is this? It's simply infuriating and hard to imagine. Fighting one against many, and more than 30 of them at that, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, is completely unharmed, but he has already killed all of his opponents. It didn't even take long, just a short incense stick's worth of time. This is clearly a heaven-defying rhythm, fellow Taoists, be careful. You must not let him use the same method again. Otherwise, if dozens of fellow Taoists are trapped by his 9-colored sphere of flames every time, in the end, we will all be devoured. In fact, if this kind of situation happens 3 or 4 times, the morale of the army will collapse. The remaining existences will not dare to stay here, the risk is too great. At that time, they will definitely scatter, and what happened today will not happen again. Roar. Screech, along with the earth-shattering roars that came from the surrounding space, the 3 demon bodies all raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar and a tyrannical roar. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto a heavenly law beast as his target. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly shot over. This was clearly an active attack, and the rhythm of slaughter was restarted. At this time, Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his demonic flames overflowed into the sky. He was like a true demon god, looking down on everything. Even though he was surrounded by more than 1,000 heavenly law-old monsters, he was still fearless. This was clearly the rhythm of an army of thousands, as if there was no one around. When this scene entered their eyes, the supreme experts and desolate venerables, who had retreated 1,000,000,000,000 miles away, all sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes flickered with a dark light, and they were dazzled by Xianxia's supreme demonic might. Roar. Screech, along with the earth-shattering roars that came from the surrounding space, the 3 demon bodies all raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and tyrannical roar. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto a heavenly law beast as his target. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly shot over. His speed was too fast. Before the heavenly law beast could react, Xianxia had already arrived in front of it. He was less than 100,000,000 miles away. Rumble, bang. Sensing the approaching danger, the heavenly law ferocious beast's body shook violently, and without hesitation, it retreated explosively. However, almost at the same time, a loud sound shook the heavens, and the big-headed black rod landed firmly on top of its head. Although this fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a gap between him and Xianxia. He could not withstand his full-strength attack at all. With this strike, his entire huge body exploded the moment the giant stick landed, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Who? Black the Fog Avatar immediately waved his hand, and the howling of the wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and sending it directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. At the same time, there were 2 weak rays of light that were swept over. They were 2 portions of compressed heavenly law origin liquid. Although it was a little, it was better than nothing. Roar. Screech. Screech, seeing that Xianxia had taken the initiative to attack the moment he appeared and started killing again, the heavenly law-old monsters in the surrounding space were both shocked and furious. They immediately roared wildly. No, however, although they were incomparably furious, none of them rushed forward. Xianxia's unparalleled ferocity when he killed 32 heavenly law-old monsters in a short period of time had already turned into a shadow in their hearts, and they had no choice but to fear him. Although there were more than 1,000 heavenly law beasts and old monsters present, their cultivation was the same as Xianxia's. However, only half of them had reached the peak of the heavenly law realm, which was less than 100. There were only 50 to 60 of them. In fact, even the peak heavenly law realm experts who were also at the peak of the 9th stage had differences in strength. Xian was undoubtedly one of the best. None of these 50 to 60 peak heavenly law realm experts could suppress Xian. Bai the Longjing was ranked 10th on the heavenly law beast list of the left bank, but it was also heavily injured by Xian in a few moves and fled in a sorry state. Even more so, even the frost blood blue crocodile, which was ranked 8th on the heavenly law beast list of the left bank, was caught off guard and easily killed by Xian. However, no one in the outside world knew about this matter. Under such circumstances, although there were more than 1,000 heavenly law old monsters gathered in the surroundings, Xian, the master of the magic hall, was extremely ferocious and used killing moves whenever he attacked. Not to mention the other heavenly law old monsters below the 9th stage, even the 50 to 60 peak heavenly law realm experts who were at the peak of the 9th stage who were scattered around were unwilling to jump out and take the initiative to attack Xian. Die, fellow Daoist, don't die. This is what I mean, to put it bluntly. Although this group of people had the advantage in numbers, they came from various places and were not of one mind. Although they could not be considered a mob, they were actually not far from it. Also, it was precisely because he had expected this that Xian did not immediately think of killing his way out of the encirclement and charging into the void billions of miles away before activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and escaping. This was a good opportunity. He still had a lot of heavenly law blood essence and heavenly origin liquid that he needed to refine the 3rd level 31 primordial chaos pill. He could take advantage of this opportunity to gather enough heavenly law blood essence and heavenly law origin liquid. Crack. Brain, as the thought flashed through his mind, Xian did not delay at all and immediately attacked again. At this moment, the Black Fog clone attacked. The spiritual lightning art activated, and with a crisp cracking sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles appeared out of thin air. It drowned the 2 old monsters who were about 10 billion miles away to the right. These 2 old men's cultivation bases were both at the mid-stage of the heavenly law realm. One was at the 4th stage of the heavenly law realm, while the other was at the 6th stage of the heavenly law realm. Their cultivation bases were not even at the late stage, so they naturally could not withstand Xian's spiritual lightning art. Just like that, the moment their bodies were enveloped by the sea of lightning formed by the explosion of the blood-red lightning, 2 furious roars came from within the sea of lightning. At the same time, there were also muffled bangs. This was clearly the rhythm of the 2 old men's bodies exploding. They had already died in a single exchange. This scene once again shocked the surrounding heavenly law old monsters. However, Xian did not care about them at all. With a wave of his hand, he had already put away the 2 storage magic treasures that had fallen from the 2 old men's bodies. Fortunately, although the 2 old men's cultivation bases were not very strong, they both had heavenly law origin liquid in their storage magic treasures. There were a total of 4 portions in total, which surprised Xian. In addition to the storage magic treasures, Xian also put away the blood mist that formed when their bodies exploded. Although the blood was not boundless and could not be used to refine the heavenly law blood essence, it was not a bad choice to give it to the higher-ups of the vicious beast army in the magic hall's 6 great armies to devour. No, although he had obtained 4 more portions of heavenly law origin liquid, this was far from enough. The slaughter had to continue. Moreover, there was still a lot of heavenly law blood essence left. With this thought, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. They turned around and shot in another direction. And when he was in the 9-colored fireball, Xian could teleport. However, when the fireball dissipated, the void outside had already been completely chaotic under the layers of terrifying pressure, so he could not teleport. Not only was Xian like this, but the other heavenly law beasts and old monsters within 1 trillion kilometers of the void were also like this. When he turned around and shot in the direction that Xian had turned around, there were dozens of heavenly law beasts within 10 billion kilometers of him. However, although they had the advantage in numbers, the supreme ferocious power that Xian had displayed earlier was simply too shocking. Therefore, when these dozens of heavenly law beasts saw Xian rushing towards them, their bodies shook violently and their expressions changed. They did not hesitate at all and directly retreated as if it was a conditioned reflex. In fact, although some of them were faster, among these dozens of heavenly law beasts, there were clearly some that were not good at speed. They were far from being comparable to Xian. In just a short moment, he had already caught up to them within a few 100 million kilometers of him. With Xian's current size, a few 100 million kilometers of the void was already considered a close combat distance. As he closed in, he did not hesitate at all. The violent ape and the skeleton doppelganger attacked at the same time. Boom. Rumble. In the air, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded. The violent ape swung its right arm and smashed out the big-headed black cudgel in its hand like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. The skeleton doppelganger did not delay at all. The withered demon blood blade turned into a black-red light and shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the heads of two of the heavenly law beasts and quietly slashed down. Boom. Rumble. In the void, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded. The violent ape swung its right arm and smashed out the big-headed black cudgel in its hand like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. The skeleton doppelganger did not delay at all. The withered demon blood blade turned into a black-red light and shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the heads of two of the heavenly law beasts and quietly slashed down. Withered the demonic blood blade was now a primordial treasure. Its sharpness was unparalleled. In just an instant, it had already chopped off the head of the heavenly law beast. Hiss! In an instant, an earth-shattering hell suddenly rang out. A boundless blood-red demonic mist gushed out from the withered demon blood blade like a large river. As it surged from red to black, it turned into the appearance of the withered demon blade in less than half a breath. It opened its bloody mouth wide in anger. With a single gulp, he swallowed the heavenly law ferocious beast into his stomach. Boom! At the same time, the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand had already smashed down, smashing into the back of the other heavenly law beast. This heavenly law beast was also unable to withstand it. Its entire huge body exploded the moment the giant cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff! Black the mist doppelganger waved its hand, and the howling of the wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out, directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. Similarly, two rays of light shot out from the heavenly law beast's body and landed in Xian's heart. Shockingly, they were two portions of compressed heavenly law origin liquid. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a matter of breath. It was too fast. Before the others could recover from their shock, the two heavenly Dao beasts that Xian had chased after had already fallen. Their bodies had disappeared, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Counting the time, it had only been about 10 breaths since Xian had put away the huge fireball formed by the 9-colored flame sea, but there were already several heavenly law-old monsters that had fallen at his hands. This kind of supreme killing power caused the various old monsters that were hibernating in the surrounding space to tremble violently once again. All of the heavenly law-old monsters gasped as their expressions changed. Immediately after, cries of astonishment once again filled the air like a tidal wave. Damn it! How can this violent ape's combat strength be so formidable? The key is that the killing weapons in his hands are not weak either. They are all great killing weapons. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, he will definitely take his life. This is clearly the rhythm of killing gods and Buddhas. All of us old monsters have gathered here, but we were all intimidated by his supreme killing power. If this matter were to spread out, it would simply be infuriating. It is indeed infuriating. If that's the case, old Hong, why don't you go forward and suppress him? Damned fellow, are you provoking this old man? Hiss, fellow Taoists, why are you doing this? In front of a great enemy, don't panic. The only thing we need to do now is to think of a way to suppress this god of death as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will definitely be unforeseen circumstances. Sigh, unknowingly, he has already grown to such a height. The supreme might of the master of the magic hall, Xian, is there anyone in the right section of the left bank who can resist him? Is there no one among us who can suppress him head-on? Swish, Xian completely ignored the cries and roars that came from the surrounding space like a tidal wave. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three great demon bodies, and in an instant, he had already rushed out, changing his direction, locking onto the two heavenly law ferocious beasts that were closer to him. His body turned into a ray of light, and shot towards them. Seeing this scene, the two heavenly law ferocious beasts were so scared that their bodies started to tremble. Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled, the power in their bodies being pushed to the limit in an instant. Not escaping? The lessons of the past were still fresh in their minds, and it wasn't the first time. They didn't want to be caught up by this god of slaughter that possessed monstrous ferocious might. Once it caught up to them, they would instantly perish on the spot without the slightest suspense. In fact, it was not only these two heavenly law ferocious beasts that were locked onto by Yixian's aura. The other heavenly law old monsters that were slightly further away in the same direction also had a drastic change in expression when they saw Yixian turn around and shoot towards them. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated. There were nearly 100 figures like this. Yixian had frightened nearly 100 heavenly law old monsters with the might of a single person, causing them to turn pale and flee. Such a scene was seen by the various almighty figures and desolate supremacies who had already retreated 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. Instantly, their eyeballs fell to the ground. Without exception, their faces were filled with shock and horror. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still did not dare to believe it. Even if it was in this boundlessly vast primordial dimension, a similar incident had probably never occurred in the ancient times, and it simply exceeded their knowledge. In fact, even if they had reacted immediately, it was still too late. Whoosh, seeing that these fellows wanted to escape, the heavenly law old monsters immediately retreated in whichever direction he chased. Yixian's heart sank, and he immediately made a response in time. Only ray of light rushed out from between Yixian's eyebrows. Its speed was far faster than lightning. Even Yixian's speed when he used all his strength was far slower than it. One ray of light, the ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already passed above the heads of these heavenly law old monsters and arrived in front of them. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly turned into a vast and boundless sea of flames. The entire sea of flames enveloped the void for billions of miles. As soon as it appeared, it stirred up endless waves of anger. Every wave was formed by countless red lotuses. Each red lotus was only about 10 feet in size, but it was as enchanting as blood, causing people to be dazzled. This was clearly the rhythm of the Red Lotus Hellfire being released. The power of the Red Lotus Hellfire was too shocking. If it was used to defend against the enemy, it would completely burn the prey into ashes. Even the storage magic treasures in the hands of the remnant people's old monsters and the heavenly law origin liquid in the bodies of the heavenly law ferocious beasts could not be left behind. As such, therefore, Yixian did not directly attack the heavenly law old monsters who were escaping in front of him. Instead, he circled to the distance in front of him and turned into a sea of flames that stretched across the void. His goal was only to slightly delay their escape. As such, however, when they saw the terrifying sea of hellfire appear in front of them, the expressions of the dozens of heavenly law old monsters who were escaping in this direction instantly changed. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies stopped abruptly. Hiss. It was also at this moment that an extremely clear sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the right side of the chaotic void that was billions of miles in size. A crack in the void appeared, and a silver wolf that was 50 million miles long darted out from it. Its entire body was as white as snow, and there was not a single strand of hair on its body. Its majestic aura was dazzling. When they saw the sudden appearance of this silver wolf, the old monsters around the void were suddenly stunned. Then, they gasped in unison, and shocked cries immediately sounded like a tide. Hiss. Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf? The existence ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly law ferocious beast list has arrived. Rip, to the right of the void, in the distant land of chaos, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. A void rift suddenly appeared as a 50 million kilometer long silver wolf leaped out. Its entire body was as white as snow without a single strand of hair. Its awe-inspiring aura was dazzling. Look, when the silver wolf suddenly appeared, all the old monsters in the void were taken aback. Following that, they all drew a cold gasp as exclamations sounded like a tidal wave. Rip. Tyrant Blood Silver Wolf? The existence ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list has appeared. Is this the ancient silver wolf that presides over the middle section of the left bank's silver wolf forbidden grounds? It actually came to the right section of the left bank. It's clearly here for the magic hall's lord, Xian. This ancient silver wolf has been at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the ninth order perfection stage for many years. Its cultivation level is extremely powerful. Being ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list isn't a joke. It lives up to its name. With the tyrant blood silver wolf taking action, the magic hall's lord, Xian, will probably die here today. Although he was able to heavily injure the dragon whale, ranked 10th on the heavenly Dao beast list, he definitely won't be able to survive against the 6th on the left bank. Finally, an existence that can suppress the magic hall's lord has appeared. Roar. Following the exclamations in the void, a resounding dragon roar sounded from the void rift to the right after the tyrant blood silver wolf charged out. Tight, following that, a beam of light shot out from the void rift. As it expanded, it transformed into a heavenly Dao beast that was tens of millions of kilometers long. It was none other than Xian's old foe, the dragon whale. Very clearly, the tyrant blood silver wolf had come together with the dragon whale. The two of them were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list. They had a good relationship to begin with. Previously, the frost blood blue crocodile, ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list, had been ambushed and killed. Rumors had it that the dragon whale was the culprit. This was because someone had seen him annihilate a forbidden land. He did not even spare the beasts below the heavenly Dao realm. He killed all of them, wiping out an entire area. When the news reached the dragon whale's ears, he immediately had a guess. He immediately rushed to the Silver Wolf Forbidden Land in the middle section of the left bank and invited his old friend, the tyrant blood silver wolf, to come together today. At this moment, when Xian saw the two of them arrive, especially when he saw the figure of the dragon whale, he immediately stopped in his tracks and absorbed the red lotus karmic fire into his body with a wave of his hand. Sway then, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to the tyrant blood silver wolf and the dragon whale in the distance. Fellow Taoist Hong Tao, you kept saying that you were wronged and that you didn't attack the blood plume goshawk. To be honest, I didn't believe you at first. At this moment, Long Jing, who had just rushed out of the void crack, turned around and looked at Hong Tao, who was at the edge of the chaos starfield. Say. Halfway through, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing, but later on, I believed it because I encountered the same thing as you. Rumors say that I was the one who killed the frost blood blue crocodile, but that's not the case. And now, in the right section of the left bank, other than me, the only person who has the ability to silently kill the frost blood blue crocodile is the magic hall's master, Xian. He's the most likely suspect. As such, the blood plume goshawk was most likely killed by him. Although this is just a guess, I'm at least 80% sure. Xian, you're the master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that wreaks havoc in the right section. I'm sure you wouldn't dare to deny it after doing it. Longjing was clearly speaking to Xian. When he said those words, he turned to look at him with a penetrating gaze. Do you dare say that you weren't the one who killed the blood plume goshawk and the frost blood blue crocodile? There's no such thing as daring or not. Aren't they just two pieces of trash like you? You just casually killed them. Bao Yuan nodded, his eyes flashing with disdain. His voice was filled with endless disdain, as if he was unexcelled in the world. Was it really you? You deserve to die. In an instant, as Xian admitted everything, Hong Tao's body shook violently, and his expression changed. He understood. Since the master of the magic hall, Xian, hadn't returned to the right bank of the Milky Way to recuperate, then he naturally knew everything that had happened in the right section of the left bank. But he had deliberately pretended to be disdainful of Hong Tao, which was enough to prove that everything was a lie. In other words, his arrival in the Chaos K starfield today, and his subsequent actions, were all within Xian's expectations. He had done it deliberately. From the beginning, he hadn't planned to help others refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir and let the Chaos K starfield reap the benefits. Even more so, as for the fact that Hong Tao had been wrongly accused, it was most likely his doing. He had transformed into Hong Tao's appearance and even deceived the blood plume goshawk's eagle eye technique. As all this flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he was so angry that his body trembled. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Far away in the surrounding void, the experts from the various starfields and the vicious beast forbidden lands were all dumbfounded at this time. They were also stunned by this news, because no one had ever thought that the master of the magic hall, Xian, would do these two things. Because in this matter, he had the least need to do so. He had the least motivation to do so. But everything had come to light. The master of the magic hall, Xian, was arrogant and disdainful. Now that Long Jing had questioned him about this matter, he didn't even try to hide it and personally admitted everything. Just from this point alone, one could see his arrogance and conceit. He had directly ignored all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao present. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, the thousands of heaven's path beasts and the old monsters gathered in the surrounding space were all trembling in anger. As their expressions changed, roars and all kinds of furious exclamations sounded again like a tide. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This is too much. The master of the magic hall, Xian, actually played all of us. Not only did he kill the blood plume goshawk and the cold-blood blue crocodile, but he also never thought of refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir for us. Everything was fake. From the beginning to the end, it was just a conspiracy. It is even possible that the bloody chaos on the left bank and the right bank was the result of his deliberate intention. We were all deceived. We were all deceived. This guy is too hateful. Today, we must suppress him here. What is even more infuriating is that after being questioned by Long Jing, this guy fearlessly admitted it in public. What does this mean? Is he ignoring us? Just by himself, he actually treated the thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao present as nothing. I have never seen such an arrogant and conceited person. Suppress. Today, we must suppress this guy. Xian, today, I will fight with you again to wash away my previous disgrace. Screech. As the furious roars sounded around him, Long Jing also raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His figure flashed, and in an instant he shot toward Xian. Xian, today, I will fight with you again to wash away my previous disgrace. Screech. As the furious roars sounded around him, Long Jing also raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His figure flashed, and in an instant he shot toward Xian. He was really angry. Although he had been defeated twice by Xian, he was after all the existence ranked 10th on the heavenly Tao beasts list of the left bank, even if it was in the past. Existence of this level was very arrogant. He had long had a kind of innate arrogance. But, now, he was being called trash by Xian in public. This kind of humiliation had never happened before. Even being defeated by Xian didn't make him feel this angry. Out of the dignity of an expert, he definitely had to be furious. At this time, he rushed toward Xian with a fierce roar. This was what he should do. Of course, Long Jing also knew that he was no match for Xian, but he wouldn't be killed in a direct battle. He still had this kind of confidence. Moreover, this time, his old friend of many years, the tyrant Blood Silver Wolf, had come with him. This was a powerful existence ranked 6th on the heavenly Tao beasts list of the left bank. Even Long Jing was far from being a match for it. With him here, the master of the magic hall, Xian, would definitely fall here today. Long Jing had rushed forward in anger at this time only to save some face for himself before Xian fell. He wanted to wipe away as much of the humiliation as possible, in this trillion-kilometer area that had been sealed by the pressure of the heavenly Tao, which had caused the void to be in chaos. Although there were still more than 50 peak heavenly Tao at the 9th level, in terms of cultivation strength, none of them were a match for the dragon whale. Again, adding on the fact that the master of the magic hall, Xian, had attacked consecutively, and the scene of one of the heavenly Tao's old monsters dying with a single strike had long since left an invisible shadow in their hearts. Yes, thus, when they saw Long Jing rush out and want to fight the master of the magic hall, Xian in public, these frightened old fellows were secretly delighted. Even the incomparably furious Hong Tao was the same. Although he was angry at how Xian treated him, he knew his own strength. Thus, when he saw that Long Jing was willing to step forward, he was naturally very gratified. 1. The heavenly Tao old monsters immediately retreated and opened up a path for the dragon whale to charge towards Xian, who was in the center of the encirclement, from the outer area of the sealed space. However, they did not withdraw the pressure from their bodies, because if they did, the master of the magic hall, Xian, would definitely escape. The fact that he had a heaven-defying escape technique was already known to everyone in the Star Regions and Vicious Beast Forbidden Grounds on the left bank. You're just a loser, and you've already suffered 2 crushing defeats, yet you still dare to show your face. Seeing Long Jing's figure rumbling towards them, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon gods. Following that, Xian's voice rang out eerily, "Today, this lord will kill you here and let the dust settle." Boom. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the devil ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms shook its shoulders, and its entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow, directly meeting the dragon whale that was rumbling over. This void that was sealed by layers upon layers of heavenly Tao pressure was only 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in radius. Xian and Long Jing were both at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection. Now that both of them had pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, facing each other, their speed was naturally very fast. In just 2 to 3 breaths, the distance between them had already closed to within 10 billion kilometers. Whale swallow. Roar. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Long Jing's eyes. As he muttered a soft reprimand, he also let out an earth-shattering roar. Wang, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the air. It continued without end. Xian's figure, which was originally shooting over, seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. In an instant, he abruptly came to an abrupt stop. Whale swallow was Long Jing's strongest bloodline ability. This bloodline was able to stir up the power of the void and cause it to resonate, forming an invisible void cage that trapped its prey within. Then, it would directly swallow it into its stomach, using the power of the void to suppress its prey. The reason why Primeval Heavens I had sought him out to hunt Xian was partly because he was at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection, and partly because Long Jing's strongest bloodline ability, Whale Swallow, was extraordinary. According to his calculations, he should be able to temporarily seal Xian, the master of the magic hall, and then find a way to suppress him. Although this ability was extremely powerful, after using it, Long Jing himself would fall into a weakened state. Therefore, in the previous 2 battles with Xian, although he was unwilling, he did not use the strongest bloodline ability. But, today was different. He trusted his old friend, the Silver-Blood Silver Wolf, very much. Moreover, the Silver-Blood Silver Wolf was ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Beast list, and was extremely powerful. Thus, after Long Jing used Whale Swallow to swallow the master of the magic hall, Xian, who was trapped in the void cage, he fell into a weakened state. With the Silver-Blood Silver Wolf by his side, he did not have to worry about any unforeseen circumstances. To put it bluntly, he was still unwilling to accept that he had been defeated twice by the master of the magic hall, Xian. Now that he had the Silver-Blood Silver Wolf by his side, he had no more worries. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made the decision to use Whale Swallow to suppress Xian and completely wipe away his previous humiliation. Roar. In the next moment, as Xian's figure came to an abrupt halt in the void, Long Jing's roar rang out once more. He opened his mouth wide and used the power of his bloodline, forming an invisible resonance with the void cage in front of him. The cultivation strength within his body was pushed to the limit. It was transmitted from the unseen world, causing Xian's figure to suddenly tremble in the air. This matter, in reality, it wasn't just Xian's figure that was 60 million kilometers long that suddenly trembled. It also included the entire space around him. This void with a diameter of 100 million kilometers had already turned from nothingness into an invisible cage, firmly binding Xian within. The one that shook just now was this void cage, and because Xian was within it, his body also shook along with it. The void cage compressed inwards, and Xian felt an invisible pressure crushing down on him from all directions. Frowning, he could only go with the flow and shrink his body. Wang. The vibrating sound continued, and the formless void cage grew smaller and smaller. However, it grew denser and denser, and in the short span of 3 breaths, the void cage had shrunk to about 10,000 zhang wide. As for Xian, who was trapped within it, although he was still in his magic hall true form with 3 heads and 6 arms, his body had been forced to shrink to about 60,000 zhang tall. Around his 60,000 meter tall body, there was an invisible void cage that was 20,000 meters thick. It was so solid that even if Xian used all the strength in his body, he wouldn't be able to forcefully open it. It was to no avail. This is clearly the rhythm of being completely suppressed. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the eyes of the three great demon bodies shone with a cold light. They raised their heads and let out a terrifying roar, screech. In the short span of 3 breaths, the void cage had shrunk to about 10,000 zhang tall. As for Xian, who was trapped within it, although he was still in his magic hall true form with 3 heads and 6 arms, his body had been forced to shrink to 60,000 zhang tall. At around his 60,000 zhang tall figure, there was an invisible void cage that was 20,000 zhang thick. It was so sturdy that it made people tremble. God, even if Xian used all the power in his body, he wouldn't be able to force it open. It was useless, as if he was really going to be completely suppressed. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies flashed with a cold light. They raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. It's useless, there's no need to struggle anymore. The void has already turned into an invisible cage, and you are completely trapped within it. Before Xian's roar fell, the voice of the dragon whale's divine sense had already sounded. It could be heard in the entire void, revealing a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Very obviously, he was extremely excited that he was able to trap Xian so smoothly. If it was at the beginning, there was a possibility that you could forcefully break through this invisible cage formed by the void, but now, as the void cage continues to shrink, its density increases exponentially. Although its sturdiness cannot be compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the Source Nest star, it is not too far off, although you have a desolate venerable old monster under your command, who has a mouth that is so strong that it can even bite through the invisible barrier around the Source Nest star. This senior has already sent people to the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace on the right bank before coming here. Your subordinate is in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace, and he is not by your side. After saying that, he said this. At this point, the dragon whale's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, and his tone suddenly changed. So Xian, today, you are destined to be completely suppressed by this sovereign. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the bloodline in his body to the limit. An invisible suction force appeared out of thin air, pulling away the void cage that was trapping Xian. Same as at this time, the dragon whale also opened his bloody mouth. As the void cage was activated by his bloodline power, it shot over and fell into the dragon whale's bloody mouth in the blink of an eye and was swallowed into his stomach. At this moment, the void fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao and the trillions of miles of void, or the supreme experts and Huanzun who had retreated trillions of miles away at the beginning of the battle, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the complacent dragon whale. Noise. Demon the Hall Master, Xian, was gone, such a powerful existence, who wreaked havoc in the entire left and right banks of the Milky Way, was actually swallowed by the dragon whale in an instant. This was truly terrifying. Even when thousands of old monsters of the heavenly Tao gathered, they could only besiege him. This was simply terrifying. The dragon whale's strongest bloodline ability, known as the whale swallowing, had never been used in front of outsiders before. Now that it was used for the first time, it had such a terrifying result, instantly shocking everyone. Void the air fell into a deathly silence, but soon, this deathly silence was broken. After the experts from all sides came back to their senses, their bodies shook violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped in shock. Instantly, cries of shock rose like a tide from all directions. What a terrifying bloodline ability. It can directly communicate with the power of the void and form an invisible cage. This is simply impossible to guard against. No, it should be impossible to guard against. The whale swallowing? This name is really appropriate. It's too vivid. Wasn't the hall master of the magic hall, Xian, swallowed by him in one gulp just now? How could an existence ranked in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list be so weak? Previously, it was defeated by the magic hall master, Xian, twice in a row. Now, it seems that the dragon whale didn't even use his full strength those 2 times. That's right. At the very least, with this whale swallowing, the hall master of the magic hall, Xian, will definitely not be able to do anything to him. The humiliation of the dragon whale's 2 losses will be washed clean in one fell swoop. Furthermore, after this battle, his ranking on the left bank's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list will very likely be pushed up even further. I originally thought that the Silver Tyrant Blood Wolf, ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list, would definitely make a move to suppress the Hall Master of the Magic Hall, Xian. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? There was no need for the Silver Tyrant Blood Wolf to make a move. Just the Dragon Whale, ranked 10th on the left bank, completed all of this. Dragon inside the whale's body. Just, in the instant that Xian and the invisible cage that trapped him were swallowed and fell into the dragon whale's stomach, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Before he was swallowed, Xian naturally heard the dragon whale's complacent words. His heart sank at that moment. The dragon whale's words were reasonable. In fact, he himself had also realized that this invisible cage was indeed extraordinary. If it had been at the beginning, there might have been a chance of forcibly breaking through this invisible cage formed by the void, but Xian had missed that fleeting opportunity. Following after the void cage condensed and started to compress inwards, the density of the cage increased, and the speed at which it was increasing was shocking. By now, the void cage had been continuously compressed until it was only about 10,000 zhang wide. Its density had already reached a terrifying level, and its sturdiness was already unimaginable. It was really as the dragon whale had said, that it was almost comparable to the invisible barrier that enveloped the Source Nest star. For Xian, it was likely that he would really meet a calamity today. The other party had almost made all the preparations, and even sent people to the right bank of the Milky Way to secretly lurk in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall to gather information. They found out that Shi Wanjin was not with Xian this time, but had stayed in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an incomparably cold light flashed in the eyes of Xian's 3 great demon bodies. Although the dragon whale had said that he had only sent people to the right bank to gather information, who knew if he had disturbed the forbidden area of the Magic Hall, even if he hadn't, this old fellow had always targeted the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the right bank. For Xian, this was also touching his reverse scale. If he could escape today, after he escaped, he would kill him no matter what. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Xian's heart. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian was also making his move. He was constantly trying various methods to forcibly break free from this invisible void cage that trapped his body. But, the final outcome caused him to be extremely shocked in his heart, and the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. Because no matter what sort of ability he executed, he was actually unable to do anything to this shapeless cage that enveloped him and firmly restrained him. Even though this cage was merely 6 kilometers thick, it was too dense and tight, and it simply gave him the feeling that nothing could break through it. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. After 2 to 3 breaths, the void cage that enveloped Xian suddenly shook, and a mysterious force appeared. This was clearly the dragon whale beginning to refine him. At this critical moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind, causing him to be stunned on the spot. When, after being swallowed by the dragon whale for 2 to 3 breaths, the void cage that enveloped Xian suddenly shook again, and a mysterious force appeared. This was clearly the dragon whale beginning to refine him. However, Xian still hadn't found a way to forcibly break out. This was simply too confusing. At that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Xian to be stunned. He was stunned on the spot. "Boss, this void cage, perhaps my goat horn can pierce through it." This voice sounded directly in Xian's mind, clearly coming from within his body. To be more precise, it came from the space inside the farmer god's treasure cauldron that he kept in his body. This was the goat horn immortal's voice. Although the old man was inside the farmer god's treasure cauldron, Xian didn't restrict him too much, so everything that happened in the outside world just now was secretly investigated by him with the power of his divine sense. Of course, Xian naturally knew all this, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Originally the goat horn immortal obviously wouldn't make a sound, but now seeing that Xian was in a predicament and couldn't seem to find a way to solve it, and he happened to have a little confidence, so he tried to send a divine sense voice to Xian. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Xian immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the goat horn immortal, and in a flash of thought, he understood everything. This guy was neither an insect nor a ferocious beast, but a bloodline descendant of a ferocious beast and an insect. He was an extremely special and rare existence. He had the body of an insect, but he had a pair of sheep horns on his head. They seemed useless and nondescript, but in fact, they were the toughest part of his body, both inside and outside. And, moreover, the goat horn immortal had a kind of bloodline ability, which was performed by using the pair of sheep horns on his head. The method he was talking about to pierce through this invisible void cage was this kind of bloodline ability performed by using the sheep horns. Although Yi Xian wasn't very confident, since the goat horn immortal had this confidence, he might as well let him try. After all, Yi Xian didn't have a better method now. Whoosh! In an instant, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and following Yi Xian's thought, the goat horn immortal's figure was summoned out of the farmer god cauldron, but because the space in this void cage was already extremely cramped, there was no place for him to go. Therefore, the old fellow didn't have a place to stay. His entire body shrank into the pair of sheep horns on his head. From a glance, it was as if Yi Xian had only summoned a pair of sheep horns. The moment they appeared, these two sheep horns spiraled together, turning into a spiral drill, and fiercely pierced into the void cage in front of Yi Xian. Hum. At this moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and the two sheep horns spiraled and turned into a spiral drill, rapidly moving forward. They actually really drilled a small hole in this invisible but shockingly solid void cage. The thickness of the void cage was 2,000 feet, and the spiral drill formed from the two intestine goat horns continued to move forward as it spun. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already advanced 2,000 feet, and the void cage that even Yi Xian was helpless against was pierced through just like that. Whoosh! At this moment, the eyes of the 3 demon bodies shone with a burning light at the same time, revealing endless excitement and excitement. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian directly turned into a ray of light, and rushed out of the small hole that the goat horn immortal had made, leaving this invisible void cage and entering the dragon whale's body. He was too surprised. Although he had agreed to let the goat horn immortal try, he didn't expect that he could really penetrate this incredibly solid void cage. Even more, he didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly, and it was so easy. In less than 3 breaths, he had successfully rushed out of the void cage and escaped. Today's matter will be recorded as a great merit, and there will be a great reward when we return. As the figure rushed out of the void cage, Yi Xian's voice rang out with his divine perception. He waved his hand and stored the goat horn immortal back into the cauldron space inside his body. Although he was also a heavenly Dao-old monster, his cultivation level was only at the first level of the heavenly Dao realm. In such an environment where the battle was shocking, there was no way for him to protect himself, and Yi Xian clearly didn't have the energy to protect him. Furthermore, the demonic insect forbidden grounds that this old fellow was in had long been wiped out, and he was the only one who survived. If he were to show his face in front of the heavenly Dao-old monsters on the left bank and right bank, and with Yi Xian, everyone would be able to guess what had happened. Unfortunately, he was cowardly and didn't dare to do so. He had just made a great contribution, so Yi Xian would naturally understand this point. For example, today, he immediately stored the goat horn immortal into the cauldron space inside his body because of this. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, the goat horn immortal's figure transformed into a beam of light and entered Yi Xian's body, disappearing. Yi Xian's figure, which was originally only tens of thousands of feet tall, rapidly expanded at that moment. Suddenly, his entire body seemed to have become an inflated rubber ball. His speed was too fast. In just a short breath, Yi Xian's figure had already reached a height of tens of thousands of miles. He was still in his true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape. At that moment, a thunderous rumble suddenly rang out from Longjing's body. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, the body of flesh and blood of the 3 great demonic bodies. He directly swung his right arm, and the big-headed black cudgel, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the heavens, ruthlessly smashed into Longjing's body. A loud bang shook the heavens, and a cloud of blood instantly exploded. However, Longjing didn't die because of this. After all, he was the same as Yi Xian, a peak heavenly Dao great perfection of the 9th step. He was even ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Dao great beast list. That is, even if Yi Xian attacked with all his strength, this big-headed black cudgel would clearly not be able to kill him. At most, he would only be severely injured. No. It didn't matter. If one cudgel wasn't enough, he could just use a few more. Today was different from the previous 2 times. In those 2 times, he wasn't a match for Yi Xian. After being injured, he could still withdraw and escape. But, this time, Longjing was courting death. He actually took the initiative to swallow Yi Xian into his stomach. Now that Yi Xian had broken free from that formless void prison and attacked him immediately, a cloud of blood burst out from Longjing's body. Even if the old fellow realized that something was wrong, there was no way for him to escape. Because Yi Xian is in his body, like a maggot attached to the bone. There's no way to get rid of him. Old thing, teach me. Roar. Rumble, all this flashed through his mind. Yi Xian's divine sense voice sounded. He raised his head and roared wildly. He tightened his grip on the big-headed black cudgel and immediately swung it in a circle again. It was effortless, but it smashed down with all his strength. Bang. A woo, a loud bang sounded. A cloud of blood burst out from Longjing's body once again. His incomparably shrill howl also sounded at this moment. Bang. A woo. As Yi Xian tightened his grip on the big-headed black cudgel and swung it in a circle once again, he smashed it down with all his might. An earth-shattering sound instantly rang out from within the Longjing's body. A majestic mist of blood was smashed out of the old fellow's body once again, and his incomparably shrill and miserable howl also rang out at this moment, revealing an endless sense of unbearable pain. It was simply shocking to hear, and it made one's hair stand on end. This scene was seen by the various experts in the surroundings, and in an instant, the entire void fell silent once again. First previously, after seeing the Longjing use the secret bloodline technique to swallow the magic hall master Yi Xian, who was already trapped in the void prison, the various experts in the surrounding void were momentarily shocked and stunned, but very soon, they were wild with joy. Joy appeared on their faces as they swarmed towards the Longjing. Halfway through, they had already started to congratulate him. To them, this was not as simple as the ferocious master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, being suppressed. On a deeper level, there was no more suspense in the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. After capturing Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir in his hands, as well as the red lotus hellfire that was required to refine the elixir, would all fall into the hands of the various heavenly Dao experts in the right section. At that time, they would only need to wait for a period of time, and there would definitely be old monsters who would be able to refine the red lotus hellfire. As such, they only needed to study the refinement manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. After completely comprehending it, everything would fall into place. However, what they did not expect was that not long after the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was swallowed into the Longjing's stomach, the Longjing, who had a smug look on his face a moment ago, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He raised his head and spat out an arrow of blood, and let out a bone-chilling and shrill howl. Even his incomparably huge body started to tumble in the void. This was clearly a sign that the intense pain in his body was unbearable, but he was completely unable to get rid of it. This scene happened too suddenly. There was no sign before this. The heavenly Dao's old monsters who were swarming over from all directions in the void stopped abruptly. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly realized what had happened. Color under the change, they all sucked in a cold breath, followed by a tide of shocked cries that filled the sky. Damn it, such an accident actually happened. Even the Longjing's bloodline divine ability of the whale swallow was unable to suppress this demon ape? This is truly too ferocious. Is the rhythm of the heavens. That formless void prison is extremely dense. Even a heavenly Dao expert would not be able to forcefully break free. What method did the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, use to actually escape in such a short period of time? I'm afraid this is bad. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is inside the Longjing's body. He is attacking from the inside, and the Longjing has no way of escaping or defending. It's clearly going to be tortured to death. Boom. Bang. Pooh. Before the cries of alarm from all around the void faded, the Longjing's body, which was tumbling and howling miserably in the void, rumbled once again. An explosion sounded, and the Longjing's incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that filled the void. A figure walked out of the blood mist that was so dense that it caused people to raise their eyebrows. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its killing intent was overflowing. Its body was 60 million kilometers long, and it was like a small star. It was Xian. Whoosh. As soon as his figure appeared, the black fog clone suddenly waved his hand. The howling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out, directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the Longjing's body exploded, more than 10 rays of light shot out from its body and landed in the hands of the violent ape. They were more than 10 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. Just like that, the Longjing fell. Of the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had participated in the encirclement of Yixian, only the primeval heavens I had not been brought to justice. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a moment of life and death. Too fast, soon, before anyone else could recover from their shock, Yixian had already rushed out of the dragon whale's body after escaping. The latter, on the other hand, had already exploded and died. Not even a single hair was left behind. Fierce the Longjing, ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. If the 8th-ranked frost blood blue crocodile was included, there were already 2 of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had fallen at the hands of Yixian. Brain as this thought flashed through their minds, the experts in the surrounding void suddenly trembled violently, and their expressions became incomparably fearful. They suddenly understood that this demon god with monstrous killing intent in front of them was clearly a hunter of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list. The left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list is only SOSO. 2 of the top 10 have already been killed. In fact, Yixian also had such a thought in his mind at this moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense rang out. The 3 great demon bodies had already looked at the silver tyrant blood wolf in the distance at the same time. Raising his hand, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he looked disdainfully in all directions. The 6th on the left bank, right? Since you are here today, you will be the 3rd of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list to be killed by this lord. These bold words were simply shocking. Even in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, for countless years, there was probably no one who dared to say such words, but Yixian was not afraid. As for the forbidden area behind him in the magic hall, which of the top 10 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list of the left bank was not an overlord? Naturally, they could not go around Yixian and target the forbidden area behind him. That would make them a laughingstock. Roar! Roar! What a madman! In the entire left bank of the Milky Way, no one has dared to say such arrogant words. Yixian's words enraged the silver tyrant blood wolf. He raised his head and roared wildly. His domineering aura leaked out, and even the void trembled violently because of it. He roared incessantly, "Today, this lord wants to see how you will kill me." Rumble. Along with his roar, the silver tyrant blood wolf's incomparably huge body suddenly rumbled with the sound of thunder. He pushed the power in his body to the extreme and activated a powerful bloodline secret technique. A cloud of blood mist rushed out of his body like a raging river, rapidly spreading and spreading in the void. This scene was too dazzling. The silver tyrant blood wolf's body was bright silver, and he was half squatting in the void. His body was 50 million miles long, and the majestic blood mist gushing out of his body covered nearly 1 trillion miles in just a few breaths. The entire void was plated with a layer of blood red. In the void. Against the backdrop of this blood-red void, the domineering silver tyrant blood wolf was like a dazzling bright moon that was slowly rising from the sea of blood. Buzz. Suddenly, there seemed to be a low buzzing sound coming from the void. The expressions of nearly 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts all changed. They retreated quickly, wanting to leave this area that was shrouded in the blood mist. Because this was a reflection of the tyrant blood in the silver wolf's body, the area that was shrouded in the blood mist had already been affected by some unknown force. Buzz. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound came from the void, and the expressions of nearly 1,000 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts changed. They retreated rapidly, wanting to leave this area covered by the blood mist, because this was a reflection of the silver tyrant blood wolf's blood. The area covered by the blood mist had already been affected by some unknown force. This battle belonged to the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, and the silver tyrant blood wolf. They were unwilling to participate in it, so they naturally would not stay in this void shrouded in the blood mist. Roar. As the blood mist dispersed, the silver tyrant blood wolf raised his head again and let out a heaven-shaking roar. At the same time, he raised his right claw and extended it towards Xianxia from hundreds of billions of miles away. Hiss. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared on the left side of Xianxia. A terrifying silver claw that was tens of millions of miles long stretched out from it, directly scratching towards the head of the violent ape. This attack was too mysterious. The spatial crack appeared without any warning, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of spatial energy. If Xianxia was hit by this claw, the head of the violent ape would definitely explode. After all, this silver tyrant blood wolf was ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beasts list. It was close to entering the top 5, so one could only imagine how terrifying this attack was. Rumble. Bam. With a flash of cold light, the violent ape directly swung the big-headed black cudgel in its hand to meet the attack. The void collapsed along the way, and a shocking rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. Tight. Following that was a shocking explosion. Under the bombardment of the big-headed black cudgel, the giant silver claw that was grabbing towards the violent ape's head collapsed, turning into a rain of silver light that dissipated. This collision caused Xianxia's heart to tremble slightly. As expected of the 6th-ranked existence on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beasts list, it was much stronger than the dragon whale that he had just killed. That was even the 9th-ranked frost blood blue crocodile was far from being comparable. However, Xianxia had just made another breakthrough not long ago. In addition to the 3-headed and 6-armed devil ape real body, it was equivalent to the combination of 3 peak 9th-stage great perfection heavenly Dao masters. Compared to, this silver tyrant blood wolf was definitely not inferior in the slightest. However, if he wanted to kill the other party, he was afraid that it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Unless he used the fallen sky bow, the most powerful divine ability, or the red lotus karmic fire, the most mysterious and terrifying top-grade heavenly flame of heaven and earth. The 6th on the left bank? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the faces of the 3 great demon bodies immediately revealed looks of disdain and contempt. Xianxia's voice of divine sense also sounded, and it could be heard everywhere in the void. In my opinion, the power of this attack is only so. It's just a facade. He wanted to anger this guy, and then find a chance to strike quickly and deal a fatal blow. With this goal, before the voice of divine sense in his mouth fell, Xianxia's figure had already shot out. The violent ape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the big-headed black cudgel was dragged behind him. It was already accumulating power, and could be raised high and smashed down at any time. He was shooting in the direction of the silver tyrant blood wolf that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Looking at this posture, it was clear that he was directly rushing over and smashing down with the big-headed black cudgel. The rhythm was simple and direct, and at the same time, it revealed endless contempt. Roar. You dare to ignore this venerable? Such words, such a simple and crude attack, as expected, infuriated the silver tyrant blood wolf in an instant. It raised its head and roared, its originally half-squatting body arched, and after accumulating power, it pounced towards Xianxia through the air. Gotcha! At this point, Xianxia didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately attacked again. The black mist doppelganger was the first to make a move, and with a crisp crackling sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of thousands of kilometers appeared out of thin air. It directly exploded, turning into a sea of lightning that drowned the silver tyrant blood wolf. Rumble. At the same time, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from the void, and the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand smashed out like a giant pillar supporting the sky. The skeleton doppelganger also did not delay. The withered demon blood blade turned into a black and red light, and shot out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the silver tyrant blood wolf's side and brazenly slashed down. The withered demon blood blade was now a desolate treasure, and if it really hit, the silver tyrant blood wolf's head would be directly chopped off. Screech. In the blink of an eye, 3 waves of attacks had closed in on it, and even its huge body had been drowned by the sea of lightning. In just one exchange, it was showing signs of being at a disadvantage. This made the silver tyrant blood wolf extremely unwilling and incomparably angry, and it suddenly roared. Its incomparably huge body also dodged, avoiding the withered demon blood blade's attack. Unfortunately, a large piece of flesh on its right rib was cut off, and blood sprayed into the sky. As if it had smelled the smell of blood in the void, the withered demon blood wolf let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, an endless amount of blood-colored demonic fog gushed out from the withered demon blood blade like a large river. In half a breath, it had already turned into the appearance of the withered demon blood blade. Its bloody mouth angrily opened, directly swallowing all the blood fog into its stomach, stretched out its neck, and burped. The bloodline of this silver tyrant blood wolf is extremely extraordinary, and the name of tyrant blood is not just for show. Its blood contains a special kind of energy that makes the withered demon blood blade extremely interested. Demonic ape, you have successfully angered this sovereign. In today's battle, if you don't die, then I will. Awoo. The lightning dispersed, and the figure of the tyrant blood demon ape appeared. There was a huge wound on its right rib, and its dazzling silver hair was already stained with blood, looking quite miserable. But in fact, it was not seriously injured at all, and it was only a superficial wound. Skin. Although the external wound was light, and did not affect its condition and battle strength, the pain of having a large piece of flesh on its rib being cut off was incomparably real. Moreover, as a supreme existence ranked 6th on the heavenly beast list of the left bank, it was now in such a sorry state by Xianxia in just a single exchange. Naturally, it would lose a lot of face. When everything was put together, the anger in the tyrant blood silver wolf's heart burned to the extreme. It raised its head and roared, and its incomparably huge body transformed into a huge silver claw that was like a star. With a speed faster than lightning, it shot towards Xianxia. However, it was still a silver claw, but the previous attack was from a distance of 100 billion kilometers. The silver claw that rushed out from the crack in the void was only a condensation of energy. But this time it was different. This enormous silver claw was an actual entity, and was clearly formed from the body of the silver tyrant blood wolf. The strength of this claw was naturally incomparable. Even Xianxia did not dare to look at it lightly. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies, and the violent ape snorted coldly. The power in its body was pushed to the limit, and its right arm tightened. The big-headed black rod was raised high and smashed out fiercely. As the tyrant blood silver wolf's entire body transformed into a huge silver claw that was like a star, it brought with it a shocking and tyrannical aura. Even Xianxia's heart trembled, and he did not dare to treat it lightly. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 great demon bodies. The violent ape snorted coldly, and the power in its body was pushed to the limit. Its right arm tightened, and the big-headed black rod was raised high and smashed out fiercely. Bam! Rumble! A loud boom rang out, followed by a thunderous rumble that was so violent that it made one's hair stand on end. A terrifying force surged in all directions, enveloping an area of 100 billion miles. The chi flow in this vast expanse of space was completely chaotic. With this strike, Xianxia was not able to severely injure the tyrant blood silver wolf. The giant silver claw that was formed from the silver wolf's body was not damaged at all, but it instantly expanded, and a huge void vortex appeared above the silver claw. The endless blood mist that filled the space of 1 trillion kilometers surged over, and through this void vortex that suddenly appeared, it poured into the silver claw. In an instant, the huge silver claw expanded once again. Previously, it was already 50 million kilometers long, and was about the same size as Xianxia, who was 60 million kilometers long. But now, the silver claw had expanded by 10 times in the blink of an eye, reaching 500 million miles long. Clearly, this was caused by the mysterious blood mist that surged over from the surrounding space and poured into the silver claw through the vortex above. This blood mist had previously gushed out from the tyrant blood silver wolf's body. In 3 breaths of time it had spread out, enveloping a large area of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in radius. Right now, they seemed to be returning in a simple manner, but in reality, as they scattered and returned, the mysterious blood fog that spread out had already swept away all the energy within 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers of the void, turning into the foundation support for the silver claw that had skyrocketed. This is one of the tyrant blood silver wolf's strongest bloodline divine ability. That's where the name tyrant blood came from. This bloodline is too mysterious. Just the blood mist emitted from its body has a strange power that can make people tremble in fear. Even the energy in the air is instantly stripped away. Roar. At this moment, Pang Da's 500 million kilometers long silver claw grabbed Xian, who was in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape, and quickly clenched, as if it felt that Xian would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. The tyrant blood silver wolf's furious roar came from the silver claw, revealing a kind of hatred that had been vented. The current silver claw was simply too huge. It was at least 500 million miles long. The tyrannical blood centipede had to absorb the void energy within 1,000,000,000,000 miles in order to achieve this. Now, the wolf claws were like pillars that supported the sky, and they were closing in as the giant claw closed in. Xian's heart suddenly sank. Right now, he was trapped in the space of the wolf claws, unable to teleport away at all. This was because as the wolf claws closed in on him, the space was collapsing. Just from this point, one could see how majestic and terrifying the wolf claws were. If they closed in on him, Xian would definitely not be able to withstand them. Even if he did not die on the spot, it was inevitable that he would be severely injured. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly made a decision. At this time, the space in the palm of the silver claw had already fallen into chaos, and Xian's figure was also covered by the chaotic qi. This was the best time to make a move. He did not use the Red Lotus Hellfire, because that power was too strong. He was afraid that it would be like before, completely burning the tyrant blood silver wolf into ashes. At that time, Xian would not be able to get anything, and it would be a pity and a waste. As soon as he thought of this, his eyes flashed, and he waved his hand abruptly. Whoosh, then, there was a weak sound of breaking through the air, and a black and red light quietly flashed. As it expanded, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was hundreds of meters long. It was Xian's small private warship, the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Such as today's Void-Shattering Shuttle had reached the level of an ancient supreme treasure. Not only was the space inside extremely large, like a star, even the size of the ship had long been controlled. Chanting while moving, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out from the body of the Void-Shattering Shuttle. Each flower was only about 10 meters in size, and they were in the shape of a red lotus. They looked extremely beautiful, but they emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Xianxian also shrank his figure and rushed into the Void-Shattering Shuttle in a flash. Just like that, at this time, he seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, the silver claw held in the palm of the palm was clearly a weak, Red Lotus Hellfire. There was no trace of the Void-Shattering Shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Whoosh, in an instant, Xian thought, and the Void-Shattering Shuttle, which was only 100 meters long and looked like a weak red light compared to the giant silver claw of 500 million miles long, directly shot out, rushing into the palm of the giant silver claw and penetrating it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xian rushed out from the back of the silver claw, and the thousands of red lotus karmic flames that covered the body of the Void-Shattering Shuttle had ignited the sins that the tyrant blood silver wolf had accumulated throughout its life. They turned into black flames of sin that were burning out from within its body, including its divine soul. Screech. Feeling that something was wrong, especially the pain of his divine soul being burned by the flames of sin, the tyrant blood silver wolf immediately let out a shocking howl, revealing endless pain. Roar. At this moment, Xian also rushed out of the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. With a wave of his hand, the Void-Shattering Shuttle returned to his body, and then fully activated the Blood Sea Secret technique. His body that had just shrunk rapidly expanded like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 100 million miles. This battle should end now. A cold light flashed, and Xian's voice came out. At the same time, the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand also smashed down, smashing into the back of the giant silver claw. At this time, the tyrant blood silver wolf was experiencing an inauspicious experience. His divine soul was burned by the flames of sin, and he couldn't even take care of himself. There were also black flames of sin spreading in his body, and he fell into a weakened state. Surface against Xianxia's all-out attack, he couldn't withstand at all. His huge body exploded the moment the cudgel fell, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. The Black Fog clone waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind suddenly rang out. An incomparably majestic invisible chi whistled out, sweeping up the spreading blood mist and directly sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Division apart from this, more than 10 beams of light shot over and landed in Xianxia's heart. They were more than 10 portions of compressed Heavenly Tao Origins liquid. With that, the tyrant blood silver wolf, ranked 6th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao beast list, perished. Similarly, it failed to escape Xianxia's palm and was blasted into a blood mist, turning into a blood essence resource for Xianxia's future refinement of a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill. Buzz. It was at this moment that a low buzzing sound that was almost undetectable suddenly came from the void. The buzzing sound was not loud, but the void where the sound came from was completely sealed in an instant, and it surpassed the level of the pressure that the 1,000-over-old monsters of the Heavenly Tao had emitted from their bodies before this. This was definitely not the power of the Heavenly Tao realm. Xian sensed an extremely clear wisp of primordial chaos power, causing his body to tremble violently. Instantly, his expression changed. Buzz. Just as Xian killed the tyrant blood silver wolf, an indiscernible low humming sound suddenly sounded from the void. Although the humming sound wasn't loud, the void where the sound came from was instantly sealed. It exceeded the level of the 1,000+ Heavenly Tao old monsters that emitted the pressure from their bodies. This was definitely not the power of the Heavenly Tao realm. Leaf Xian sensed an extremely clear wisp of primordial chaos power from it, causing his body to tremble violently as his expression changed in horror. He wasn't the only one. All the old monsters around the void, including the mighty figures and desolate supremacies who had retreated the furthest, as well as the 1,000+ Heavenly Tao old monsters, all trembled violently without exception. As their expressions changed, they gasped and cried out involuntarily, "What happened?" The entire space was sealed in an instant, and the degree of the seal was greater than the layers of pressure we used before. However, this was clearly caused by a single power. Primordial chaos. This is primordial chaos power. Heavens, a primordial chaos realm great Tao old monster has appeared. He has already locked onto this void and sealed all of us. Darn it. To think that a primordial chaos old monster would appear. I'm afraid we're in trouble today. We don't know why the other party came, and we don't know if he's a friend or foe. Disaster is upon us, the aura of a ferocious beast. Ha ha ha. This terrifying primordial chaos power clearly exudes an extremely rich ferocious beast aura. This primordial chaos realm senior is an astral ferocious beast. Oh woo, bastard Xian, how dare you attack my descendant, the blood-patterned demonic wolf. Today, when I come out of seclusion, it will be the day you are buried. Rumble. Then exclamations sounded in the void as a heaven-shaking howl enveloped the void. A voice with a divine perception sounded. It was unknown where it came from, but it reverberated in everyone's ears. Xian's expression changed abruptly as his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew who the other party was. Back when he killed the blood-patterned demonic wolf in the demonic wolf forbidden land, it had clearly stated that there was a patriarch backing it. Xian did not take this matter to heart, but he never expected that this existence would descend. Clearly, this ancient existence was from the same era as Xianxia. He had likely been in seclusion for more than 1,000,000 years, but his talent was clearly not bad. Before Xianxia and company appeared, he had already come out of seclusion. He had already broken through the Heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. As these thoughts surfaced in his mind, the void to his right suddenly suffused a layer of indiscernible ripples. Following that, there was no energy fluctuation as a figure suddenly appeared. It was indeed a demonic wolf. It was completely black and did not have a single strand of mixed fur. It looked like an infernal wolf from the underworld. However, its eyes were as red as blood. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was as vast as the sea. Furthermore, it was clearly different from the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on a completely different level. It was more powerful and mysterious, as though it had fused with the primordial chaos void. This was definitely the strength of the primordial chaos great Tao realm. The body of this nether wolf isn't very large, and it's only around 30,000 meters. Even the weakest ferocious beast in the starry sky is far from this size. But now, its figure appeared by itself, and it didn't deliberately spread out the energy within its body, yet it instantly gave off an invisible deterrent feeling of dominating the entire space. Infernal wolf? An existence at the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Look, when the infernal wolf appeared, Xian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. However, he did not retreat in the slightest. At the same time the divine perception voice sounded, the corners of the ferocious ape's mouth curled into a sneer. The eyes of the skeleton of the three demonic bodies emitted an extremely intense purplish gold beam. Soon, an incomparably deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. A strange aura, like a raging river, spread out from the skeleton clone's body. The skeleton clone suddenly raised its left arm. The originally empty palm of its left hand shone with golden light. Only golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous throughout the primordial chaos. This large golden bow in the form of energy was simple and sinister. The middle part of the palm was a two-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. In the mouth of the sinister beast, there were two humanoid spirit creatures biting down on the legs. The humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring that was clearly formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the two ends were connected to the two humanoid creatures' wide mouths respectively. Here, when the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring. It was pointed straight at the black nether wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. An invisible force instantly locked onto the nether wolf's aura around him. Heaven-falling bow? Upon seeing the skeleton's actions, a sanguine beam flashed in the distant infernal wolf's eyes. An extremely deep divine perception voice sounded. Your strength isn't bad. This arrow is something that any heavenly Tao realm existence can't help but fear. Unfortunately, I have already stepped into the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. Although your arrow's might is extraordinary, it will ultimately be in vain if it fails to hit its target. Phew. Before its voice faded, the skeleton had already released its right hand that was gripping the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that caused one's eardrums to resonate resounded. The energy arrow that was filled to the brim with the bowstring's full strength instantly shot out. The aura was so powerful that it was unstoppable. It was unstoppable. When the arrow shot out, it seemed to instantly tear apart the void. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave that resembled a tail flame suffused behind it. At this time, it was so short that it could be completely ignored. The golden arrow that whistled through the air instantly arrived in front of the abyss wolf that was billions of miles away. This was practically teleportation. The distance in space was ignored, and it directly descended on the abyss wolf. Upon seeing this scene, all the old monsters in the surrounding void trembled as they drew cold gasps. Shocked exclamations sounded. Hiss, is this the power of the heaven-falling bow? How can it be so fast? Its might is too terrifying. It's practically annihilating the world. As expected of the strongest divine power that can bury the heavens. Heavenly Tao realm existences are indeed unable to withstand it, especially since the Magic Hall's Lord is a peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th Order Perfection realm. He's definitely one of the best even among peak Heavenly Tao existences. When such an attack comes from him, even peak Heavenly Tao existences of the same cultivation level would be in mortal danger. As these exclamations sounded, an extremely deep hum sounded billions of miles to the right. Without any suspense, the golden arrow pierced through the black infernal wolf's body. Oh, no, it should be said that it was drowned. This was because the infernal wolf was only about 100,000 feet in size, while the arrow was 5,000 kilometers in size. The two were completely disproportionate. However, Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. This arrow was shot from his hand, so he was naturally the clearest about whether it hit the target or not. He had a kind of divine perception from the unseen world. At this moment, Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, this arrow was shot from his hand, so he naturally knew best whether it hit the target or not. He had a kind of divine perception. In his line of sight, along with the cries of surprise in the surrounding space, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the right side 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. The golden arrow pierced through the body of the black nether wolf without any suspense. The nether wolf was only around 30,000 meters in size, but this arrow was 10,000 kilometers in size. The two were not proportionate to begin with, and the nether wolf was drowned by the golden light. However, in reality, Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger at this moment. Even the heavenly arrow was ineffective. He really couldn't think of any other method he could use to deal with this incomparably powerful nether wolf. This was a supreme existence that had already surpassed the heavenly Tao and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. The great Tao realm was the highest realm in this primordial void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in various large and small worlds. The power it controlled had already touched the operating laws of the primordial void. The power of Xian's arrow was indeed terrifying. However, no matter how fast the speed of the golden arrow was, even though it was as if it had teleported and arrived in front of the black nether wolf after leaving the bowstring, it was still unable to do anything to it. The arrow couldn't hit its target at all. What the golden energy arrow drowned was only an illusion. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a buzzing sound rang out in the distance to his left. Ripples appeared in the air, and a black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy, and it was extremely strange. This figure was only around 30,000 meters tall, and it was none other than the nether wolf. In an instant, he had already traversed a distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, and he had silently moved from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to the left from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away. Even more so, as for the heavenly falling arrow, even the nether chi lock was completely ineffective. This scene was too shocking, and the void fell into a deathly silence. After half a breath, the bodies of the old monsters from all sides trembled violently, and at the same time, their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. What a terrifying technique! Traversing 2,000,000,000,000 miles in an instant? Even the heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would definitely not be able to do it, but Senior Nether Wolf could do it so easily. This is clearly not his limit. A primordial chaos Tao realm expert after the heavenly Tao is indeed terrifying. The Skyfall arrow shot by the Skyfall bow carries with it the ability to lock onto and suppress the target. Once the arrow is shot, the target is instantly locked onto, and there's no way to teleport away. But just now, this ability failed as well. Clearly, it's the result of Senior Nether Wolf grasping some sort of primordial law of void. How can we fight like this? There's no need for him to make a move. Even his strongest technique is useless against Senior Abyss Wolf. The master of the magic hall, Xian, is destined to fall here. Fallen? You're joking. When facing such a formidable Senior Nether Wolf, he probably doesn't even have the ability to seek death, and he'll surely be captured alive. Roar. Everything is about to come to an end. The master of the magic hall is finally going to be executed here. How satisfying. Roar, the master of the magic hall, Xian, it's indeed you. At that moment, a shocking roar suddenly sounded from the distant void behind them. Following that was a voice filled with endless anger. The blue crocodile soul maggot is in your body. Although the aura is odd, it's enough to prove that you are the culprit behind his death. As this divine sense voice rang out, ripples appeared in the void 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers behind them, and a figure silently appeared. It was a fiendish crocodile. Its body was pitch black, and it was only about 100,000 feet tall. However, the aura it emitted was similar to the nether wolf that had previously descended. It was definitely not the power of the heavenly Tao realm. Clearly, this was a primordial chaos monster that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, from its words, the reason it was here today was clearly for the frost blood blue crocodile that was ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. Outside, the world only knew that the strongest expert in the frost blood blue crocodile forbidden land was the frost blood blue crocodile. However, they did not know that in the deepest part of the frost blood forbidden land, on the largest planet, there was a black blood fiend crocodile that had been in seclusion for millions of years. This old fellow was the same as the nether wolf. He was an ancient existence from the same era as the nether wolf. Furthermore, he had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and entered the primordial chaos Tao realm at the same time as the nether wolf. However, after breaking through, he had been stabilizing his realm and solidifying his cultivation, so he had not appeared. But now, his cultivation had already stabilized, so he was able to rush over as soon as he came out of seclusion. Seeing how furious he was as soon as he arrived, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Xian on the spot. The sky fell into a dead silence once again. The old monsters from all over trembled violently, and their expressions changed as they subconsciously held their breaths. The ferocious beasts from the supreme Forbidden Lands were fine, but as for the remnant old monsters from the various remnant star domains, all of them had worried looks on their faces. They were clearly uneasy. In the primordial chaos void, the ferocious beasts and the remnant people had always been opposing existences. This was because the remnant people needed the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts to refine the flesh and blood medicine. Other than the ferocious beasts devouring each other, they would not let off the remnant people of the primordial chaos either, although this kind of life and death situation became more restrained as one's cultivation level increased. In general, the remnant people and the ferocious beasts were still two opposing groups. First, previously, the remnant star domains on the left bank and the ferocious beasts Forbidden Lands could generally get along harmoniously. Although there were many battles between existences below the heavenly Tao realm, existences above the heavenly Tao realm were basically in a balance. However, over the past year, due to the appearance of the heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid, this high-level balance and restraint had long been broken. Even the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts and the remnant people of the heavenly Tao realm had disputes with each other from time to time. Under such circumstances, the remnant people had yet to have any primordial chaos great Tao that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, but the ferocious beasts had two extremely powerful primordial chaos old monsters in one day. This had undoubtedly completely broken the balance between the ferocious beasts and the remnant people. If the two primordial chaos great Tao realm ferocious beasts, the abyss wolf and the black blood demon crocodile, were hostile to the remnant people, all the remnant old monsters present today, whether it was a mighty figure or a desolate venerable, or a heavenly Tao realm expert, would be suppressed and killed here. This was also the reason why all the remnant old monsters present looked uneasy and worried. Abyss wolf? Just as all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried and vaguely uneasy, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. "You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today? Abyss wolf?" When all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. "You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today?" The two old guys had known each other for 1,000,000 years, but their relationship was not harmonious. They were even hostile. Now that they met again after 1,000,000 years and saw that the other party had also broken through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm, they were naturally unhappy. Abyss wolf. This was the reason why the abyss wolf did not make a sound when he saw his arrival. He just looked on coldly. Now that the black blood demon crocodile took the initiative to ask, the abyss wolf curled his lips and revealed a cold smile. He snorted and the voice of the divine sense sounded, "Humph, why am I here? What does it have to do with you? But don't say that I didn't remind you of one thing. Don't get involved with the master of the magic hall, Xian. My bloodline descendant was also killed by him. Even if you are here to seek revenge, it depends on who came first." He meant that he had arrived before the black blood demon crocodile. Even if he wanted to suppress and take away Xian, it should be him, not the black blood demon crocodile that had arrived later. What a joke. The blood demon crocodile naturally understood the meaning of the abyss wolf's words. He immediately sneered and said, "I have never heard of anyone taking revenge on the victim. There is no such thing as first come, first served. Do you have to queue up for such a thing?" It was clear that he did not agree with the abyss wolf's logic. Since he had arrived here today, then the master of the magic hall, Xian, had to be taken away. It was impossible for him to sit back and watch the abyss wolf take action. "What? Do you mean to attack me?" The abyss wolf was immediately enraged as he roared incessantly, "Our cultivation levels are similar. If we were to fight, it would definitely end with both of us suffering losses. Once we start fighting, we will restrain each other. If the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, were to escape, would you bear the responsibility? The atmosphere in the air instantly turned extremely stagnant. The infernal wolf and black blood fiend crocodiles' bodies emitted an extremely terrifying suppressive aura, completely sealing off the void. Even the heavenly Dao's old monster was silent under such pressure. As for the mighty figures below the heavenly Dao realm and desolate supremacy, they were trembling. Yi Xian watched coldly as he pushed the power in his body to its limits. He paid close attention to everything that was happening. As long as there was a chance, he would not miss it and would instantly escape. The two old fogies had not been on good terms since 1,000,000 years ago. They had a grudge against each other. Now that they had arrived, it seemed like they were seeking vengeance, but in fact, they were here for the various treasures in Yi Xian's hands. The 9 great Dao treasure liquids were no trifling matter. They could allow the forbidden lands under them to produce more primordial chaos Dao realm experts in the future. Apart from that, the heaven-falling bow was a supreme divine power, and Yi Xian's 9-colored divine flames, red lotus karmic fire, and farmer god cauldron were all top-grade treasures that moved them. Therefore, they could not let go of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. They had to capture him to prevent all the benefits and opportunities from going to him. To Yi Xian, this was his only chance. 2. He wouldn't be able to contend against any one of these old fellows. Just by releasing the pressure from their bodies, they would be able to completely seal off the void. Not only would they be unable to teleport, they wouldn't even be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to Yi Xian's internal system. Against two such powerful existences, teleportation was completely unrealistic. Even the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle could not shake off the two old fogies. Although the Red Lotus karmic fire had strange powers, Yi Xian might not be able to touch the two old fogies of primordial chaos who had surpassed the heavenly Dao realm. There was a high chance that he would miss like the heaven-falling arrow from before. In this sort of situation, if Yi Xian wanted to successfully escape, the only thing he could rely on was the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system within his body. Now, he was hoping that the two old fogies would start fighting. Even if they did not start fighting, the cultivation in their bodies would transform into an invisible pressure that completely enveloped the vast void, completely sealing it off. Yi Xian would not be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of his internal system. Only when the two old fogies started fighting would a gap appear in the complete seal of the void. Yi Xian paid close attention. As long as such an opportunity appeared, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape. Roar. Rumble. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the two old fogies finally did not disappoint. One of them made a move. The black blood fiend crocodile raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Following that, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a lightning ball with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It shot towards the dark wolf opposite it. You really want to attack me? Since that's the case, then let's fight again. I'd like to see how much you've improved after 1,000,000 years, you old geezer. Roar. Upon seeing this scene, the dark wolf was instantly enraged. As the voice of its divine perception resounded, it opened its mouth and spat out a black crescent-shaped blade. It swirled as it shot towards the black lightning ball that was shooting towards it. The two old fogies were only about 100,000 feet in size. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade that they spat out were also only about 100,000 feet in size. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was definitely not the power of the heavenly Dao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade were condensed from extremely pure primordial chaos power. At that moment, they shot towards the dark wolf, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the heavenly Dao's old fogies in the surrounding void could not help but change their expressions in horror. They felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Bam! Rumble. Even though there was a distance of trillions of kilometers between them, the two attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath of time, the lightning ball and crescent moon blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of kilometers, colliding with one another with loud booms. At the same time, a terrifying explosion sounded in the void. Even the heavenly Dao's old fogies felt their eardrums buzz. They even felt a stabbing pain as though they were about to be torn apart. Even more, the mighty figures in the distance instantly withered as though all the strength in their bodies had been sucked out. They withered in the void as though they were on the brink of death. The desolate supremacy old fogies had pale faces as they spewed out blood arrows. Their injuries were not light either. They were separated by such a great distance, but because of the invisible shockwave produced by the collision between the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade, they had already fallen into such an unbearable situation. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of this attack was. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6, Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord, BAM. Rumble. Although there was a distance of trillions of miles between them, the two attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath, the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of miles and collided with each other with loud booms. It was just too powerful. The mighty figures around the void instantly withered as desolate supremacy vomited blood. Even the heavenly Dao's old fogey turned pale as his eardrums buzzed. A gigantic void rift with a diameter of 5 billion kilometers appeared. Large amounts of void turbulence shot out from it. This was no ordinary void rift, but a primordial chaos rift. Therefore, the void turbulence that shot out was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. Although they were in the primordial chaos void, even mighty figures and desolate supremacy could tear apart the void in battle, much less heavenly Dao realm experts. However, the primordial chaos void was extremely resilient. The mighty figures, desolate supremacy, and heavenly Dao's strength were only able to tear apart the surface of the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, the void rift that appeared was quickly mended by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological forces. Since only the surface was torn apart, it was naturally impossible for the primordial chaos forces condensed from primordial chaos forces to surge out. But this time it was different. Infernal Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile were primordial chaos monsters after the heavenly Dao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade they blasted out with all their strength were condensed from pure primordial chaos forces. Steep, however, the collision tore apart the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, it was not just the surface, but the depths. The reason for the primordial chaos forces to appear was because of this, phew, roar, pwa, 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 screech. With the appearance of the primordial chaos rift that spanned 5 billion kilometers, large amounts of void turbulence instantly shot out. This was no ordinary void turbulence. It was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. It was not an exaggeration to call it primordial chaos forces. In a short instant, more than 1,000 primordial chaos forces shot out from the rift. They scattered in all directions, with some vanishing into the horizon while others struck the various old monsters in the surrounding void. Pft sounds were instantly heard. Against the primordial chaos forces condensed from pure primordial chaos forces, be it mighty figures, desolate supremacies, or heavenly Dao's heavenly Dao's heavenly Dao's heavenly Dao's heavenly Dao, none of them were able to resist. Amidst astounding roars and violent howls, hundreds of experts in the surrounding void instantly exploded, turning into nothingness. And at that moment, a familiar system notification unexpectedly sounded in Yixian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6, Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord. Galactic Overlord. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, Galactic Conqueror, and Galactic Overlord, a brand new system ability will be added. At the same time, the number of galactic coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 3 to 5. System mission completion requirement: enter the primordial chaos rift and find the source of chaos. Punishment for failure of the exploration mission: system title will be downgraded by 1 level. Level 7 system title, Galactic Overlord. Hong Primordial Chaos Rift, these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind, and he immediately made a decision. Without any hesitation, he responded by accepting the system's tidal exploration mission. This was his only chance. Otherwise, Yixian wouldn't have a chance to leave alive when facing the two powerful old monsters, the Dark Wolf and the Black Blood Demon Crocodile. He would either be killed or captured alive. Phew. With his response, the devouring system in his body was instantly activated. The seventh system's tidal mission was activated. A power emanated from the origin devouring crystal deep in Yixian's body, instantly enveloping him. He transformed into a beam of light and charged into the 10 billion kilometer primordial chaos rift that was blasted open by the collision between the lightning sphere and the crescent blade. See. Darn it, I actually let him escape into the primordial chaos rift. Old Wolf, this is your responsibility. This supremacy isn't done with you. Upon seeing this scene, the Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, who were situated far away in the void, had a change in expression as they exclaimed. However, they did not enter the primordial chaos rift to pursue. Although they were primordial chaos old monsters that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, the void turbulence in the primordial chaos rift was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. If they entered without permission, they would be in danger of being heavily injured or even dying. Whoosh, phew, a weak sonic boom sounded as a beam of light appeared, transforming into Yixian's figure. This was an extremely chaotic void. Although there were abandoned stars, the void was filled with primordial chaos turbulence of various sizes. It was a ghastly sight. Looking around, he did not see the 10 billion mile void rift that he had just entered. It should have been sent in by the energy of the origin crystal powder after the activation of the tidal mission. The battle just now had allowed Yixian to usher in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Now that he had entered the primordial chaos void, he was not in a hurry to find the so-called source of chaos. Instead, he immediately rushed into an abandoned star with relatively fewer primordial chaos turbulence and entered the core of the star. Then, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron before stepping into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. Instantly, beams of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. At this time, he had already returned to his human form. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, the nascent soul fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in Yixian's body. As expected, the sound of the chains came from everywhere. A shackle chain appeared in Yixian's body. He immediately concentrated and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. After an unknown amount of time, the river of energy formed in the meridians in Yixian's body was completely refined. Not as expected, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken. The expected system prompt soon sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Yixian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of excitement. The suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. After the breakthrough was completed, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a flash of excitement. 4th level of the heavenly Tao. This was already the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was completely different from the middle stage from before. But, unfortunately, the suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation, Yixian's cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. However, this kind of increase in combat strength was meaningless to him now. Again, so what if he was powerful? As long as his cultivation realm did not break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way for him to resolve the crisis that had already befallen him. Great the Tao realm was the highest realm in the primordial chaos void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in small and medium worlds. It was high and mighty and looked down on all life. First, back in the primordial chaos world, no matter how monstrous Xianxia was, he was still deeply powerless against the primeval heaven's eye of the heavenly Tao realm. He was completely unable to contend against it. For example, now that he was in the primordial chaos void, he was nearly invincible within the heavenly Tao realm. However, the moment he encountered a primordial chaos great Tao realm expert, the situation was the same as when he encountered the heavenly Tao's eye in the primordial chaos world. He could only be crushed. This time, if not for the old grudges between the two old monsters, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, as well as the stimulation of the benefits in front of them, causing them to suddenly attack upon meeting. Each of them blasted out a lightning ball and a crescent moon blade. The collision tore open the primordial chaos void and inadvertently triggered the system's tidal mission. It was impossible to imagine what would have happened to Xianxia. Even if only one of the supreme existences of the primordial chaos great Tao realm descended, it was already an insurmountable mountain for him, much less two at the same time. But, therefore, even if the system's tidal mission was completed and he returned to the primordial chaos void, Xianxia could only hide with his tail between his legs. He did not dare to show his face. Otherwise, once the two old fogies, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, knew that he had walked out of the primordial chaos rift, they would definitely descend immediately and suppress Xianxia. It really worried him. He felt even more aggrieved and helpless. Fortunately, it was impossible for existences of this level to vent their anger on the Magic Hall's forbidden area under his name and find that place to attack the mighty figures and desolate supremacy in the Magic Hall's forbidden area. Otherwise, the situation would be so dangerous that Xianxia would be unable to resolve it in an instant. Until, he was even less worried about the Source Nest's base camp. Until now, the Source Nest's base camp had not officially appeared. Now that they had heard the news of the appearance of the two supreme great Tao existences, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, the 8 great guardian deities, Demon Commander Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others who were guarding the Source Nest's base camp would not act rashly. Fourth stage of the Heavenly Tao. There are still 5 small stages to break through before consuming a level 31 primordial pill and breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. With that thought in his mind, Xianxia's eyes flickered with a dark light as he muttered softly, in addition, the refinement of the level 31 primordial pill must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, once my cultivation reaches the peak of the heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, it will be a joke if I don't have a level 31 primordial pill to consume. At this point, Xianxia had already made a decision. Once this time's tidal exploration mission was over, he would immediately go into seclusion again and consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through, increasing his cultivation strength as soon as possible. Then, after that, he opened the furnace and began to refine the level 31 primordial pill. In order to refine a level 31 primordial pill, other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, it also required various other supplementary pill materials. All of them were the top cultivation resources in the starry sky. Xianxia had already prepared these long ago, and it was enough to refine 3 pills. In addition, the most important pill materials were the Heavenly Tao blood essence and Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Every level 31 primordial pill required 81 Heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Xianxia had already collected all of these during the previous battle. Even more so. As for the Heavenly Tao blood essence, there was still a little surplus. It was enough for him to consume it and forcefully raise his cultivation by 2 small stages. Of course, these 2 chances of consuming the Heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully raise his cultivation by 1 small stage couldn't be used consecutively. It had to be separated, and he had to smoothly break through once in between. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the stability of his cultivation base, which wasn't a good thing. All of this flashed through his mind, and he quickly had an idea. After that, Xianxia didn't dwell on this matter anymore. With a flash of his figure, he flew out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god cauldron into his body and then rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. Next, he would begin his exploration of this primordial chaos void and find the origin of chaos that the system had mentioned. He would then complete the 7th title exploration mission. Regarding the origin of chaos void, the headless infant corpse had once mentioned it to Xian. It was said that countless eons ago, before the Great Desolate Era had begun, there was a chaos green lotus growing in an unknown place in the primordial chaos void. The chaos green lotus was constantly absorbing the surrounding chaos spirit chi, gradually forming a huge chaos spirit chi storm. This spirit chi storm flashed with dazzling light from time to time. In the end, the chaos lotus exploded, and 3,000 streaks of light shot out and transformed into 3,000 stars. At the core of each star, there was a chaos origin nest that nurtured a chaos life seed. These were the so-called chaos demon gods. The 3,000 chaos void differed in strength. The chaos demon gods that were nurtured represented different laws of the Great Tao, so there were also differences in strength. In the chaos, there were 3,000 laws of the Great Tao, which was also known as the 3,000 firmaments. In the primordial chaos void. Among them, the top 10 law holders were all extremely powerful existences. The top 10 law holders were Power Law, Time Law, Space Law, Primal Chaos Law, Immortal Tao Law, Demonic Tao Law, Life Law, 5 Elements Law, Yin-Yang Law, and Destruction Law. Clang. Demon god Pangu, who'd created the Great Desolate World in the primordial chaos void and thus kicked off the Great Desolate Era, had walked out of the number 1 chaos void nest. What he had mastered was the strongest law in the top 10, the law of strength. All of this should only be describing the opening of a primordial era. Similar primordial eras had been opened countless times. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. Every time a new primordial era opened, 3,000 nests would appear, and 3,000 chaos demon gods would be born in them. The 3,000 chaos demon gods were merely existences in the primordial realm. They were far from the supreme primordial chaos realm after the primordial chaos realm. The reason why they were called chaos demon gods was because they represented 3,000 seeds that pursued the supreme primordial chaos realm in the primordial void. Xian speculated that the origin of chaos might have nothing to do with these 3,000 chaos demon gods or the chaos void nest that nurtured them, but it was definitely related to the chaos lotus that appeared at the start of every primordial chaos era. End of chapter 5150. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.